started now. This is not the same link. Yeah, yeah, the same. I think. This is Abhi, this is- Then on this is- Yeah, it's okay. I'll do it. Online students, am I audible? Please reply. This is not charging. I have to keep this on. कोई चार्ज नहीं हो रहा है। कैसे लगाएगा इसको? No charging. Right. Let's continue. So now we'll begin with what is known as theory of production. Chapter 3. Yes, theory of production and cost. Now I'll not go into the details about what kind of factor inputs are needed. All right, characteristics of labor, we know that labor is highly perishable, labor is mobile, and the supply curve of labor is backward bending. So not audible now, fine. So supply curve of labor is backward bending, and sub labor has less negotiating power. Then capital, we have different types of capital: social capital that belongs to the entire society, then human capital that belongs to an organization. Without human resource, or without a, you cannot have a good management. Then personal capital that belongs to a particular entity or particular individual, your personal knowledge, skill, your personal assets and everything. And we say capital formation. For capital formation is a process wherein you save your capital, then invest your capital. That is mobilization of capital into investment. Then investment will give you return, and return will help you grow your business. All right. And then entrepreneurs, we say that entrepreneurs, according to Schumpeter, the most important function of an entrepreneur is to innovate and take risk. Clear. Land, we all know utility of land can be increased, but the supply of land is always fixed in nature. Land has indestructible power. Right. So as mentioned by Ricardo. Now, the most important thing is the production function. Now, production function is nothing but a relationship between uh, independent and dependent variable. So, production function is nothing but relationship between physical input and physical output. Physical output. Now, what is the meaning of this physical input and physical output? Input means at what cost I purchase the input, that's not the concern in production function. All right. I will just count the number of factor inputs. The quantity of labor hour, the quantity of material, the quantity of electricity the machine has consumed, everything that is physical input. Physical output, it means the total output. At what price I'm going to sell that, that is a concern in revenue function and it's not a concern of production function. Of course, production and cost and revenue are related, but here we are talking about production function. So here, output are dependent factors. Output are dependent on input. If I change any or all of the inputs or many of the inputs, then output will change. But when the output is ready, you cannot go back and change the input. So we write that in this way, that output, Q is output, is nothing but function of land, labor, capital, technology, and so on. All right. Now, one thing you have to understand in production function, that technology is one of the factor inputs, but technology is always assumed to remain constant, always assumed to remain constant, whether in the short run or in the long run. And second thing in production function, you have to know that every producer will try to extract maximum output from minimum input, because efficiency, without efficiency, you will not be able to grow. Without efficiency, your cost will be high and it will eat into your profit margin. So, two assumptions taken, that technology is always assumed to remain constant and every producer will try to maximize his output from whatever input he's putting in. Now, production function has been divided into short run, short run production function and long run production function. Now remember, they will try to confuse you with the question. First of all, this concept of short run and long run was again given by Alfred Marshall. So generally, when you cover the subject of accounts or financial management, you say short run is any expenditure that you incur and the benefit of that expenditure you're going to derive within that particular 1 year. All right, rent you pay, all right, wages you pay, salary you pay, and this and that. Whereas long run is anything the benefit of which you are going to derive for long term. You buy a machinery, you are going to use it for long term. But here in this production function or in economics, the short run and long run is not divided in that manner, especially in production. There could be a possibility I start my production today and even after 5 years I'm still in the short run. There could also be a possibility that I start my business today and after 6 months I jump from the short run to long run. So passage of time, literal passage of time into months, weeks, years, days is not considered here as to define something as short run and long run. Then how do we define? See, we define in terms of variability of inputs. We say in the short run, at least one factor input remain fixed. We say at least one factor input remain fixed. There can be more than one that can remain fixed, but at least one will remain fixed, while others are variable. It means as we go on increasing the level of output, my fixed factors are not changing. By just putting in, combining more and more variable input with the same quantity of fixed input, I can increase my level of output. Whereas in the long run, every factor input will be considered as fixed, even the machinery. Now accounting entry you can pass at fixed, but here in economics we consider it as variable. Now short run production function is also known as law of variable proportion. Law of variable proportion. Why do we call it law of variable proportion? Because the proportion of the factor input, that is the variable input, is varying but not the fixed input. It means the same quantity of fixed input is there, but increasing quantity of variable input is combined with the same quantity of fixed input in order to increase the level of output. We call this law also as law of diminishing marginal returns, not utility. Marginal returns. Marginal returns means marginal product. So we say that as a business continues to combine more and more quantity of variable input with the same quantity of fixed input, initially the marginal product will increase and total product will increase at an increasing rate, and then eventually marginal product will fall down. Eventually, finally, it will happen that marginal product will fall down. Now, what is the reason for the same? Say, for example, I took one machine. Let's say I started with two machines that has a maximum output, let's say, of 1 lakh units. Now, initially, I'll not produce 1 lakh because I don't know that whether people will buy my product, there is a desire for my product in the market or not. So, what I'll do initially, I will produce, let's say, 30,000 units. So, I have to increase the variable input. When I increase the variable input, you'll find that even smaller increase in variable input will lead to larger increase in output. Why? Because you have lot of unutilized capacity of the fixed input. So that is utilized as you go on increasing the variable input. And moreover, when uh, you go on increasing the variable input, what happens? There is what is known as specialization or division of labor. So due to division of labor, the output increases even more sharply. So that's why we call it as law of diminishing marginal return as well. And when you look at a diagram for the same here, that diagram is important. If I take here product or production, and here the variable input, and these are stages here. This line I'll erase in a while. So this is your total product. So this is your TP. This is your average product AP, and this is your marginal product MP. Now what is happening here is that this is the point where MP is maximum, and wherever the MP is maximum, I'll erase this line. Wherever the MP is maximum, when you draw a straight line from that point, you'll get a point on the TP curve. This is the point, we call it as point of inflection. Why we call it point of inflection? Because from this point onwards, diminishing return will begin because marginal product is falling down. All right. At the point where AP is maximum, you'll find that AP is maximum, and at the same time, AP will be equals to MP. Here, TP is maximum, and correspondingly at the same point where TP is maximum, when I go down, at this point, your MP is 0. Now understand what is happening here. What is happening is, if I take this point on the TP curve, and if I count the variable input, this is your variable input. So this much of variable input I'm putting into my business. And what is the corresponding increase in the output? This is the increase in the output. So can I say my output increase is increasing in greater proportion compared to the increase in the input? All right, I'm increasing, let's say, my input by 40%, but the output is increasing by 60%. Now, why does it happen? Due to better utilization of fixed input and due to specialization of labor. Now, after this point of inflection, MP begins to fall down. Now, if I say here again, I'm using variable input, I'm adding more variable input, but what is the corresponding increase in output? Only this much is the increase in output. So it means, can I say that output increases in at a diminishing rate, increases, but at a diminishing rate compared to the increase in variable input? Now, what is happening? My fixed input are slowly giving up. It's reaching its full capacity. Still, it has not reached. So only division of labor will not help me get increasing returns. All right. And eventually, lastly, when I put the variable input, this much of variable input I'm putting, and what is the corresponding increase in output? Even lesser. So you will finally reach a point wherein you have utilized the full potential of your machinery. Now, any increase in variable input beyond that point will not lead to any increase in output. In fact, output will begin to fall down, and you see marginal product will become negative in this case, right? So it means, does it mean that I can never increase my output beyond the point where TP is maximum? Answer is, in the short run, no. But how can I increase my output further? You buy one more machine. All right, because let's say you purchase a machinery that give you 1 lakh units of output. Initially, to extract first 700 800 units, you can easily extract, but to extract the remaining 200 units, you have to apply a lot of force. Means you have to put in a lot of variable factors, variable inputs. Let's say you have a lime squeezer at home. You chop up the lime and squeeze. Initially, don't you think the machine works beautifully? First, when you press, you'll get a lot of lime, but remaining 10% to extract from that lime, don't you think you have to apply more and more pressure? Correct? So the same thing is happening to the machine. Initially, you have great unused capacity. So You just need to increase the variable input by little bit and output increases sharply. But later on, when the machines are reaching its full capacity, you cannot extract much from the machine. That gives you an idea that very soon I have to end up buying a new machine. Right. So what are the points that you need to remember here that will cover all the question? First of all, you'll find that total product and marginal product are interrelated. It means we can say total product is nothing but the summation of marginal product. Total of anything is the summation of its marginal. And that's why you see when TP is increasing, when MP is increasing, MP is adding increased positive but increased value to TP. So that's why TP is rising very sharply. Then here MP is falling down but is still positive. It means it's MP is adding lesser value to TP. So TP will increase but at a slower rate. And when MP becomes negative, then MP will take away from TP. So you see here, when AP has a positive slope, you'll find that MP curve lies completely above the AP curve. And when AP has a negative slope, then AP lies completely above the MP curve. At the point where AP is maximum, AP equals to MP, right? AP cannot be zero. Average cannot be zero. Let's say, for example, if I ask you how much income you earn, let's say you said, sir, I earn 1 lakh rupees. All right. In how many months? Let's say I earn it in 2 months. So average is what? 50,000. Correct. Now your income decreases from 1 lakh to 50,000. If I ask you, so income has decreased, it means change in income as negative. Can the income be negative? Can a company give you minus 100 rupees? No. So income has decreased from 1 lakh to 50,000. So it means the change in income is minus 50,000. Now if I take the average, can the average be negative? Now you'll get 25,000. Correct? Unless you can earn minus 1 rupee, you cannot get the average. So can you earn minus? The answer is no. So average cannot be minus. Marginal product can be minus. Why? Because marginal shows change in the total output. Now total output cannot be negative, but change in output can be negative. I was producing 1000 units, I am producing 1500. Positive change. I was producing 1000 units, now I am producing 800 units. So output has fallen, but output has become negative. No, the change in output is minus 200. Output cannot be minus 200. So AP can never be negative, MP can be negative. Second, you'll find that at the point where TP is maximum, MP is zero. Every producer must try to always produce till the end of stage 2 in order to use the full potential of its machinery. So first of all, when you see I've given you the pointers in the class. Initially at stage 1, what is happening? TP is increasing at an increasing rate. That's why we call it increasing return. What happens to MP? MP increases and then begins to fall down. Right. So for MP increase and decrease both happens at stage 1. What happens to AP? AP continues to increase and reaches its maximum point at the end of stage 1. All right. Then stage 2, what is happening? TP is increasing at a diminishing rate. That's why we call it stage of diminishing return. What is happening to MP? MP begins to fall down and it becomes 0. So it means at the end of stage 2, TP is also maximum and MP is also 0. And AP continues to fall. AP cannot be 0. At third stage, what happens? MP becomes negative, TP begins to fall down, and AP is also falling down. So when you combine, you know these points, that's the questions you'll be getting from. I mean, you'll be able to solve all the questions from here. Now let's come to the long run. Audible, no? In the long run, all factor inputs become variable. Now, the nature of the fixed input will not be considered as variable. But since in the short run, let's say I purchase a machinery that can give me 1 lakh units of output. So as I went on increasing the level of output from 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, the fixed factor was not changing, only the variable factor was changing. So that's why I could distinguish between this is fixed because with the increase in output, this is not changing, this is variable because this is changing. But after you reach the full potential of the machinery, that is 1 lakh unit, can you use the same machinery to produce more? The answer is no. You have to put in another machine. And the moment you put in another machine, can I call it fixed anymore? No. Just like variable input, as you increased, it increased. Here also, fixed input has started to change. So in the long run, the law is known as law of returns to scale. And it has 3 stages. What are these 3 stages? increasing returns to scale, constant returns to scale, and diminishing returns to scale. So what happens here, if suppose this is your input and this is the output and this is the returns, if I increase the input by 100% and output also output increases by 120%, right? Now why it will increase, we'll see. Output increases by 120%, I call it as increasing returns to scale. Why? Because the output increasing in greater proportion than the increase in input. When I increase the input by 100% and output also increases by 100%, we call it as constant returns to scale. And when I increase the input by 100%, output doesn't decrease, वो negative हो जाएगा. Output increases but by less than 100%. This is known as diminishing returns to scale. Remember, value doesn't matter here in the next case. If I increase the input and output decreases. So in all the cases what you have found, that's why they try to trap you. Increase, 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 increase. Correct? Increase by greater proportion, increasing return, by same proportion, constant return, by smaller proportion, diminishing return. But here it is increase and decrease. In this case, you'll have negative returns to scale in which MP becomes negative. So that doesn't matter how much value if I put. If I put like this, our input is increasing by 100%, output is decreasing by 5% or 10% or 20%. Decrease kitna se bhi kiya, doesn't matter. If it decreases, it becomes negative returns to scale. Right. So in this case, what is the reason that I'm getting negative returns to scale? What is the reason I'm getting negative returns to scale? Because negative returns to scale will only come to you due to extreme external and internal diseconomies. First of all, understand, when you get increasing returns to scale, it means your marginal product is increasing. Let's say, for example, if I take input here and total product here and marginal product here. If I put in 10 input, total product is, let's say, 200. Marginal product is nothing here. 20 input, let's say it increases to 500. Now, what is the marginal product here? 500 minus 200, that is 300. 300 by 10, that is 30. So, यहाँ से यहाँ 300 से increase हुआ. Alright. Then, for 30, it increases to 900. Then, what is the marginal product? 40. If I increase it, input to 40, then let's say 1400. What is the increase here? That is 500. So 50, correct? Now if suppose if I do this and it increases to 1900, now what is the marginal product? It will be 50 only, no? 50, it means marginal product has become constant. So it means up till this point, what you're getting is increasing returns to scale. Because why? Marginal product is increasing and so EP increases at increasing rate. But from here to here, you are getting what is happening? Constant returns to scale. Why? Because MP is constant. So when MP is constant, it means TP will increase at the same rate. Correct? यहाँ से यहाँ 500, यहाँ से यहाँ भी 500. And let's say, if suppose I increase the input to 60 and output increases to, let's say, 2300. Now, what is the marginal product? 40. So, marginal product begins to fall. So, in this case, what is happening? You see, from here to here, we have diminishing returns to scale. Why? MP is falling. So, it means TP will increase at diminishing rate. Correct? So, if I have to plot this into a diagram, how the diagram will look like? On the y-axis, you will take marginal product. Here, all input, because everything is variable, all input, all factor inputs, and then marginal product is rising, constant, and then it's falling. So here you get increasing returns to scale. Here you get constant returns to scale, which is the turning point, and then you get diminishing returns to scale. Where you will get negative return if this MP continues to fall down and breaches here, then you will get negative returns to scale. No business should be operating at negative returns to scale. Clear hai? Right. I'm just checking the message online student saying. So now you have to understand one thing, that why we do we get increasing returns to scale. See, increasing returns to scale, when I say increasing returns to scale, is the outcome of what is known as economies of scale. All right. And economies of scale can be divided into what? Internal, internal economies and external economies. Now, what is internal economies? Everything that happens within the business. If I'm able to produce large quantity, my average cost will fall down. You see, अगर मैं यहाँ पे एवरेज कॉस्ट कैलकुलेट करेगा, सो यहाँ पर कितना आ रहा है एवरेज कॉस्ट? इफ यू कैलकुलेट एवरेज, सॉरी एवरेज प्रोडक्ट, नॉट कॉस्ट, सो यहाँ पर यू आर गेटिंग 20, but here you are getting 25. Average product is increasing or not, right or wrong? So what happens here, that as you go on producing more and more, your total cost will increase at a diminishing rate. All right. Why it will increase? Because better utilization of fixed input. As you increase your output, every cost will not increase in the same proportion. All right. You have a truck that brings material to your factory. Now only 80% of that truck is occupied. Do you think that transportation company will charge you 80%? No, it will charge you full. So it means if you get more raw material carriage inward and use the 100% capacity of the truck, do you need to pay anything extra? No. It means you're getting more material, but you're paying same cost. So same cost is divided by higher number of raw material. Don't you think average cost of carriage inward for raw material will fall down? Correct. So every cost will not increase in the same proportion. So if you produce in large scale, you get benefit. Moreover, when you purchase raw material, if you are a large buyer of raw material, you can have a good better deal with the supplier of raw material. They'll be willing to give you better discount. आप wholesale market से जाके खरीदता है, discount मिलता ना, retail में नहीं मिलता. Even if you go to the retail market and you say, go to Chroma and say मैं को 5 टेलीविजन खरीदना है, क्या बताओ कितना डिस्काउंट देगा? To everybody he may be giving 5% discount, to you it will give you 20% discount. All right, clear? So when you purchase in large scale, the supplier will give you a discount that will decrease your cost of raw material, cost of direct material. So, and also the management, if the management is good, the worker is good, they are motivated, they are not thinking about leaving the company, they are giving 100%. All these things happens inside the organization. Management is good, you are able to produce more, your production cycle is efficient, everything is good, then you will get the benefit. You can decrease your cost and your efficiency increases. Something happened that outside the organization can also help you. Government is taking lesser tax on raw material. There is good infrastructure. Quickly you can get the raw material from different places in the country. There is literacy level is high in the country. You can get good managers who are knowledge and highly experienced. All right. So there is political stability, not a IRM and Gayaram government. All right. You see, Pakistan since its independence, since its creation, Pakistan को independence since its creation, not even one prime minister completed 5-year tenure. एक भी नहीं कंप्लीट किया. कोई मार गया, किसी को कोर्ट निकाल दिया, किसी को आर्मी भगा दिया, कोई लंदन भाग गया, nothing. But if you look at India, in the last 20 years, how many prime ministers we had? Only 2. 10 साल मनमोहन सिंह, 10 साल, और अभी हो सकता 15 साल हो. So it means from last 25 years, we have only 2 prime ministers. That is a political stability. Right? If every time, every 2 years, prime minister changes, what will happen? Country cannot make a law. Businesses will run out of the country. बोलता ये गवर्नमेंट आता लॉ चेंज करता दो, ये आईसीआई थोड़ी है, कंट्री है, ये हर साल लॉ चेंज करेगा. सो होपफुली दे आर नॉट वाचिंग मी. कर लो जो करना है. अरे clear. If these buggers, they keep money in the fixed deposit. All your examination fee, everything they keep in the fixed deposit. Bank is also happy. ICI पैसा रखो. Simple आधा पैसा भी म्यूचुअल फंड पे रखता, you money would have grown so much, you would have given, a rebate to all the students for 5 years. That could have been benefited the student. Correct or not? म्यूचुअल फंड में लग दिया, आपका पैसा ग्रो कर गया, and use this money, no examination fee, no registration fee for 5 years for all the students who are appearing for CA. Best. Right. Right. अभी record to me. All right. Now, so all good happening inside and outside, it will happen. It will affect every business favorably. Then diminishing returns and negative return happens due to what is known as diseconomies, economies of scale. Diseconomies of scale can also be internal diseconomies, internal diseconomies and external diseconomies. Internal क्या है? Laborers are not happy. They are always thinking about leaving the job. There is no good management. Production cycle is defective. You are not able to increase your level of output. You are not able to get good negotiating power with the supplier of raw material. You are purchasing raw material at a very high price. So it will eat into your profit. Your efficiency will go down. Outside also bad. Government policy is not good. Tax rate is very high. Literacy level is down. Skilled employee people are not available. There is trade union problem all the time. Power cut all the time. I have to put in diesel generators. My capital cost increases. So, so what happens here? External diseconomies will ruin every business. And on top of that, if you are running your business also defectively, then you are gone. So, external economies and extreme internal external diseconomies may also lead to negative returns to scale. Clear? Hai? Then comes what is known as Isoquant curve. Now, what is an Isoquant curve? If you remember all the properties of indifference curve, you'll remember all the properties of Isoquant curve as well. But Isoquant curve is not at all related to indifference curve, because indifference curve is based on the ordinal concept, wherein Isoquant curve is based on the cardinal concept. Because indifference curve tells you the level of satisfaction. It doesn't tell you how much is the level of satisfaction. Lower indifference curve, lower satisfaction, higher satisfaction. How much higher, how much lower, it doesn't tell you. But in case of Isoquant curve, IQC, IQC बोलते हैं, we are not measuring satisfaction, we are measuring the level of output. So on the y-axis will take the quantity of capital, on the x-axis will take the quantity of labor, and this is your Isoquant curve. Now, it's say, for example, a capital surplus economy, because the objective of every business is to minimize the cost. Because two ways you can increase your profit in the organization. How? One is increase the market price, but when you increase the market price and consumers are not willing to pay, the demand will fall down, your profit will not come. The best way to increase the profit is by decreasing your cost of production. I was producing 100 rupees, selling at 120 rupees. If I bring down my cost of production to 60 rupees, don't you think automatically my profit will increase by 40 rupees more? So every businessman will try to get the best mix between labor and capital. If the mix is not correct, then you're gone. Capital will have everything, including technology. So in a capital surplus economy, we'll use more capital intensive techniques of production. So this amount of labor, capital, and this amount of labor, C1, L1. And I'm producing, let's say at this point, I'm producing 1000 units. In the developed country, I'll use this. Now, if I'm producing the same commodity in India, do you think capital is expensive or labor is expensive? Capital, you have to import the technology. But labor is very easily available. Qualified labor is available now. So I will use that particular factor input in the production function that is cheaply available, relatively cheaply available. So what I'll do, I will again put in this much of labor L2, and I can minimize my capital by a great amount, and I can produce here same 1000 units. But if you go to a least developed country, what they will do? Capital बहुत expensive है, so they will use least amount of capital and more labor intensive techniques of production, right? And this transition you can see in a country over a period of time as well. All right, 100 years back in India, power looms were very expensive, so hand looms use hota tha, more labor intensive. Then we started to grow, develop, liberalization came, independence, liberalization, and everything came. Today, power loom is better, but we cannot use so advanced technology, such an advanced technology that is used by European countries, because it will lead to labor unemployment. All right. So, C may same output is there, but you are using a relatively huge amount of labor, but less amount of capital. Now remember why it is different from indifference curve, because indifference curve we knew that A, B and C will give you same level of satisfaction. How much it doesn't tell you. Here you can measure the level of output 1000, 1000, 1000. So an Isoquant curve will tell you what will be the level of what will be the level of output by combining different combinations of labor and capital. It means every point on the same Isoquant you'll get the same level of output, but the marginal product of labor and capital will continue to change. First of all, it is downward sloping curve, just like in difference curve. Right. Why? Because more labor intensive will require less capital, more capital intensive technology will require less labor. All right. Second, it is convex to the origin because of diminishing marginal rate of substitution between labor and capital. Third, higher isoquant curve will give you more level of output because it will contain more labor and capital, and lower vice versa. Then an two isoquant curve will never intersect one another because isoquant should give different level of output. And an isoquant will never touch either the y-axis or the x-axis, because when it touches the y-axis, only capital, zero labor. Doesn't matter how advanced is the technology, without labor can you produce anything? No. So minimum labor will require even if you're using artificial intelligence. All right. And here, zero capital, only labor can produce everything. Is it possible? Without capital, you can start a business. So that's why it will never touch either the x or the y-axis. Clear? Hai? Production over. Right. Now, usually when we take in the classes, production and everything, it takes around 2 days of time. That is around 12 hours of time. So, but this is marathon. मैराथन मैराथन भी है जिसमें मैराथन में बाद में स्पीड बढ़ता है लास्ट 10 kilometers you have to run faster. All right, now next, just hold on. All right, so now in we'll take up concept of revenue, then we'll move on to the concept of cost. Now remember, to revenue, what is revenue? Revenue is not the profit. Revenue is the total income received by the business from the sale of certain quantity of goods and services, right? So from the revenue, if you deduct the cost, you'll get the profit. If the cost is more than the revenue, you will have a loss. If the revenue is more than the cost, then you will get a profit. So when I have to find out what is my total revenue, what you have to do is we'll do price per unit into number of units sold. So this price per unit is P, number of units sold is Q. So we can say TR is nothing but P into Q. Now if I have to calculate average revenue is nothing but the revenue per unit of output. So we have to do what? We have to do TR by quantity. Now this TR, can I write it as P into Q as above? All right. And divided by Q, Q cancelled out. So it means AR will always be equals to price. If suppose you take it, let's say price is equals to rupees 20 per unit. Quantity sold is, let's say, 100 units. What will be your TR? TR will be P, that is rupees 20 into 100 units. So that will be equals to rupees 2000. That will be your TR. If I want to find out the AR, then TR by quantity, that will be equals to rupees 2000 divided by quantity is how much? 100 units. So that will be rupees 20. So it means your AR is rupees 20, that is equals to price. AR will always be equal to price. Then you have marginal revenue. So marginal revenue is nothing but change in total revenue, delta TR, change in total revenue by change in the level of output or sales. Correct? Change. So if suppose, now you have to understand the relationship between revenue and elasticity of demand. So if suppose price increases or decreases, will the revenue of the seller increase or decrease? You have to define. Here you have to think about the total outlay method. All right. Let's say, for example, I have this price and this is your quantity. This is your TR. This is the MR and this is the AR. Let me write it closer a little bit. There will be no space otherwise. Price, quantity, TR, MR, and AR. Let's say price is 10, you're not able to sell anything. So everything is 0. You'd reduce the price. A seller will always try to reduce the price in order to find out whether the total revenue is increasing or not. Remember one thing, seller will always try to figure out what is the elasticity of demand, and he'll only be able to find out the elasticity of demand by decreasing or increasing the price. If he decreases the price and he is able to sell, let's say 2 units, what is his total revenue? 9 to 2 is 18. What is the marginal revenue? What is the marginal revenue? Change in TR is how much? 18. Change in output is how much? 2. So 9. Correct or not? Change in TR is 18 minus. So AR is also 9. So AR and MR curve will begin the same point. So we have seen when I have reduced the price, the total revenue is increased. So I'll see that if I reduce the price further, will the total revenue increase? Of course, you see, as you go on decreasing the price, the quantity demanded will increase. But the thing is, increase in quantity demanded, is it giving you enough revenue to compensate for the fall in the price? If it's doing that, then you will continue to decrease the price. But if you decrease the price and quantity demanded increase, but the increase in quantity demanded is not giving you enough revenue to compensate for the fall in the price, then you should not lower the price. Rather, in that case, you should increase the price. So I decrease the price and quantity demand increases to 3. You can take 3 million or whatever. So it is 24. So total revenue has increased when I have reduced the price. So what is the marginal revenue here? Is 6. So what is the average revenue here? Average revenue will always be equal to price. So 24 into divided by 3 is 8. I'll further decrease the price 7. And I find out total quantity demanded increases to 4. So again, still my total revenue is increasing. Now remember, when total revenue is increasing, it means marginal revenue is positive. Because just like everything, we know that TR is also nothing but summation of marginal revenue. So marginal revenue has to be positive, then only TR is increasing. Alright, so here it will be 2 and here it will be 7. I'll reduce the price further and I find out total demand, quantity demanded increasing. So what is the total revenue? 30. It means 2 will be the marginal revenue and 6 will be your average revenue. I reduce the price further to 5 rupees and I find out total quantity demanded is increasing. But here increase in quantity demand is exactly equal to giving me a revenue which is exactly equal to the fall in the price. So you see here, what will be here? TR is 30 now. All right, let me write it down with a different pen. So I reduce the price to 5 and 6, 30. It means marginal revenue is not changing. So 0, change in TR is 0, divided by 6 minus 1. Average cannot be 0, so 5. And then I should stop at this point, because if I go below this and reduce the price further, quantity demanded will increase to 7. But is the increase in quantity demanded enough to give me the revenue that is greater than the fall in the price? Let's see, 28 you're getting. No, it means your marginal revenue has become negative. Average is 4 again. So you see, from here to here, what we have learned in the outlay method, from here till up till here, what is happening? Price is falling down and total revenue is increasing. Can I say, when you think about total revenue of the seller and the expenditure of the consumer, don't you think they have a direct relation? Bolo hai ki nahi? If consumers are spending more money, then only the seller will earn more money. If the consumer is spending less money, the seller will earn less money. If the consumer is spending same amount of money, seller will earn same amount of money. So can I say here price decreases and total expenditure of the consumer increases? That's how the seller is earning more. So when do you think price and total expenditure move in the opposite direction? When E is greater than 1. So here also I can say that E must be greater than 1, because decrease in price is increasing total expenditure. It means total revenue of the seller is also increasing. But in this case, what is happening? Price is decreasing, but total revenue is constant. It means consumers are not spending anything extra. Correct? So when do you think is the situation when price increases or decreases, but the total expenditure remains constant? When E is equals to 1. So here also E will be equals to 1. And the third case, you see what is happening? Price is still falling, but total revenue is also falling. So can I say decrease in price will lead to decrease in total expenditure of the consumer? So it means, when do you find that total price and total expenditure move in the same direction? When E is less than 1. E is less than 1 here. Correct? So it means when E is greater than 1, a seller will always decrease the price because it increases the total revenue as the consumer is spending more money. When E is equals to 1, he will get nothing. So he will keep the price constant at that point. But when E is less than 1, he should never decrease the price. He should rather increase the price, because increasing the price will lead to increase in total consumer expenditure and his revenue will also increase. So if I have to put this into a diagram, first of all, you see, as the price is decreased, that is AR is decreasing, MR is also falling. They are starting from the same point and they are branching off. Correct? At the point where TR is tapering off, you'll find maximum point there, MR is equals to 0. And when TR begins to fall down, MR is negative. Moreover, when TR is increasing and MR is positive, E is greater than 1. When TR is maximum and MR is 0, E will be equals to 1. And when TR is falling and MR is negative, E will be less than 1. So when I plot this into a diagram, this is your revenue, this is the quantity. You see, this is your AR curve, this is your MR curve. At this point, you have MR equals to 0. Above this, MR is positive. Below that, MR is negative. When I take an imaginary line from the point where MR is 0 and try to draw the total revenue, you'll find again revenue here, quantity here. So revenue is increasing till the time MR is positive. Then it tapers off maximum point and then it begins to fall down. So this is your TR curve. So can I say, if I draw an imaginary line here, dekho, MR is positive, TR is increasing. MR is falling but positive, TR is increasing all the time. Correct? So can I also say here, if MR is positive, E must be greater than 1. And when E is greater than 1, TR is rising. So here also I can write E is greater than 1. When MR is 0, TR at this point is maximum. I can say if TR is maximum, then E will be equals to 1. And when MR is negative, so you see when I drop this line here, you see MR is negative and TR begins to fall down. So can I say when MR is negative, E is less than 1, at the same time TR begins to fall down. So when TR is falling, E is less than 1. It means TR falling, it means MR has to be negative, then only TR is falling. So we can conclude here, when E greater than 1, MR positive and TR increasing. When E equals to 1, MR equals to 0 and TR is max. When E less than 1, MR is negative and TR is decreasing. In all these cases, one thing happens, AR here also falls, AR here also falls, and AR here also falls, but at none of the places it will become negative because price cannot be negative. And also remember that AR curve is also known as demand curve. Why? MU curve is also known as demand curve because without willingness, there is no desire. I mean, without marginal utility, there is no desire. So initially, when you go on consuming more and more, your MU decreases. And the moment MU becomes 0, the desire will cease to exist. But why AR is also known as demand curve? Because demand consists of two things: willingness to buy, but only willingness will not create demand. You must have the ability to pay. And ability to pay will change when the price is changing, because change in price will increase or decrease your purchasing power. And price is equals to AR, and that's why AR is also known as the demand curve of the consumer. Now, sometimes they'll ask you a question from here also, from this point, diagram pe point say, and sometimes they'll ask you the formula as well with regard to MR. So remember, in order to get MR, you can apply this formula also, AR into E minus 1 by E. As simple as that. If suppose if I take for all good reason AR equals to rupees 20, alright, rupees 20, and E is greater than 1. So if E is greater than 1, let's take E equals to 2. Anything that is greater than 1 doesn't mean infinite. Infinite bolna padega. You cannot assume greater than 1 as infinite. So what will happen here? So if I want to calculate MR, AR is rupees 20 into E minus 1, 2 minus 1 by 2. So 20 into 2 minus 1 is 1, 1 by 2 is 0.5, 0.5, positive 0.5, negative 0.5. Positive 0.5 into 20, you got rupees 20 as the MR. So MR is positive when E is greater than 1. If I take E equals to 1, in this case, MR will be again AR is 20 into E minus 1, that is 1 minus 1 by 1. So 1 minus 1 is 0, 0 by 1 is 0, 0 multiplied by 20 is 0. So MR equals to 0 when E is equals to 1, and when E is less than 1, now you have to take a value which is greater than 0 but less than 1. Alright, so let's take 0.5. So when you get MR, AR is 20 into E minus 1, that is 0.5 minus 1 divided by 0.5. So 0.5 minus 1 is minus 0.5, minus 0.5 by 0.5 is minus 1 by 20 is into 20 is minus 20. So MR is negative when E is less than 1. Clear hai? Alright, online students. Next, theory of cost. Now understand, in the theory of cost there are two types of cost you have to understand. One is known as explicit cost, which is also known as accounting cost, and one is known as implicit cost, which is known as non-accounting cost. So when you add both explicit and implicit cost, that is accounting cost and non-accounting cost, that will give you economic cost. Now what is accounting cost? Accounting cost are those costs that you can show in your trial balance, that you can record in your books of account, that is paid to any outsider who is a third party. Who is a third party? Non-owner of the business. Labor is a third party, is not the owner of a business. Labor is providing the services, you are paying wages to the labor. Material supplier is a third party. Bank who has given me loan, bank is also a third party. So all the expenses that you incur, you are able to show in your trading account or in your profit and loss account. Right? That is expenses incurred towards payment of non-owners of businesses for the factor inputs that the businesses purchase. Correct? But there is implicit cost also that you cannot record in the books of account. Why? Because you have incurred this cost, but you have not paid this cost out of your pocket. Now the question comes, if I have not paid some cost, then how can it be a cost? Yes, it is a cost. It is a cost of foregone opportunity. The opportunity that used to come to you, now it is foregone, that becomes your cost. I've told you that, say for example, you are a CA, you quit your job, you are making 50 lakh rupees per annum. You quit your job, started your own business. In your own business, you are earning a profit of 75 lakh. Is your profit 75 lakh? The answer is no. Why? Because you gave up 50 lakh to earn 75 lakh. Your actual profit is only 25 lakh. So, in order to perform a cost and benefit analysis, you have to take into consideration an implicit cost. A businessman has 100 crore rupees of capital in his bank account, over which he is earning a 7% FD interest. He withdraw this money, he is losing out on the 7% interest, and he's putting it into his business. And when he's putting it into his business, he is able to generate a return of 6%. It means his profit, his expenditure is 100 crore, but his profit is 106 crore. So he will say, I have made a profit of 6 crore rupees. He's an idiot. Why? Because his profit, he is losing out 1 crore. His loss is 1 crore rather than a profit of 6 crore, because he has lost an interest income of 7 crore rupees that he was earning anyways without taking any risk of business from the bank. He is foregoing that 7 crore rupees in order to earn a profit of 6 crore rupees. So in your hand, the profit will be 6 crore rupees. In your books of account, accounting profit will be showing 6 crore rupees. But the thing is, if you perform a cost and benefit analysis and you find out, मैं दिया 7 करोड़ गया इंटरेस्ट में 6 करोड़ आया प्रॉफिट में, एक्चुअली 1 करोड़ गया मेरा. So unless you do a cost and benefit analysis, unless you take into consideration the non-accounting costs, you will not be able to correctly look at the picture. So in this case, we say from the total revenue, whatever is total revenue, you have to deduct your accounting cost. When you deduct your accounting cost, what you get is your accounting PL. Accounting PL you'll get. From this, if you deduct your implicit cost, then you can get your economic PNL. Alright. So understand one thing. If suppose your, let's example फटाफट ले लेते हैं. If suppose your total revenue is 1 lakh rupees, less your accounting cost is 40,000 rupees, 60,000 rupees is your accounting profit. And if from this, if I deduct implicit cost, which is let's say uh, 50,000 rupees, it means 10,000 rupees is your economic profit. This is your eco profit. Now understand, when there is implicit cost, then your accounting economic profit will always be lower than accounting profit. Second, what if your implicit cost is greater than your accounting profit? If your implicit cost is 70,000, then you're having 10,000 of not economic profit but economic loss. So can I say that when implicit cost is greater than accounting profit, then you have economic losses? So if they ask you in which of the situation there will be economic losses, you'll choose the option that says implicit cost is greater than accounting profit. Next, if suppose your implicit cost is equal to your accounting profit, then you got zero economic profit. This is known as zero eco profit. बोला सर ये तो जीरो है. Yes, zero economic profit. Zero economic profit is also known as normal accounting profit. It means in your books of account there will be a profit shown in your books, that is 60,000. Only when you take into consideration the implicit cost, you are having zero here. This concept will again take up in next uh, profit and loss situation in the next chapter. But what if this is a hypothetical situation? There is never a situation wherein there is no implicit cost. But if there is no implicit cost, then don't you think your economic profit will be equal to your accounting profit? So if they in the question they give you, the firm is having uh, a situation wherein accounting profit is equal to economic profit, which of the following is true? Implicit cost is zero, implicit cost is greater than accounting profit, implicit cost is lesser than accounting profit, none of the above. It will be implicit cost is zero. Okay. Then comes the situation, what are different direct costs and indirect costs? Direct cost is incurred directly. For why? You cannot say direct cost incurred directly, indirect cost incurred indirectly. No, direct cost is attributed to any particular activity or particular commodity you are producing. Specifically, you can put that, allocate that particular cost to. Let's say I'm producing, Hindustan Unilever is producing shampoo. It is producing in the factory. Hindustan Unilever has also an office where administration takes place. So the worker working in the factory, direct wage. The material, direct material. The machine consuming electricity, direct again. All right, carriage inward, direct. All. It means all the expenses incurred I can allocate towards one activity of producing a shampoo bottle. All right. But in the office, the CEO is sitting down, general manager, vice president, CFO, everybody is sitting down. They are also strategizing, but they are not taking one specific decision of producing a shampoo. They are taking a decision of running the entire company. So their cost cannot be allocated. Their their cost cannot be allocated to one activity. So all these are indirect costs. And also remember, direct costs will directly change when the output is increasing. Output increases, more material, more labor cost, more carriage inward, more electricity will be consumed, so it will increase, and output decreases, will decrease. But indirect costs will not change in the same proportion. All right. Do you think Hindustan Unilever का shampoo कम बिका तो salary कम कर देगा अपना employees का? The answer is no. All right. That's why you wages you show in their trading account because it's direct, but salary you show in your PL account. Right. Then comes all the other costs that we have to take into consideration. First of all is what is known as total fixed cost. So understand here, if you take the table, so this is, let's say, is the output. This is your TFC. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll take the same values as I've taken in your. कितना से 2000 लिया था या 1000 लिया था? 1000. So 1000. So you can relate those who have taken, because in every class there is a different value I'll take. So I'll take the same values what I've taken in your class. Correct. So 1000. Now remember, total fixed cost is nothing. A business will not incur one type of fixed cost but multiple fixed costs. Insurance premium is a fixed cost. Rent on the building is a fixed cost. Interest payment is a fixed cost. When I combine all the fixed costs together, I'll get total fixed cost. Now, one thing you find about total fixed cost is that total fixed cost can never be zero. Even if I shut down my factory, I have to pay rent to the factory owner. The leasehold I have to pay. I have to pay interest on capital that I have borrowed. So fixed cost will not be zero. And moreover, when I increase the level of output, fixed cost will neither increase nor it will decrease. So if I have to draw a fixed cost curve, you'll see it will not originate from the origin. Why? Because when it originates from the origin, it means when output is zero, fixed cost will be zero. Here you will have cost along the y-axis and output along the x-axis. Now it will begin from a point along the x-axis. This is your, let's say, 1000 rupees you have incurred. Now whether you produce 1 unit, or you produce 2 unit, or you produce 3 unit, or you produce 4 unit, so it doesn't matter. Total fixed cost will neither increase nor it will decrease. It will remain flat. So that is the nature of the TFC. It will be a horizontal straight line which is parallel to the x-axis. This is your TFC curve. All right. Then what about total variable cost? Now total variable cost creates all the complication in the cost concept. Why? Because of course we know that total variable cost has a direct relation to the level of output. It means when output increases, total variable cost will also increase. But if I draw the diagram like this, it is a wrong diagram. Why? Because in this case I can say, देखो यहाँ पर cost है. This is wrong. Why? Because cost is 100, I'm producing 1 unit. Cost is 200, I'm producing 2 unit. Cost is 300, I'm producing 3 unit. It means the increase in the variable cost is in exact proportion of the increase in the level of output. That doesn't happen at all. Why? Because there is something that is known as law of variable proportion. So what happens here, that initially as you go on producing more and more due to better utilization of input, your total variable cost will increase at a diminishing rate. To produce 1 cup of tea, you require 10 rupees. To produce 2 cups of tea, you will not require 20 rupees. Of course, you'll require more than 10, but you may require 18 rupees. Why? Because to make 1 cup of tea, you have to boil it for 10 minutes. To make 2 cups of tea, you don't have to boil it for 20 minutes. And you don't need the exact double amount of tea leaves. All right. So what happens? Average will come down. So in this case, initially you'll find when you calculate total variable cost, when output is 0, TVC will be 0. But when output as it goes increasing, let's say 200 से start किया 300, 200, then 300, you see from here to here it increased by 200. Then for 1 unit if it's 200, for 200 2 units it should be 400, but increases by only 100. So 300, then 360, that is increasing by 60. So it is increasing with the increase in the level of output, but it is increasing at a diminishing rate. Then 400, it is increasing by only 40. But how long can you go on? If suppose a kettle can produce 5 cups of tea, up till 4 cups you will be requiring lesser and lesser input. Means your total output will your input will increase, but in slower proportion. But when you're making it 5th or 6th cup of tea, you have to be careful always. You have to lower the flame and high low karta rahega, you're wasting your LPG gas. You have to be careful spillage doesn't happen. So your resource consumption will increase and total variable cost will start to rise. What will happen if you try to make 7 cups of tea in a kettle that can make 6 cups of tea? Spillage will happen. Don't you think your variable cost will rise sharply because you're wasting your resources? So here, देखो 200 होगा. It has begun to increase at an increasing rate. Then 1000 at has increased by 400. Then I taken 2000. No, it has increased by 1000, and then 4000 I've taken, or 3000. 4000, that is has increased by 3000. So what has happened here? It started to rise sharply. So if I have to plot the TVC curve, how would it look like? So this is your variable cost. This is your quantity of output. Initially it rises, then so what is happening? Initially for 1 unit, you see this is the total cost you have incurred. Then the second unit, you see it is not increasing by as much. Then the third unit, it is increasing even at a slower rate. Then for the fourth unit, it is increasing at a bigger rate. Then you see for the fifth unit, because the gap here is same, it is rising sharply. And sixth unit, you see, oh, sixth unit, again you see gap here is constant, but it rises very sharply. It is looking like an S-shaped curve. It will not be a vertical straight line. Okay. So that is your TVC curve. क्लियर है यो? So now we'll look at the total cost. Now understand, total cost is nothing but the aggregate of total fixed cost and total variable cost. Correct or not? Total cost, total cost is the aggregate of total variable cost and total fixed cost. Clear? Now tell me one thing. When output is zero, total variable cost will be zero. At zero output. So at zero output, this AVC will be zero. But can TFC be zero? No, I've taken a value of TFC as 1000. So TC will also be equals to 1000. Can I say then TC and TVC, TC curve and TFC curve will begin from the same point? Correct. But the thing is, only the beginning of TC happens from the same point as TFC. But after that, the variation in the total cost will be exactly like the variation in the total variable cost. So if I have to find out what is the total cost here, let me take it. It means I have to add these two. So here it will be 1000, 1200, 1300, 1360, 1400, 1600, 2000, 3000, and 5000. Now you see, for total cost also, it is increasing at a diminishing rate initially and then it increases at increasing rate. And the total cost curve will behave just like the total variable cost. Why? Because total cost may, if suppose total cost is changing, it is not changing due to total fixed cost because total fixed cost is not changing. It's constant. So total cost is changing only to the change in the total variable cost. So the change here will be equal to the change here. You see, 60, 60, 40, 40, here's 200, 200. So it means the behavior and the look of the total cost curve will be exactly like the total variable cost curve, but only thing it begins from the different point. Moreover, the difference between TC and TVC is how much? Always it remains constant because the difference between, if I say, what is the difference between TC and TVC? The difference between TC and TVC is due to TFC and TFC remains constant. So don't you think these two curves will be parallel lines? Huh? Correct. So if I have to draw all the three curves together, how would it look like? This is your cost. This is the output. This is your TFC curve. Now this is your TC curve and this is your TVC curve. TVC curve. All right. So they are parallel lines. Why? Because the difference between them is due to TFC and TFC remains constant. Now I have to plot the points here just for an example. I'm producing 1 unit here. What is my total variable cost? Total variable cost is 200. What is my total fixed cost? Total fixed cost is 1000. 1000 plus 200. What is my total cost? Total cost is 1200. I'm producing 2 unit. What is my total variable cost? 300. What is my total fixed cost? 1000. So 300 plus 1000 is 1300. So you got 1300 like this. Clear है? So total cost का याद रखने का, total cost curve begins from the same point as the total fixed cost because when output is zero, total cost will be equals to total fixed cost. Then total cost and total variable cost, the difference will always be constant because the difference is due to the total fixed cost. Next, the behavior of the total variable cost and total cost curve will be the same because every bit of change in the total cost is only due to the change in the total variable cost. Now let's come to the average. Average. Now first is your average fixed cost. Now remember, average of any cost is the total of that cost divided by the level of output. Correct? So if I have to find out average fixed cost, that will be total fixed cost by the quantity. But remember one thing, when total as output increases, your total fixed cost remains constant. Correct? Right or wrong? But quantity is continuously increasing. That is also correct. So when you keep the numerator constant and continue to increase the denominator, what will happen to the quotient? The quotient will fall. It will not only fall, initially it will fall very sharply and then it will fall slowly, but it will fall. It will never rise. So let's, you see, look at the proof here. So if I have to calculate AFC, average fixed cost, it means I have to divide the total fixed cost by quantity. Now here, you will not divide TFC 1000 by 0 and say infinite value. You'll simply put a dash. 1000 by 1 is 1000, 1000 by 2 is 500. देखो 500 गिर गया एक बार में. And then 1000 by 3 is 333.33. Now it is not falling by 500 again, it is falling slowly. 1000 by 4 is 250, 1000 by 5 is 200, 1000 by 6 is 167, 1000 by 7 is 142, 1000 by 8 is 125. So what is happening here? Initially, you see what is the difference here? 500. What is the difference here? 167. But what is the difference here? Lower than 50 even. So it means it will be a downward sloping line, but not downward sloping straight line. If I draw a downward sloping straight line, it means there is a proportion. All right, 1 unit के लिए 1000, 2 unit के लिए 800, 3 unit के लिए 600, 4 unit के लिए 400. It's not like that. Initially, it will fall sharply and then it will taper off, but it will never touch the x or y axis. Y axis because it should not be infinite. Why it should never touch the x axis? Because AFC can never be 0. It can become almost negligible, but it can never be 0. So if I have to draw an AFC curve here, AFC curve, तो क्या होगा ये? This is your average cost. This is the quantity of output. Initially, it will fall sharply and then slowly a little bit. This is your AFC curve. Clear, eh? All right. Now, next. Then becomes what we come to is known as ABC. Now, average variable cost. Remember one thing about the total and average. If the total is increasing at a diminishing rate, then the average will fall down. And when the total is increasing at an increasing rate, then its average will always increase. So initially, the total variable cost is increasing but at a diminishing rate due to better utilization of resources. And then later on, it increases at an increasing rate because you are nearing the end of your fixed input. All right, all the time the benefit in terms of fixed input do not remain the same. So if I have to calculate the average variable cost here, now what you have to do is divide the total variable cost by the level of output. And AVC here, 0 by here nothing, 200 by 100 is 200, 300. Now understand here, up till which point it is TVC is increasing at a diminishing rate. Can I say up till this point? देखो 200 200 क्या हो रहा है? 200, then by 100, then by 60, then by 40, and then again by 200. So if I take the average here, 200 by 1 is 200, 300 by 2 is 150. Then it will be 120. Then it will be 100. अभी देखो क्या होगा. From this point 500, 600 divided by 5, that will be 120. It begin to rise. It means up till this point TVC is increasing at a diminishing rate and you see average was falling down. From this point onwards TVC begins to increase at an increasing rate. The average is begun to increase. Then 1000 by 6 this 167, 2000 by 7 will be 3 to 280, and 4000 by 5 is 500. Correct. So what do you think will be the shape of the AVC? It will fall, reach its lowest point and then begin to rise, that will be your AVC. All right. So this will be your AVC curve. What has happened to the market? All right. Now, done. Now, if I have to take what is known as average total cost, you see, average total cost also increases first at a diminishing rate, then at an increasing rate. Why? Because total cost is increasing at what? Sorry. Total cost is increasing at an diminishing rate, then increasing rate. Why? Because total cost change is due to total variable cost. Total fixed cost is not changing. So initially total variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. Total cost will also increase at a diminishing rate, because change in the total cost is due to only change in the total variable cost. And when total variable cost increases at an increasing rate, the total cost will also increase at a increasing rate. So if I have to calculate the total cost, it means I have to add this plus this. That will be your total cost. So here, then 1000 plus 200, that is 1200. Correct? Sorry, average में add कर दिया. Total cost क्यों करो? Oh, average total cost. You people are only also nodding the head. Total cost. So total cost you can get in two ways. Average total cost. Sorry. Average total cost you can get in two ways. Average total cost you can get average fixed cost plus average variable cost, or total cost divided by output. Now what I was trying to say is that average variable cost falls and then rises. Why? Because total variable cost increases first at a diminishing rate and then increases at an increasing rate. Don't you think total cost will also behave the same way? If total variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, then total cost will also increase at a diminishing rate. Why? Because the change in total cost is only due to change in total variable cost. And when total variable cost increases at an increasing rate, total cost will also increase at an increasing rate. So it means, don't you think average total cost curve will also fall and rise? If I have to calculate AVC and AFC here, AVC this one plus this, you will get 1200, 650, then 354, 453, then 350, then 320. देखो गिर रहा, आप देखो क्या होगा. Then 14, 6, 6, 12, 13, 3, 334. Then you have 2, 220. No, 428. No, 428. And then you have 625. So what is happening? ATC is also falling, reaching its minimum point, and then it begins to rise. So ATC curve also I don't need to draw. It will be U shape. Now what I need to know is that, understand that both ATC and AVC curve are U shape. But when we combine these two, mind it, वहां पे confusion लाएगा. TC and TVC curve, they are constant, because the difference between TC and TVC is due to TFC, and TFC is constant. But does AFC remain constant? No. AFC continues to fall as output increases, and we know the difference between ATC and AVC is what? AFC, and AFC continues to fall. So don't you think these two curves will come together? Understand here? What I'm trying to say is that if I have to calculate ATC, we know ATC is equals to AFC plus AVC. As output increases, what happens to AFC? Fall करता रहता है. It will fall. Will it rise with the increase in output? No, it will always and always fall. And the difference between ATC and AVC is due to AFC, and AFC is always falling with the increase in output. So don't you think, do you think AVC and ATC curve will be far apart, or they will come closer? They will always come closer, because the difference between them is due to AFC, and AFC continuously falls as output increases. So if I have to draw both the curves together, average cost here and output, this is your ATC, and this will be your AVC. AVC. Because the difference between them is due to AFC, and AFC initially is higher, but as you go on producing, it becomes smaller and smaller. And if you look at the table, sorry, if you look at the table, you can easily find this situation. You see, ATC or AVC ka difference here, isn't it 1000? Correct? But is it 1000 over here or less? Even less, even less. Kam hota ja raha difference. And you see here, what is the difference? Differences come down to just 125. As I produce more, AFC will further fall down and they will come closer, but they will never touch because AFC can never be 0. All right, clear? Now let's look at the marginal cost. What is marginal cost? Marginal cost is nothing but how much will be the change in the total cost when output changes by 1 unit. So it means we call it as change in total cost by change in the level of output. So if I have to calculate marginal cost will work in the same way, but it will be more volatile because marginal is always calculated as a difference between the two level, where an average is calculated at a single level. So if I have to calculate the marginal cost here nothing because the change must happen. Here how much marginal cost will be? Change in total cost you have to find out, and change in output you have to find out. So change in total cost is 200. 200 divided by 1 minus 0, 201 by, so 200. Here it will be 100. Here it will be 60. Here it will be 40. Then it will be 200. Then it will be 400. Then it will be 1000. And then it will be 2000. So you see marginal cost is falling and then rising sharply. So if I have to plot the marginal cost curve, so this is your marginal cost. This is the level of output. Marginal cost falls and rises sharply. So this is your MC curve. Now you have to understand not only the marginal cost but the relationship between marginal cost, average cost and average variable cost. So let's take example here. You see, now if I combine average variable cost, दोनों को मैं एनालाइज करेगा. What is happening? First of all, marginal cost begins from the same point as the average variable cost, correct? And then what happens? Which falls more sharply? Average variable falls more sharply or marginal falls more sharply? Marginal. So it means both average and marginal. So this is marginal, this is average. They begin from the same point. And then average is also falling down, but marginal falls down sharply. So it means when the average and marginal both are falling, marginal is falling down sharply, marginal cost will be lower than the average cost, and then average continues to fall. And then after reaching the minimum point, you see somewhere marginal will begin to rise and average is also rising when marginal is rising. But the thing is, at what rate marginal is rising compared to rise in the average, you'll find it will rise more sharply and it will cut the average from its lowest point. So you see here, now let's take a look here. आप देखो 200 200 then sharply to 150 and marginal to 100. Marginal falls even more sharper. Then ये 120 पे गया, ये 60 पे fall कर गया. Then 100 पे गया, ये 40 पे आ गया. Now by the time my average begins to rise from lowest point, that is from 100 to 120 it rises, by that time marginal rises from 40 to 200. So don't you think at the lowest point marginal will cut the average? Correct? ये हो गया. Now and then when the marginal is rising, you see marginal is more than the average. If I combine other two, sorry, अगर मैं इस दोनों को देखा, ATC and MC, exact same thing you'll find. Only thing is that ATC already begins at a higher point than the MC. एक साथ नहीं begin होता है. But ATC also falls and MC also falls. Again, you see, MC is already lower and ATC falls from 1200 to 650. Marginal falls from 200 to 100. It means marginal is again lower than ATC. सो ये देखो, एटीसी फॉल किया 650 पे, ये 100 पे, ये 450 पे, ये 60 पे, ये 350 पे, ये 40 पे, then 320 पे. All right, it has still falling and marginal has begun to rise here. By the time from the lowest point, lowest कितना है 320, it rises to 334, marginal rises to 400. So marginal is going to cut the average total cost also from its lowest point. So if I have to plot all three together, so this is your marginal cost and average cost, and this is your output. First you draw the marginal cost so it becomes easier. You don't have to draw anything, you have already drawn in my class. So this is your marginal cost. All right. Average begins from the same point as the marginal. This is your average variable cost, AVC. And then you have ATC, initially big difference, and then go ahead, decreases. This is your ATC. So what you will find here is that क्या रे शॉपिंग का एडवर्टीजमेंट निकाल. Right now what you will see here is that when I cover this point, can I say when AVC is falling, that is AVC has negative slope, then MC lies below the AVC? Correct or not? Can I also say, if suppose I take this into consideration, अभी आप AVC को हटा दो. So can I say when ATC is falling, then also the marginal cost lies completely below the ATC curve? So now if I take this one, all right, इसको हटा दो. Can I say when AVC has a positive slope, then marginal cost lies completely above the ATC, AVC? Correct? Now if I move the AVC, then can I say the same way that when ATC has a positive slope, that is rising, MC is above the ATC curve? Correct? So it means, can I say here that when when ATC and AVC are falling, that means they have a negative slope, then MC lies below AVC and ATC, or you can choose the option that says MC is less than AVC and ATC. Correct? All right. Can I also say that when ATC and AVC are rising, it means they have positive slope, then MC lies above AVC and ATC. It means you can also say marginal cost is more than AVC and ATC when ATC and AVC have positive slope. And can I also say that MC curve cuts both AVC and ATC curve from below, from their respective lowest point? Isn't it clear? Hai? So from these points you will get the question with regard to comparison between AVC, ATC and MC. Clear? Hai? Now in the long run, what happens in the long run? In the long run, there is no distinction between ATC and AVC because everything is variable. You don't have to say this is AVC and this is ATC. You can simply call average cost or average total cost. So in the long run, you will not have two curves. You will have a single curve, average cost and marginal cost, and here the quantity of output. You will have one single curve. You can call it AC, ATC, or you can also call it long run average cost curve. And again the same way, marginal cost will fall down and cut the ABC and ATC curve from its lowest point. This is your marginal cost. This is the point where MC is equals to AC or ATC. At the same time, AC or ATC is lowest. When it has a positive slope, AC or ATC has a positive slope, at that point MC is more than AC or ATC. And when AC or ATC has a negative slope, then MC is less than AC or ATC. Alright. Now they will try to confuse you. Now from the diagram you can find out easily. It means when AC or ATC is rising, positive slope hai, it means MC must be rising and MC must be above the ATC curve. When AC or ATC curve has a downward slope, negative slope, then it must be true that MC is also falling. So MC curve will lie below the AC or ATC curve. So from the diagram you know it, but from the concept base they will try to confuse you. Remember, marginal can determine the direction of the average. So what happens to marginal, we can look at it and we can say the same thing should happen to average. It means if marginal is rising, the average must be rising. It will never happen that marginal is rising and average is falling. And if marginal is falling, you choose the option that says AC or ATC is also falling. But if they ask you AC or ATC is rising or falling, what you can conclude with regard to marginal, you cannot say with certainty. Because average can change without even change in the marginal. Marginal you are not able to calculate. The height example, if you remember, yaad hai? Nahi. You see, there are 100 students, let's say in the class, and I want to find out the average height of the students. Now, what I have to do? I have to add everybody's height and divide it by 100. So let's say you found out that the average height of the classroom is 5.5 feet. That doesn't mean that everybody is 5 feet tall, 5.5 feet. It means that some can be 6 feet tall, some may be 5 feet tall, some may be five lower than 5 feet, and so on. Now somebody knocks on the door. Who is he? Marginal person, because he was not in the classroom. I open the door, I look at him. This bugger is 7 feet tall. Now I include him in the average and again take the average. What will happen to the average? Go up. Average will go up. So can we conclude when the marginal person height was more than the average height of the classroom, the average will increase by a small proportion, but it will increase. Repeat the example again. Long person is gone. So 100 students and 5.5 feet. Somebody again knocked. When I open the door, I look, nobody is anywhere. Then I say, sir, I look down. This bugger is 3.5 feet tall or 4 feet tall. I include him in the average and take the average. What will happen? Average will go down. So what we can conclude here, when the marginal was more than the average went up. When the marginal is less than the average goes down. But same thing you cannot say. Suppose if I close the classroom, 100 students are there, 5.5 feet is the average height, and some of you will gain some height, let's say in some time. So I can calculate the average is increased, but can I calculate the marginal? The answer is no. If I take a numerical value here, let's suppose this is your quantity of output, this is the total cost, this is the average cost, or you say marginal cost, and this is the AC or ATC average cost. I was producing 10 units, total cost is 200, marginal cost nothing, average is 20. I'm producing 20 unit, total cost is 300. Marginal is how much now? 10. Is this marginal lower than the previous average? Yes. If I calculate the average, what will happen? Average comes down to 15. 300 by 20 is 15. If I produce 30 units and it increases to 360. Now what is the marginal? 6. Is it lower than the previous average? Yes. If I take the average now, you see, average will come down. So can I say when the marginal is falling, then the average will also fall? When marginal cost is decreasing, average cost will also decrease. But let's say if I'm producing 40 units and let's say I incurred 600. What is the marginal now? That will be 240. 240 by 10. 24 हो गया ना marginal. 24 ही हुआ ना? हाँ, 24. If I take the average now, what is the average? 600 by 40. That will be कितना आ जाएगा? 4 1 जो 4. हाँ? 15. You got the 15. It means now average has increased. So can I calculate? Can I say when the marginal is increasing, then the average will also increase? But if I take another example, let's say again quantity है, total cost है, marginal cost है, average cost है. Sir, good morning. Sir, please improve handwriting. Can't happen. All right. Improve handwriting. नर्सरी किड रहे. मैं डॉक्टर बनते बनते इकोनॉमिक्स बन गया. Go and say this to a doctor. All right. Now, after a long time, somebody has said this. So, mm, now 10 units, total cost is 200, marginal cost I cannot calculate, and average cost is 20 here. Now, is it a possibility that I'm producing 10 units but my total cost increases to 300? Can it be possibility? हाँ, हो सकता है क्या? Of course हो सकता है. Inflation can increase, government increase taxes, petrol price बढ़ गया, carriage inward cost has increased. Anything can happen. So now, what is my average? 30. But can I calculate the marginal? If I try to calculate the marginal, I'll get an infinite value. Why? Change in total cost is 100. Change in output is what? 0. Can you have an infinite marginal cost? No. So we've seen that average has increased, but marginal we cannot calculate. There could also be a possibility I'm producing 10 units and you know the total cost falls down to 150. Now the average is how much? 15. Again, can I calculate the marginal? The answer is no. So what happens here? Average cost we have seen can increase or decrease, but marginal we cannot be with certainty say anything what is happening to marginal. But when the marginal is changing, we can with certainty say what happens to the average. Clear hai? Then comes long run average cost curve or planning curve. Long run average cost LAC curve, also known as planning curve or envelope curve. Now, why do we call it planning curve or envelope curve? You see, here we'll take average cost, here we'll take the quantity of output, and this is your LAC curve. All these are successive plan that I'm putting that you can call it as short run average cost curve. Successive plan that I'm putting into the business. Now what happens? These are your SSE1, SSE2 and so on so forth. This is your LAC curve. Correct. Now let's say you start one business. You bought a plant. That plant maximum output size is 1 lakh units. Initially you will not produce 1 lakh unit. So you are underproducing because you don't know whether you will be able to sell or not. So you are producing at this point and this is your average cost. This is your level of output. Correct. But if you are able to produce more, it means your total cost will increase but at a diminishing rate. I was producing 50,000 unit, I was incurring 1 lakh. If I produce 1 lakh unit, it may increase not to 2 lakh but 1 lakh 80,000. Don't you think average will fall down? All right. Think it in simple terms. Right. यहाँ पर मैं quantity लिया, यहाँ पे total cost लिया. If I was producing let's say 10 units, total cost was 200. When I'm producing 20 units, total cost is increasing to 300. Don't you think average or LAC is going to fall down? Same logic here. Average will be 20 here. Average will be 20 here. Average will be 15. All right. So better utilization. So economics tells us that try to scale up your production because when you scale up your production, you will receive the law of variable proportion benefit. So यहाँ पे मैं increase किया. Now I'm producing at the point wherein my average cost is lowest on that plant. Beyond that point, if I produce, the average cost begins to rise and because the total cost is increasing sharply. Economics tells us that the most productive efficient point in the short run is the lowest point of your SSC curve and most productive efficient point in the long run is the point wherein your LAC is lowest. All right, it means this point. So if I use the same plant to increase the level of output, देखो क्या हुआ, my output increase किया same plant पे, But what is happening to my average cost? Isn't it rising? Correct? But if I put another plant and try to produce at the lowest point of that another plant, don't you think, you see, my average cost falls down? If I again try to misuse that plant, then what will happen? I'm able to increase my level of output, but what is happening? My average cost is also rising. So economics tells me that don't do that. You buy another plant. When you put in another plant, you see you are able to increase your level of output and average cost decrease, because as you go on producing more and more, you get the better benefit in terms of raw material discount that you get from the suppliers. Your machines are properly utilized. Your all your cost doesn't increase in the same proportion, and you continue to do that, and you reach a point wherein your LAC is lowest. All right. So it means till the time your LAC is falling down, you're getting increasing return, because cost increasing at a diminishing rate is a good thing. Productivity cost increasing at a diminishing rate, it means productivity is increasing at a increasing rate. So interrelation hai, but negative hai. If you increase your debit side, your net profit will go on down on the credit side. If you decrease your debit side, then your net profit will go up. Correct or not? So inverse relation hai. So total cost is increasing at a decreasing rate. It means average is falling down. It is a good thing. It is not a bad thing. But after reaching the lowest point, what happens? अभी देखो यहाँ क्या कर रहा है, 30 यूनिट्स में प्रोड्यूस किया, लेट्स से 360 हुआ, मेरा एवरेज कितना हो गया 12, 40 यूनिट्स प्रोड्यूस किया 400, एवरेज कितना हो गया 10. But now if suppose if I produce 50 units and it increases, let's say to 600, what is my average then? It increases back to 12. So it means I'm getting diminishing returns now. Economics tells me do not go beyond this, because when businesses become big, why I'm not getting the same benefit? Because when the businesses become big, it becomes unmanageable and complexity will increase in the business. So after reaching the lowest point, you should not increase your output beyond that point, as you will slip into what is known as stage of diminishing return. All right, clear. But if that is the case, then no business will achieve, can become as big as Apple, Tesla, or Reliance, or Maruti, or Bajaj Auto, or HDFC Bank. They can. Is there a possibility that after reaching the lowest point, the LAC curve doesn't rise up, it becomes flat? यहाँ पर ये नीचे गिर के it was used to rise. What I'm saying is that, is it a possibility after falling it to its lowest point, it doesn't rise up, it becomes flat? It means now you can go on adding plant after plant after plant, but your average cost do not increase, and this becomes your LAC curve. Your average cost do not increase doesn't mean that your cost is not increasing. What you're trying to do here is that आपका एवरेज यहाँ पे 10 था, आप एवरेज को 10 कर दो हमेशा के लिए. It means when you're producing 500, here 500, 60, 600, 70 input, 700. So don't you think average is constant now? It means your total cost increasing in the same proportion. That is a possibility. Yes, that is only possible when there is advanced technology. So when advanced technology is used, then after reaching your most productive efficient point, that is the lowest point when of your LAC, it doesn't rise up, and you can continue to scale up your operation again and again. Only due to technology it happens. So due to advanced technology, the LAC curve will become an L shaped curve. L shaped curve. Also remember what kind of question they will ask you. Very, very important. LAC curve has both negative and positive slope. Correct? Both negative and positive slope. This is your average cost. This is your quantity. So here you have negative slope, no? Negative slope of LAC. Now our mind tells us, tricks us that negative is always bad. No, negative here is good. Why negative is good? Because with the increase in the level of output, your average cost is falling down. It means your total cost increases at a diminishing rate. So negative slope of LAC is good. Why good? Because total cost is increasing at diminishing rate. When your cost is increasing at diminishing rate, cost is increasing but diminishing rate, slowly increase kar raha hai. It's a good thing, no? That's why average is falling down. So it means when your cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, what you're getting is increasing returns to scale. And Why you are getting increasing returns to scale? Because you have what is known as economies of scale, which consist of internal economies and external economies. But on the right hand side, if you go, you have a positive slope of the LSE. You have positive slope of LSE. Now, positive or mind tricks always good, but here it's bad. Why? Because with the increase in the level of output, your cost is increasing. It means your average cost is increasing. It means your total cost must be increasing at increasing rate. So, positive slope of LSE curve oh, is considered as bad. Why bad? Because TC is increasing at increasing rate. Productivity increasing at increasing rate good, but cost is increasing at increasing rate bad. Cost increasing at increasing rate, it means diminishing return. Cost increasing at diminishing rate as means increasing return. So total cost is increasing at increasing rate, that's why it's bad. And when total cost is increasing at increasing rate, average is rising, it means you are getting diminishing returns to scale. And diminishing returns to scale happen due to, we have learned just now, this economies of scale, which can be divided into internal diseconomies and external diseconomy. So if they give you the LSE curve is negative slope, which of the following is true? There is increasing returns, false, because diminishing return, right? Total cost increases at a increasing rate, false. Total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, yeah, right? There is internal diseconomies, external diseconomies of scale, all wrong. So answer you have to choose. Total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. There is increasing returns. There is economies of scale. There is internal economies. There is external economies. If they ask you positive slope एवरेज bad. Total cost increases at an increasing rate. आपको लिखने का है. Diminishing rate दिया तो wrong. All right. You're getting external economies. No, you're getting external diseconomies, internal diseconomies, external diseconomies. All right. Clear. So this will help you cover 3 to 4 questions easily that they ask from the LAC curve. All right. So let's take a break. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. Cost is over. So production cost over in 2 hours. All right. We'll meet and then we'll finish off the in the next unit. We'll finish off the competition and also business cycle. And May, if we have time, we'll begin with national income. Last 2 chapter भी खत्म कर देगा national income का आज. ठीक है. See you on the other side. Half an hour. A break will resume at exactly 1 o'clock. Yes. Not required. All right, let's continue. Friends, students, are you able to hear me clearly? Please close that doors. All right. So let's start with chapter 5, chapter 4, market. Now you see, market can be divided into various categories. It can be in the on the basis of area. You have a local market where it perishable goods are sold. Local market because wherever density of population increases, there will be a local market that will set up to sell perishable and agriculture goods. So if they ask you local market, perishable goods and agriculture goods are sold. Then there will be regional market wherein the area span is bigger, so you will find durable goods are sold, and national market where goods which are sold have uniformity in price. So you see, for example, metals, iron ore, coal, crude, and everything. Then on the basis of time, very short period market, here supply cannot be increased. Agriculture and perishable goods. In the long run, you can increase. In a very short period, you cannot increase. Then you have short period market wherein durable goods are sold. Non-durable goods are sold, wherein you can increase the supply by changing the variable input only. All right. Then you have long period market where durable goods are sold. It means you have enough time available to increase the supply as the demand increases by changing both the variable and fixed units, fixed inputs. And then you have a very long period market, which is also known as secular market, wherein it's a market for infrastructure like roads, railway, electricity, power, and everything. So there the demand increases slowly, and so supply also increases very slowly over a very long period of time over several decades. Then it could be a regulated market, unregulated market. A regulated market wherein there are regulatory institutions to make framework, guidelines, rules, and regulations that every business in that industry have to follow. For capital market we have SEBI, for banking sector we have RBI, for telecom sector we have TRAI, for insurance sector we have IRDA. So the every insurance company will have to abide by the regulations made by the IRDA. Likewise, every bank will have to abide by the regulations made by the Reserve Bank of India, and so on and so forth. Unregulated market wherein there is no regulation, there is no statutory body to determine what should be the standard of goods sold, what should be the uh, you know rules and regulations to follow. Then it could be a spot market wherein current transaction take place, both the transaction of buy and sell and the delivery of goods will take place simultaneously. Or you have a futures market where a forward contract takes place, wherein the transaction of buy and sell will take place currently, but the delivery will happen sometime in future. Largely in the market, we'll be studying about the categorization of market in terms of competition. Either it could be a perfect competition, or it could be monopolistic competition, or it could be oligopoly or oligopolistic competition as well, or it could be monopoly. Now remember, perfect competition to monopoly, when you go, the level of competition decreases. It means perfect competition will have extreme form of competition, and monopoly there is no competition. In case of monopolistic market, competition will be lower than perfect competition but greater than oligopoly and monopoly. And in oligopoly you'll have lesser competition than monopolistic and perfect competition, but there will be some amount of competition which you don't find in case of monopoly. There is no competition, and competition and the price is inversely related. It means the greater the competition, lower the price, lower the competition, higher the price. So in a monopoly you'll find highest level of price is charged by the seller, and perfect competition lowest level of price is charged. Now what kind of question they can ask you? They can ask you what are the characteristics of independently about uh, perfect competition or monopolistic or oligopoly or monopoly. They can ask you also what are the similar characteristic between monopolistic and monopolistic perfect competition, or similar characteristic between monopolistic and oligopoly. And also they can ask you unique characteristics. Some unique characteristic, it means it is only found in that competition, is not found anywhere else. Now understand, when we talk about perfect competition doesn't exist. Sometimes they ask you which market is an ideally constructed market, only a theoretical reality, practically it does not exist. It is a perfect competition market, it doesn't exist. Then why do we study about it? To get a benchmark, as simple as that. If we don't know what is the perfect situation, what is the characteristic under the perfect situation, we will not be able to figure out how imperfect the other market is. So the imperfectness of the market will help us determine, I mean, the level of imperfectness, how far away is situated from perfect competition. Sometimes they also ask you which market is closely related to perfect competition or closer to perfect competition. Now, perfect competition do not exist. But if they ask you which competition is closer to a perfect competition, then you will say it is an agriculture and perishable goods market, because the you know, goods sold in agriculture market are very close substitute. All right. Now, perfect competition, first of all, we say there are large number of small sellers. Now, what is small sellers? Small sellers, small or big, the company we don't determine here with regard to investment as we usually do. Generally, how do we say that a company is a big company is a small company is a medium segment company, mid-sized company, according to the investment? But here, no. Here, a seller is considered big or small with regard to its capacity to affect the market. So here all the sellers are considered small because no seller has the power to affect the market through its pricing. Now this is a similar characteristic that you'll find in monopolistic market as well. You'll find that there are many examples. All right. Let's say, for example, you take ITC. ITC is a very big company in terms of investment. ITC makes various products. ITC also makes FMCG goods. Correct? FMCG goods, Sunfeast biscuit, Bingo chips, and this and that. But ITC is a small company with regard to FMCG product. Why? Maybe a very big company in terms of turnover, but India is a very big country. Even if 5% of the people will buy ITC product, it will make huge amount of profit. But when somebody is controlling 5% of the market, do you think they have the power to affect the market price uh, uh, significantly by their output decision? No. If ITC says मैं Bingo नहीं produce करेगा, Lay's will fill the gap. By decreasing the supply of Bingo, ITC will not be able to push up the price of chips from 10 rupees to 50 rupees. All right. But if ITC is controlling for some product, let's say cigarette, the same company for FMCG is considered a small company because it cannot affect the market price to its output decision. But the same company for cigarette is considered as a very big company. Why? Because it controls 70 to 75% of the cigarette sales in India. Now, ITC can bring about a drastic change in the price of cigarette because you are a giant. Understand? If why Jio gave you free for 2 years to increase its market share, it means the number of customers. And only when Jio found out that 25-30% of the people are now using Jio, it started to, you know, formally launch and decrease the price. Price battle happened. If Jio was controlling only 5 or 2% of the customer, do you think Jio would have brought revolutionary change in the pricing of telecom? The answer is no. So here the seller are considered as small because no seller can affect the market price to its output decision. Goods sold in a perfect competitive market are perfect substitute. So perfect substitute को कई बार identical goods भी बोलते हैं. Identical goods. Perfect substitute do not exist because when two goods are perfect substitute, they'll give exact same satisfaction to the consumer. So usko identical goods also we can call it. We can also call it as homogeneous goods, or we can also call it as undifferentiated goods. So every company, suppose this pen is made by 30 or 40 companies, then whether I buy from one company or another company, it will be the exact same pen. Right. Next, we say that firm in a perfect competition are, they do not discriminate the price. It means in a monopoly, what happens? I can produce a pen. My cost of production is 100. I can sell to somebody at 120, to some other at 200. Why I can do that? Because customers have no choice. Cross elasticity is zero. I cannot replace one commodity with another because there is no substitute available. So I can say to the customer, you want to buy, you don't want to buy, no problem. But in case of perfect competition, there are so many sellers. Do you think I can discriminate the price? No. To everybody, I'll have to sell at the same price. So there'll be no price discrimination. Moreover, so we say no price discrimination. Moreover, we say that the firms are price takers. Now, price takers का मतलब क्या है? This is the unique feature of perfect competition. A unique feature because all other competition, the firms are price maker. I'm a price taker. Why price taker? If suppose the competition is so strong, let's say the cost of production was 100 rupees, I was selling at 120 rupees, 30 more sellers enter the market. They take away my customer by reducing the price. They try to take away my customer. So the price will fall down from 110 to 105. When the price will fall down, I lose my customers. What I'll do? I will also decrease the price to 103. By that time, 50 more sellers enter the market, and this way, due to competition, the price will keep falling very close to the cost of production. But the thing is, can it go below the cost of production or equalize with the cost of production? No. So it means now, if suppose the price has come down, market price has come down to 100 rupees 20 paisa or 10 paisa, can anybody sell below that? No. It means any more seller entering the market will have to take up that price. They cannot sell at a higher price. Nobody will buy because goods are perfect substitute. Why will I pay even pay even 10 paisa for the same substitute? And nobody can sell at a lower price because you have to sell below the cost. So firms end up becoming price taker. Now, when every firm is fighting with each other, do you think any firm can create a barrier to block the entry of a new seller? No. How do you think a monopolist? Monopolist is one who is having a monopoly. It's different from monopolistic. Don't get confused. So, how will, if I'm a monopolist, I have a monopoly, market power, I am the only seller. If a new seller tries to enter, how can I block his entry? I will decrease the price significantly. I can sell below cost as well. I'm able to sell because I've exploited the customer since long. I've got a deep pocket. I've made a lot of profit for so many years. I can sell even at a loss for 1 year. Can you sell at a new as a new seller at a loss for 1 year? No. So you know that this is going to happen to you. You will not try to enter the market because you'll not be able to compete with them. So this way you can create a price barrier in a monopoly. But in perfect competition, when every dog is fighting with each other, do you think is it possible for them to come together and create a barrier to block the entry of a new seller? The answer is no. So there is what we say is free entry and exit. All right, free entry and exit. Moreover, here the firm can only earn normal profit. Losses can happen in every business. Remember, losses and normal losses can happen every time, anytime in any business, even when monopoly. Sometimes they try to confuse you. Can a monopolist who is having a monopoly incur losses? Yes. Yes, incur losses. Customers don't have a choice to substitute, but what if the customer don't want to buy your product? What if the monopoly is run by the government? Railway is a monopoly of the government of India. Is it running at a loss? Yes, it is running at a loss. All right. Postal services used to be a monopoly. It is no more a monopoly. So it means sometimes the monopoly can be run by the government, and even in the private sector, sometimes monopoly, but they end up losing their market. Nokia had a monopoly. What happened? In India, it had monopoly for 6 months. Then Sony Ericsson came. Then all other came. Now Nokia is gone. Nokia is gone. But Nokia used to have a monopoly. Correct or not? So even a monopolist can incur losses. But in perfect competition, abnormal losses can happen anytime in any other competition, but abnormal profit is not possible. Why abnormal profit is not possible? Abnormal profit will possible only when you are able to exploit the customer. Now, what is abnormal profit? What is abnormal profit? You have to understand. If suppose seller A or seller X, his cost of production is, let's say, X ka cost of production is rupees 100. His selling price is rupees 1100. His profit per unit is 1000, and total quantity he is selling is, let's say, uh, 1000 quantity. So what is his total profit? Total profit is 10 lakh. Total profit is 10 lakh. Correct. Now another seller Y, his cost of production is also rupees 100, but his selling price is 110. His profit per unit is 10, but he's selling 1 crore unit. His profit is 10 crore. ये 10 lakh है, ये 10 crore है. Who is earning abnormal profit? X or Y? X is earning abnormal profit. Abnormal profit or normal profit is not determined according to the total profit. Abnormal profit is determined with regard to what is the difference between the cost price and selling price. Even if he's selling only one unit and is earning 1000 of profit, that is also abnormal profit. Here, because here the margin is only 10%. That is not a very big margin. But here, what is the margin? Margin is 1000%. Isn't it? Now tell me, when everybody is selling just little bit above the cost price, can anybody earn abnormal profit? The answer is no. Abnormal profit is not a possibility. No, abnormal or supernormal means the same thing, profit. Then advertisement. What is the purpose of advertisement? Advertisement try to differentiate the product. Bingo is better than Lays. Adidas is better than Nike. Ghadi detergent is better than Nirma. Whatever it is. But when everybody is selling a perfect substitute, it is an assumption taken also that people have perfect knowledge about the market. When people have perfect knowledge about the market, can you fool them? Can you advertise and say my product is better than another? People will say it's a perfect substitute. So the businesses do not earn any kind of advertisement or selling cost, because if I advertise my product, I'm advertising everybody's product, because goods are perfect substitute. Moreover, when I'm earning wafer thin margin of profit, hairline margin of profit on every commodity, every unit of the good I sell, will I be able to afford any extra expenditure with regard to advertisement? The answer is no. So there'll be no advertisement cost. Sometimes advertisement cost is also known as selling cost. Clear? All right. Now, we also say that in case of a perfect competition, the demand curve is a horizontal straight line. Not only that, here the AR will be equals to MR. Say for example, if I take here price, here quantity, here TR, MR and AR. The price remains same. Nobody can increase or decrease the price. If somebody is selling 1 unit, somebody is selling 2, somebody is 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. What is the TR? Here 10, here 20, here 30, here 40, here 50. What is the marginal revenue here? It will be 10, 30 minus 20 divided by 3 minus 2. So 10, 10 and 10. What is the average revenue? Average revenue is also 10, 10, 10. So MR and AR is the same. Of course, AR will be equals to price. So this is also a unique feature of a perfect competition wherein MR and AR is same. In all other competition, you will see MR and AR, they're starting from the same point, but they will diverge. All right, clear. So if I have to draw, this is your AR curve and this is your MR curve. And we know that AR curve is also known as demand curve. Now, with regard to equilibrium, when we talk about industry equilibrium, and here firms equilibrium. Now, how did we study about industry equilibrium? It will be determined at the point wherein supply is equal to demand, and this is your equilibrium price and this is your equilibrium quantity. Now, this quantity, do you think it is produced by one company? No, it has been produced by many businesses. So all the businesses, whatever the output, if I add, that will give you the Q here. So for the industry, for any particular product, the equilibrium will be determined whether demand is equal to supply. But how do you determine the equilibrium for a firm? Here, in that case, you have to take this price line towards this one, and this is the price here, or you can say revenue and cost, and this is the output. Now we know this is your AR is equals to MR. So we'll have to find out where the MC curve hits the MR curve. Now remember, I cannot change this price. I'm a price taker. I cannot change this line over here or bring it down over here. So the industry is giving me the price, that is, let's say assume rupees 10 price. I cannot sell at more than 10 or less than 10. But there is a possibility I can increase my profitability. Why? How? By decreasing my cost of production. We know as you go on producing more and more, initially your total cost increases at a diminishing rate, and as a result your marginal and average cost will fall down. Let's say I'm producing 500 units here. What is my additional cost of producing 500 units? Let's say it's 2. What is the total marginal revenue that I'm generating? 8. Am I in the positive zone? Yes, I'm in the positive zone. MR is more than MC. If I'm producing, let's say 200 more, 500 more, or 300 more units, means I'm producing 800 units. Again, my marginal cost increases to this point. Isn't it still lower than marginal revenue? Still, I'm in the positive zone. I'll continue to produce. I'm producing, let's say, I'm producing, let's say, 200 more units. It means I'm producing now 1000 units. Again, marginal cost is lower than my marginal revenue. I will continue to produce. The moment I hit the point wherein MR equals to MC, I should stop, because that will give me the idea that whatever profitability I should have achieved, I've achieved. If I go beyond this, then what will happen? I'm producing more number of units and my marginal cost is over here, but my marginal revenue I cannot increase. So is it a good point? The answer is no. So for a independent firm, individual firm, the equilibrium will be at the point wherein MR is equals to MC. So the point that you need to remember is that equilibrium for firm is where MR equals to MC. Now also remember MR equals to MC, also known as point of profit maximization, because highest possible revenue you are earning over that point. Next, MC curve will cut the MR curve and AR curve from below. Next, when MC, or you can say MR more than MC, then you should increase the level of output. When MC is more than MR, then you should decrease the level of output. Clear? Hai? Now comes what is known as point of profit loss, abnormal loss, and so on. So these 3 points are very important, and always they ask you question with regard to that. And that is, if suppose AR is more than AC or ATC, then you get what is known as supernormal profit, which is also known as abnormal profit. When AR is equals to AC or ATC, you get normal profit. When AR is less than AC or ATC, you may get loss or abnormal loss. Now the question comes, sir, when AR is equals to AC or ATC, I'm getting break even. How can there be a normal profit? Here the concept of economic cost, accounting cost, and implicit cost will come. Let's say your average revenue was rupees 1000. Right. If I deduct your accounting cost, that is your average में भी आप accounting cost calculate कर सकता है. So if I deduct your accounting cost, let's say it is 800, then you have accounting profit of 200. Let's say your implicit cost is 200, then you are getting zero economic profit. But we know that zero economic profit means normal accounting profit. So it means if suppose your AR is 1000 and your AC is also 1000, in this 1000 you have explicit cost of 800 and implicit cost of 200. If you do not take the implicit cost, then actually you're getting accounting profit. As simple as that. So you have to keep in mind these particular points. Even if you don't remember the diagram, no problem. ये 3 point याद रखो and 1 marks you will get. Clear hai? Alright. Then it comes to the concept of production continue and shutdown decision. Now in this situation you have 3 conditions. They all are loss making situation and they all are short term situation, because no business can continue to incur losses in the long run and survive. So every time a business has a loss, does it mean that business will shut down? The answer is no. It depends upon the degree of loss. It also depends upon, if you shut down, will you be able to minimize your loss or not? So in that case, we will compare what is known as average revenue with average variable cost. Now in the first situation, if suppose I say price, which is nothing but your average revenue, is equals to your average variable cost, then should you continue to produce or not? Let's take an example. So if suppose your AR is rupees 100, your AVC also is rupees 100, plus your average fixed cost is rupees 50. Now what is your burden of loss? Burden of loss is equal to rupees 50, correct or not? Because from the average revenue you are able to recover all your variable costs, but nothing of your, nothing in terms of, right or wrong? So if suppose I shut down, I could not shut down, by the way. You shut down, yes, I don't shut down. I could not shut down, but if suppose I shut down, if I shut down, if we shut down, then don't you think this AR you will not get, because बनाया नहीं तो बेचेगा क्या? And when you have not produced anything, this bill also you will not incur. But do you think your fixed cost will go away? Do you think bank will say, okay, no problem, you have shut down your operation, don't pay the interest? They will come and take away my factory. So it means if I shut down, what will be the loss? Loss remains at 50 rupees or not? Right. In this case, loss can even increase because you are producing less, so your average fixed cost may also increase. So you should continue to produce. Now remember, this is known as shutdown point. Why we'll see, but you should continue to produce because whether you produce or not produce, your burden is same. So it's better to produce because if you are producing, then two things can happen: good and bad. The bad over band kar देना. But if you shut down right now, you'll not be able to see the good thing in the market. What if in the second situation, what if your average revenue or that is the market price, it increases? Now AR is greater than AVC. Let's take this example. If suppose AR is now rupees 120, your AVC will remain the same because cost is not going to get affected when the market price is changing. 100 plus your AFC will be how much? Rupees 50. So what is your burden of loss? Burden of loss is equals to rupees 30. Correct or not? Because from this 120, 100 rupees is entirely covered and 20 rupees of fixed cost is covered. So it means you have a negative of 30 only here. If we shut down, if we shut down, then what will happen? What will happen? This AR of 120, it will not come. This ABC of rupees 100, you will, don't you think your AFC is 50? So don't you think your burden of loss now, sorry, burden of loss equals to 50? Don't you think burden of loss increases here if you shut down? Because when you're producing from your market price, you are able to cover not only your variable cost in entirety, but also some of your fixed costs. And when you shut down, you will not get anything. So it means nothing of your average fixed cost is covered. So you should definitely produce even though you have a loss. Here the magnitude of loss has come down. If you shut down, then your burden will increase. But good thing or bad thing can also happen to my business. How bad thing can happen? Average revenue or price, what if it decreases? What if now average revenue or price is 80 rupees? Now what my average variable cost is rupees 100. What is my average fixed cost? Is rupees 50. Now from this 80, I will cover only 80 of my average variable cost. It means 20 balance negative रह गया मेरा. And what is the balance here? 50 negative balance. So what is my burden of loss? Burden of loss will be equals to 70 rupees. What if I shut down? Now tell me if I shut down, then this 80 rupees I will not get. ये zero हो गया. But this 100 rupees also I will not incur. This is also zero. Because when my output is zero, variable cost is zero, average variable cost will be zero. It will be the burden. Burden will be 50. So don't you think burden of loss will come down if I shut down? It will not be eliminated, but it will come down. नहीं क्या हुआ? ना सब है everything fell off here. Oh, check this one. Online students, am I audible? Just reply. Now, am I audible? Now, is it proper audio? No proper. चल रहा है. Give me that one. All right. Clear now. Okay. So you should definitely shut down. Now remember why in the first case I've told you this is a shutdown point. When price is equals to AVC, you should continue to produce. Why it is a shutdown point? Because even if the price falls down by 1 rupee, you should definitely shut down. You're standing on the cliff. So price or AR is equals to AVC. It's a shutdown point, but you should continue to produce. When price or AR more than AVC, you should definitely continue to produce. Shutting down will increase your burden of loss. But when price or AR is less than AVC, then you should certainly shut down. By shutting down, you will not eliminate your losses, but you can minimize the burden of loss to only the fixed factor input that you are not able to recover. Clear? Now, next comes monopolistic market. Monopolistic market. Monopolistic competition. Now, remember, monopolistic competition is the competition that we are living all around. More than 95% of the world market has become a monopolistic market. We say that if any commodity is sold by more than 10 companies, it's a monopolistic market. Now think about it. In last 1 year, whatever you have purchased, whether you have purchased ice cream, whether you purchase a computer, whether you purchase an AC, whether you purchase a toothpaste or a shoe, is it made by more than are there more than 10 brands available for it? Yes, it means we are surviving in the monopolistic market. The world has become a monopolistic market that we'll study again in the new trade theory in your international trade. So, in monopolistic market, this is the most you can say prominent form of market existing for most of the product that will buy in the world. Not every product, but for most of the product. We say again there are large number of small sellers. Again, this is common point between monopolistic and perfect competition because every seller is considered as a small seller, not with regard to that investment, but with regard to its power to affect the market. With regard to its power to affect the market. If suppose tomorrow Colgate Palmolive says that I will disrupt the market, my toothpaste produce nahi karega, I will underproduce. What will happen? Do you think the price of toothpaste will increase? No. Colgate Palmolive will decrease the supply, then other companies will increase the supply. The market will never see the vacuum. And that is the reason that the price of these commodities are very stable. We'll never see that the price of toothpaste, perfume, potato chips, t-shirts. कभी सुना है क्या 500 रुपए का मिल रहा है 5,000 का मिल रहा है No. Why? Because there can never be a gap in the market. If suppose demand increases, supplies will increase the supply. If one seller decreases the supply, then others will meet the supply. There will be enough goods to meet the demand at any given point in time. कभी ऐसा सुना क्या कैडबरीज खरीदना है बट किसी शॉप में नहीं मिल रहा है राइट within your 500 meter radius you can buy Cadbury's anytime, correct? All right, so the sellers are small because no seller can affect the market price to its output decision. Then the businesses cannot discriminate the price. The answer is no. How can? If consumers have choice, you cannot discriminate the price. Moreover, consumers are companies are price maker or price taker. Price maker. The price taker only perfect competition. How price maker? See, one commodity is sold at different prices. If you make a shampoo or a soap or a perfume or a t-shirt or a shoe or a watch or anything, वो लेट्स से सोप 5 रुपए का भी मिल रहा है 50 रुपए का भी मिल रहा है 500 रुपए का भी मिल रहा है. Now let's say your soap is in the category between 20 rupees to 40 rupees. Now, at what price you will sell? Of course, above more than your cost of production. But how much more? That will depend upon you. So the firm is a price maker. All right, मेरे को एक restaurant खोला. At what price I should sell? Do you think market is giving me one price? No, I'll look at all the restaurants around my area and try to then determine the price. How much more, how much less I'm going to charge. So I'm a price maker. Now, in monopolistic market, advertisement plays a very important role. Monopolistic market ko we say it's a non-price competition. All right, what is non-price competition? You see, competition is not fought on the basis of pricing but on the basis of advertisement. Companies know that bombard the people with advertisement and increase the price, people will buy. Law of demand will not work. It happens. That's why you see there are things. You want to buy a mobile phone, monopolistic market hai. A phone is available at 50,000 rupees, at 1 lakh rupees, at 1.5 lakh rupees, at 2 lakh rupees. Now my question is, what is the difference between a 2 lakh rupees mobile phone and 50,000 rupees mobile phone? Is the difference 300%? 300% ज्यादा फीचर मिल रहा उसमें? क्या है? एप्पल का फोन लेगा, हेयर कट हो जाएगा क्या? बोलेगा हेयर कट, सीजर निकल के हेयर कट कर दिया, खाना बना दिया, ऐसा तो नहीं. So you are paying 300, 400 more price. Why, if I ask you? Are you getting 300% more benefit? Yes. No, you're not getting the. Then why you are buying advertisement? We all are a victim of advertisement. All right. So companies will advertise the product, make Mahesh Babu jump from one building to another and sell you thumbs up. You try to jump, gravity will kill you. All right. So non-price competition means advertisement cost or selling cost plays a very, very important role. Of course, there cannot be barrier to entry. If I want to open a restaurant and place it on Swiggy, do you think other restaurants will create a barrier for me? The answer is no. Free entry and exit is there. Now the question is, losses anybody can incur under any sun. No business is immune to loss or abnormal loss. कहीं भी हो सकता है, याद रखने का. But can a monopolist earn abnormal profit? Yes, but only in the short run. How can they earn abnormal profit? By introducing a unique feature in the product. And this unique feature is not available anywhere. Apple लाया phone, बोला you are making jalebis to open the phone. Now thumbprint से open कर देगा. People went gaga. ये लोग खाए गए. And 1 लाख रुपए में बेचा iPhone 5s. Then Apple said, okay, no problem, facial recognition लाएगा. No other phone is offering. Then again, huge amount. Now, when it came with finger recognition, Apple knew that within 4-5 months Samsung will copy, because it's not an invention that can be patented, because it's not invented by Apple. So what happens within 4-5 months? Everybody has a biometric recognition. कोई आगे, कोई पीछे, कोई साइड में, है ना? हुआ ना फोन में. So do you think Apple has that kind of advantage anymore? No, पहले एडवांटेज था, बिकॉज ओनली एप्पल को आप थंब से खोल सकता था और इसके लिए आपको पासवर्ड देने का. बट नाउ यू डोंट हैव. So do you think Apple can charge a premium price? No. So it means Apple or any other company will introduce one unique feature in its product and people will be willing to pay a high price. Others are not offering, but they know that others will come up with the feature. So I have very small period of time to make a normal profit. After that, everything will be going back to a normal profit. So in the short run, they can make a normal profit due to unique feature of a product. All right. Otherwise, in the long run, they can either earn normal profit or losses of normal losses they will have. Clear hai? Now remember, in monopolistic market, the demand curve will be downward sloping and more elastic. Why more elastic? Because in demand, we have studied that when there are large number of substitutes available for any product, consumers will become more elastic. All right. So here, everybody, आज आपको टूथपेस्ट खरीदना है, 50 डिफरेंट ब्रांड है. राइट, स्ट्रॉबेरी फ्लेवर, ब्लैक टूथपेस्ट, नमक वाला, मिर्ची वाला, हाँ, सो पाउडर टूथपेस्ट, so many toothpaste, charcoal toothpaste, right? So many substitutes available. Hasn't it happened? आपको परफ्यूम खरीदना, you'll go crazy. Let's say you want to buy a television. Is it easy to buy now? No. If suppose there was only 1 or 2 company, अभी ये खरीदना वो खरीदना, क्या है सोचने का है? खरीदना, पैसा आया खरीद लेगा. अभी रिसर्च चलता है. Amazon पे देखेगा क्या फीचर है, रिव्यू पढ़ेगा, YouTube पे जाएगा, अनबॉक्सिंग देखेगा, ये करेगा. उसके बाद फिर यू विल सी अनदर वीडियो, बोला ना ना ना, ये अच्छा नहीं। हैज इट हैपेंड टू यू? You do it all the time. It has become difficult. So it's become not only difficult for you, for the companies as well, because where the customer will finally land, it doesn't matter. The companies do not know. There are so many trees and every tree has a mango tree, and consumer is a monkey. Where finally from which mango tree he will purchase the mango, he doesn't know. That's why you keep showing advertisement to the monkey so that he can jump on your tree. So here the uh, advertisement cost plays a very important role. Normal profit ही earn करेगा, large number of substitutes are available, so it becomes difficult for the company to stop the customer, block the customer. The customer आज आपका है, कल किसी और का है. Alright, no customer loyalty. But the thing is, I say to the company, why loyalty? Are you my father or you mother? Loyalty to a business? Why loyalty? They invent this term to, you know, brainwash you. Customer loyalty. इतना लॉयल्टी है. इफ सपोज फ्रॉम माई 3 जनरेशन इफ आई एम बाइंग अ मारुति कार, तो एक फ्री में भी दे दो. यू शो लॉयल्टी फ्रॉम योर एंड एज वेल. ट्राई टू डू दैट विद द कंपनी. विल से लॉयल्टी विल गो डाउन द ड्रेन. बोला नहीं सर, इतना लॉयल्टी नहीं है. सो सो so customer loyalty doesn't exist if there are too many product is available for anything. You have to fight hard to create a brand equity, and their advertisement cost comes. So demand curve will be downward slope and more elastic. So if I have to draw the, this is your revenue and cost, this is the level of output, this is your AR curve, this is your AR curve or demand curve. क्या बोला? The more and more slanting it is, the more elasticity, more vertical. If I draw the AR curve like this, don't you think elasticity is less? Correct or not? AR curve is the demand curve. So if I draw the MR curve here, MR curve, this is your MR curve. So equilibrium for a business will again be at the point where MR is equals to MC. This is the point. So it doesn't matter which kind of business you're talking about. For any business, equilibrium will always be the point where MR is equals to MC, whether it's oligopoly, whether it's perfect competition, whether it's monopolistic, whether it's oligopoly. Because you see, do you think the golden rule of accountancy changes because you are changing your, accounts from partnership to sole proprietor or to final account? भाई मशीन तो मशीन है, एसेट ही रहेगा, रियल अकाउंट में ही आएगा. वो पार्टनरशिप में खरीदो या सोल प्रोवाइडर खरीदे या जॉइंट स्टॉक कंपनी खरीदे. डू यू थिंक एवर यू डू व्हेन से नहीं नहीं मशीनरी इज नॉट, ये अभी रियल अकाउंट में इसको लायबिलिटी में शो करेगा? Will you do that? Golden rule changes? No. So for a businessman also, businessman will think, what is the additional cost of producing this pen? Additional cost is 20 rupees. How much additional revenue I can generate? Additional revenue I'll generate 22 rupees. So additional revenue is 2 rupees more than the additional cost. Go ahead and produce it. If it's other way around, I'm producing at 22 rupees, additional cost incur 22 rupees, but the revenue I'm getting is 20 rupees. Then you are at disequilibrium. Please decrease your level of output. So here you should produce at this point wherein your MR is equals to MC and this is your level of output. Because if suppose, let's say you are producing over here, then this is your marginal cost and this is your, at this point from here marginal revenue ka aaya. So can I say marginal revenue is here? When MR is more than MC, what you should do? Increase the level of output. And you increase the level of output, what happens? Your MC is increasing, but isn't it still lower than your marginal revenue? Correct or not? MR is over here now. So it means now what you'll do, you reach this point wherein MR equals to MC. You should not go beyond this point. Why? Suppose if I'm producing at this point, this is your marginal cost. What is your marginal revenue? You see, marginal revenue is over here. Way above your marginal revenue is your marginal cost. Should you produce to that level? No, you should decrease your level of output. So for in a monopolistic market also the same logic is applicable. MR more than MC, increase output. MC equals to more MC more than MR. You should decrease the level of output and you should try to achieve MR equals to MC, and MC curve will cut both AR and MR curve from below. Clear hai? So monopolistic is over. Let's come to monopoly. Monopoly means market power. Monopoly is bad. Monopoly can happen due to many reasons. Monopoly कैसे होगा? When the government can also give the monopoly right to a business. For example, government says that by ticketing will only be done by IRCTC. That government has given the monopoly of train ticket booking to IRCTC. No other company can help you book the ticket online. If any company is offering, it means they are also finally going to click करेगा तो they will take you to IRCTC website. Correct? Can you book a ticket from any other website? No. Monopoly. Government area monopoly. Because government doesn't want, to be, so scattered that nobody can manage. All right. Monopoly can also happen when I am a producer of this pen, but I also control all the suppliers who is providing the raw material. Then it can also be a monopoly. Monopoly can also be provided to me by law when I, let's say, invent a new machinery. If government doesn't give me the right to use this, then everybody will copy. Do you think scientists will ever take time and spend money to invent something when I know that their technology will be stolen? So government says, no, no, no. I need to take my country on a higher level in terms of technological advancement. Then it can only happen when people are motivated to do research. And people will be motivated to do research only if I tell them, you invent your technology, I will subsidize it, and I will also grant you the patent. It means nobody can use your technology, only you are going to produce for next 20 years. So here government is giving monopoly, right? But monopoly, how it is bad? Monopoly is bad when one company is acquiring all other companies, smaller companies, and creating one big giant company to exploit the consumer. That is known as unnatural monopoly. That's why we have Competition Commission of India that looks at acquisitions, mergers, amalgamation very, very minutely. If any two companies are merging or one acquiring another, and CCI thinks that it may end up creating a monopoly in the long run, then the no objection certificate will never be given by CCI. Clear hai? Alright. So monopoly is bad. Because why monopoly is again bad? If I am a monopolist, I will intentionally underproduce. मैं underproduce करेगा तो क्या होगा? देखो, if suppose this is the supply, this is the demand, equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity. अब मैं क्या करेगा? I will intentionally underproduce. I will decrease the supply. Supply curve will move to the left. Supply में decrease कर दिया. What will happen? Price will increase. I will exploit the consumer. When I'm underproducing, I'm generating unemployment in the country as well. Had there been competition, if I underproduce, other will overproduce. It means employment will not come down. Correct? I'm using less resources in the country, that will affect the GDP of the country as well. And that's why monopoly is bad. And at the same time, consumers will be exploited where their purchasing power will decrease, their living standard will decrease. So monopoly is bad. So that's why in most of the modern economies of the world, you will find there is at least one institution that has been created in order to stop any kind of monopolies, unnatural monopolies that can happen due to acquisitions, mergers, or amalgamation between 2 or 3 or 10 different firms. Clear? So monopoly को market power भी बोलते हैं. Meaning of monopoly is alone to sell, right? So when I am a monopolist, it means I have a monopoly. Don't you think I'll discriminate the price? What option do you have? If you are buying a refrigerator, if I say मैं तो इतने में ही बेचेगा, मैं उसको 20,000 चार्ज किया, आपको 30,000 चार्ज किया. You have an option available. Don't you think you say to the company, go to hell? I have 20 different choices available. And the companies also know 20 different choices available. Do you think they will exploit you? The answer is no. But if I'm a monopolist, I am the only one selling refrigerator. I know ठंडा पानी पीने का तो मेरे पास आने का. Alright. And then I say to him I have sold at 20,000, to you I'll sell at 50,000. खरीदना है? If you say no, no problem, go. Where will you go? Eventually, if you need a refrigerator, it will come to me. Alright. In one market, I will sell at one price, another market I will sell at another price, even though my cost of production is same. So I will be exploiting. There will be price discrimination. There will be no entry. I mean, there will be strong entry barrier because I am the king in the market. If somebody else will come, consumers will have a choice. I don't want consumers to have choice. Why? Because when consumers have choice, then I have to give them discount. That will decrease my profit. So I will not let consumers to have a choice by blocking the entry of any new seller. So the moment they will enter, I'll create a price barrier. So there will be a entry and exit barrier. Then can a monopolist Earn profit? Yes. Usually, a monopolist having control over the market will earn abnormal profit not only in the short run but also in the long run. But is there a possibility they can incur losses, abnormal losses? Yes. Losses, abnormal losses, kahin bhi ho sakti. Alright. Abnormal profit is not possible in every case. But usually, in case of monopoly, you will have abnormal profit as well. Will I incur cost, advertisement cost? In the short run, I may, in the long run, never. Suppose a product that is not made by anyone, I started to produce. People don't have an idea about it. People don't have perfect knowledge about the market. So I have to tell to the people, मैं आ गया. I'm the one selling it. Once people will start to buy the product, then people will spread the word. A customer is not only a buyer, he is also an advertiser for the company. He'll go to say, अच्छा ये मिलता वो company बेचता. We'll talk it about it to 10 different people and information will spread. In the long run, I will not incur any advertisement cost. Why? Because advertisement cost is about consumer awareness, not only that, product differentiation, wherein I have to differentiate my product is better than others' product, but others' product is absent. Do I need to advertise? In the long run, I don't need to advertise my product. All right. Now we also say a monopolist can either decide price or output and not both. What is the meaning? Now let's say, for example, my kharid raha tha, suppose quantity I was buying, price of a commodity was rupees 100. Quantity I was buying was 20. Now if suppose price increases to 150 rupees and I have other, it's not a monopoly, it's a monopolistic, I have other choice available. Don't you think I can decrease the consumption of this commodity? Let's say commodity X, I can decrease the consumption of X by a very big margin. Why? Because even if I decrease it by 15 and I'm consuming only 5, I can replace this 15 with good Y. I can also do that in a way. I will decrease it by 20. मैं कुछ नहीं खरीदेगा because I have choice available to buy Y at a lower price. So I can replace one with another. I will have elastic demand. But if suppose there is no other seller and then the price increases, does it mean I will buy only 20 units? No. I may buy 15 units or 18 units. I will decrease my consumption, but I'll not be able to decrease much. Why? Because initially I was able to decrease much as I can substitute. But here, if I decrease much, can I substitute? The answer is no. So demand will fall down, but it will not fall down by a big margin. So it means the demand curve will be inelastic. Now, people have a conception that in case of monopoly market, when the price increases, quantity demanded do not fall down. It will fall down. Even if it's a necessary good, it will fall down. Haven't you heard many people in village India, they have died because they don't have money to buy medication? What if you are selling something that is beyond my budget? Can I afford? Of course, the demand will fall down by a small margin. People will try hard to buy it. But to say the demand will not fall down, it's wrong. Because we have not written anywhere in exception to the law of demand that monopoly is an exception to the law of demand. So it means if I'm a monopolist, I have to decide whether I should decide the price or output. If suppose I decide to keep a high price, then I cannot decide on the output. Quantity demanded will fall. It will fall by a small margin. It will fall. Alright. I can't have the cake and eat it too. दोनों हाथ में लड्डू नहीं हो सकता. मेरे को प्राइस ऊपर लेने का मैं कर दिया, मार्केट मेरे को थोड़ा सा नीचे ले जाएगा. But if I want to increase the quantity demanded, then I will have to keep the price down. So it means if I decide this, I cannot decide this. But if I decide this, then I cannot decide this one. I have to keep the price down. So a monopolist can only decide price or output and not both. Alright. And the demand curve for monopoly will be downward sloping and inelastic. Now understand, there is a concept of price discrimination as well. What is price discrimination? Price discrimination is the situation when a seller is able to charge different prices in different market even when the cost of production is same. Now for price discrimination to happen, there are three conditions that must be fulfilled. Only then price discrimination can take place. First one, the person or the entity must have monopoly power, dominant power to control the market. Second one, It must not be possible for anyone to buy from a low price market and sell in a high price market, because if suppose I'm selling something in Bangalore at 100 rupees, in Delhi at 500 rupees, what will happen? Peop- People can buy from Delhi and buy from Bangalore and sell in Delhi at 300 rupees. Do you think monopolies will let this happen? No. So if that is the difference in price, monopolies will lose its market, because मैं यहाँ पे 100 पे खरीद के मोनोपोलिस का वहां का मार्केट डिस्ट्रॉय कर देगा, वहां पे 200 पे बेचेगा मैं, and their monopolies will lose the game. And when I become big, I will destroy this market as well. So monopolies will keep the price different, but not so big. Here they will sell at 100 rupees, there 102 rupees. Now it will not be possible for you to buy it 100 rupees, transport, indulge in other costs, and sell it lower than 102. All right. So that is the case. And third, the elasticity of demand must be different in different markets. Why? Because remember, if I exploit everybody in the same way, in every market, price that because everybody is exploiting. But price discrimination is only when in one market I'm charging a higher price and in another market I'm charging a lower price. So understand, in the market where the demand is elastic, consumers cannot be exploited. I will charge a lower price here. Because why? If I increase the price by 10%, my increase kiya price, quantity demanded will fall down by more than 10%. My revenue will come down. But if I decrease the price, then what will happen? 10% quantity demand will increase by more than 10%. So where the demand is elastic, I will charge a lower price. But in the market where the demand is inelastic, E less than 1, then I will charge a higher price. So monopolists can only discriminate wherein in one market demand is elastic and he will charge a lower price, another market demand is inelastic, he will charge a higher price. If in both the market demand is elastic, in both the market I am charging a higher price, no discrimination. Exploitation सबका बराबर, exploitation हो रहा है, but price discrimination is not. In both the market demand is elastic, I will charge in both the market lower price, again no exploitation. All right, these three conditions. Then Pigou gave 3 degrees of price discrimination. This is very important. They always ask the question. AC Pigou, remember the name. This bugger will again come in theory, demand, cash balance approach. AC Pigou. He said that there are 3 degrees of price discrimination. 3 degrees of price discrimination. First degree, the monopolies will be very exploitative. Now, he will charge the highest possible price. And consumers know that if they want to buy the product, they will be willing to pay a higher price. Because if I know that there is a monopolist and he never gives me discount, he always charges a higher price. If I'm willing to buy that product, I must be willing to pay a higher price. So I'm willing to pay a higher price. They will charge a higher price. No consumer surplus, exploitation will be to the hilt. So here there will be no consumer surplus. Highest exploitation happens here. Highest exploitation. But as I've told you, a monopolist can decide price or output. In the first case, is deciding the price is not concerned about the output. It means the demand. All right. So in the second degree, he knows that if I want to increase my quantity sold, I'll give a discount. He'll not give too much of a discount. Relatively lower price he will charge in the first degree. So now I'm willing to pay this much price. The price is charged. MU is this much. The price is charged little lower. So I have some amount of consumer surplus. Some amount of consumer surplus will be there. So relatively lower price is charged when there is a second degree of price discrimination. And third degree, ये पुलिस वाला third degree नहीं है. Third degree of price discrimination, that is the most common form of price discrimination, where the monopolist will divide the market according to various traits or characteristics. So what happens here? Monopolist will divide the market according to to various trait trait or characteristics, and different prices will charge in different market. He can also charge different prices for different uses. If a retail customer buys, he will charge a different price. If a group of customers buy, he can charge a different price. If you are buying for personal use, I can charge a smaller price. If you're buying for commercial use, I can charge you a higher price. All right. I can also charge according to the density demography. Density of population is more. So I will charge a different price over there. Where density of population is less, I will charge a different price. I can also charge different price based on gender. Demography का ही part है. If I'm selling a product in a market where there are more women than men, I will charge a higher price. Where there are more men than women, I will charge a lower price. This is changing now. Men are also using more and more cosmetics. They will surpass women, in terms of using cosmetics very soon, right? Huh? Men are the biggest user of fairness cream in India, by the way. 67% of the fairness creams are bought by men in India. All right, only 33% are the women. अभी आप मेन का सलून में जाओगे, 50 साल का बुड्ढा भी बैठा है ब्लीचिंग कराने के लिए. इट्स अ फैक्ट. हाँ, जाता है ना सलून में, देखा है ना, फेशियल कराने के लिए अंकल बैठा है कि नहीं. राइट, अंकल वांट्स टू लुक गुड नाउ, इंस्टाग्राम पे फोटो पोस्ट करने का है. अंकल इज सर्चिंग फॉर अनदर आंटी. ऑलराइट, सो no, it's not necessary you are searching for somebody when you want to look good, but yes, ultimate objective may be that only. So now pay attention. He can divide the market according to the age also. If I'm selling a fast food in a place wherein more old buggers are there, I cannot motivate them to buy. उसको discount देना पड़ेगा. Discount देने के बाद भी महीने में 2 बर्गर खरीदेगा. But I'm selling the same commodity in a place wherein large youngsters are there, you guys are there, you will buy no matter what. So I will charge a relatively higher price. So on various things, various characteristics, I will divide the market. All right. Next, last one, oligopoly. Now remember one more thing I forgot to mention in monopoly. There is one of the unique characteristic of monopoly is that firm and industry will be the same. Because in all other competition, what is the difference between a firm and industry? Collection of firm is the industry. Let's say when Nokia was only selling phone in India for few months, can I say Indian mobile phone industry equals to Nokia? Yes. But can I say this now? No. When only Tata Steel was producing steel in India, then I could have said in 1945, before even independence, Tata का IPO independence के पहले आया था, by the way. British government के समय में आया था IPO Tata का. Right. So if I would have bought Tata Steel, right, say for example, then monopoly tha during that time. I can say Tata Steel is equals to steel industry in India. But today, can I say Tata Steel, Jindal Steel, Arcelor Steel, so many steels are there? Clear. So in case of monopoly, the firm industry will be the same. Can I say railways equals to government of India? Because private sector ka railway allowed nahi hai. Correct? Right? So that is a monopoly. Atomic energy, monopoly of the government of India. Now, in case of oligopoly, remember, there are 2 to 10 firms, we say, up to 2 to 10 firms. Up till 10, it's an oligopoly. When there is 2 firm, it is known as duopoly. Duopoly is nothing but a kind of oligopoly. Now, when there are only 2 to 10 firms, don't you think they will share a big market among them? For example, telecom industry in India, it's an oligopoly. It used not to be an oligopoly, but now it is an oligopoly. So what happens? जियो के पास 32% कस्टमर है, वोडाफोन के पास 20-25% कस्टमर है, एयरटेल के पास 33-34% कस्टमर है, एमटीएनएल. सो यही 4 कंपनी है ना अभी. एमटीएनएल, बीएसएनएल, वन बिलोंग्स टू गवर्नमेंट. कोई स्टेट में एमटीएनएल, कोई स्टेट में बीएसएनएल है, एंटिटी है गवर्नमेंट का. देन इवन इफ यू कंसीडर 2, चलो 2 कंसीडर कर दिया, वन शून्य 2 है, मतलब चलो 2 ले लिया. वोडाफोन एंड आइडिया अभी 2 नहीं है, 1 है, मर्जर हो गया. वोडाफोन एंड आइडिया 1, जियो and Airtel. That's it. Tata Docomo, Aircel, Uninor, Reliance Communicam, छोटा भाई चला गया, बड़ा भाई अभी जियो. So it's a oligopoly industry. Oil, ओलिगोपोली इंडस्ट्री है। एचपीसीएल, बीपीसीएल, आईओसीएल, शेल, रिलायंस, यही सब है, 4 5 7 8 10। डोमेस्टिक एयरलाइन इंडस्ट्री ओलिगोपोली, वाई? इंडिगो अलाउंड 70% है मार्केट। देन टाटा, दिस स्पाइस जेट जाने वाला है, गो इंडिगो चला गया, गो चला गया, वो जो पहले बोला वो गो हो गया। सो domestic airline industry is also an oligopoly market in India. So only 2 to 10 firms, but when 2 to 10 firms are there, they have a bigger market share among them. So they cannot be considered as small firm. Tomorrow, can Airtel bring about another fight in the telecom sector? Yes. 30% price decrease का तो देखो मोटा भाई को भी decrease करना पड़ेगा, right? So they are big players. Next, will there be price discrimination? Can Airtel sell you the same package at a different price and to me at a different price? No. If the price will change for the same package, it will be same for everyone. So no price discrimination. Are the companies price maker? Yes, price maker. मोटा भाई बोला मैं इतना में बेचेगा, एयरटेल बोला मैं इतना में बेचेगा. So companies are price maker, price taker are only perfect competition. Alright. Can the business earn abnormal profit? Yes, they can earn abnormal profit. Alright. Small amount of abnormal profit they can earn, but losses and abnormal losses can happen anywhere. Will they incur advertisement cost? Now this is common. Both monopolistic and oligopolistic industry are non-price competition. Are non-price competition. Why it is so? Because there are, let's say, A, B, C, D, E, F, 5-6 player है. Everybody must be having some amount of market. इसके पास 20% है, इसके पास 30% है, इसके पास 10%, so on so forth. All they are big player. Now, if suppose A started to advertise its product, don't you think all these players, even if they lose 2 to 3%, there's a big loss for them? If Reliance Jio today loses 2% of the customer, भाई 5,000 10,000 crore का revenue per month ऐसे ही चला गया, right? Clear? So do you want to lose that? No. So it means the moment Airtel will come with their advertisement, Jio will aega advertisement. If Airtel launches something, Jio will also launch. Airtel Wink music देता, Jio देता सावन music. ऑलराइट, एयरटेल नेटफ्लिक्स अमेजन देता, जियो बोला मैं भी देगा नेटफ्लिक्स अमेजन. एयरटेल डीटीएच बोला लाओ, एक लाओ, सब घर में सब कनेक्टेड, जियो बोला बॉक्स, जियो बॉक्स ले आओ. डोंट यू थिंक वेरी सिमिलर सर्विसेज आर ऑफर्ड? इट मींस द मोमेंट यू लॉन्च वन and start the other start losing customers, they will come up with a new feature all the time. All right, iPhone launch आया सिमलेस फोन, ई सिम, जियो बोला मैं ई सिम लाया फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम, एयरटेल बोला मैं भी ले आया. एक हफ्ते के लिए फर्स्ट टाइम था, उसमें फिर आपको सब कंपनी अभी ई सिम दे देता, यू डोंट हैव टू हैव अ सिम कार्ड. सो दे विल बी cutthroat competition, advertisement will be cutthroat. Now you see you know cold drink industry is also a oligopoly in India, but it's a partial oligopoly. Oligopoly can have different types of or forms हो सकता है oligopoly का, different types हो सकता है. मार्केट फुल साइडवेज टुडे, अभी डीके होगा, आज नहीं कल भागेगा मार्केट. सो अप और डाउन नोबडी नोस. सो नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस, क्या बोल रहा था मैं? हाँ, क्या बोला था रे मैं? शॉर्ट टर्म मेमोरी लॉस. हाँ, yes. The thing is, advertisement plays an important role, and the thing is, if suppose one in cold drink industry in India, you have Coke and Pepsi. बोला सर इतना सारा तो brand है, but tell me one thing. Have you ever thought? I don't know whether you've thought about it or not. I've told you already in the normal classes that 80 to 85% of the cold drink that you buy, the brands that you know, popular brand, Maaza, Fanta, Limca, Mirinda, Dew, Sprite, Thumbs Up, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, it either belongs to Coca-Cola or belongs to Pepsi. Brand different है, company सिर्फ दो ही है. And in the remaining 15%, you have all other brand, Bindu Jeera drink, Rim Jim, this and that everywhere. So you have more than 10 companies, but the question is, that's why we call it partial oligopoly. But the question is, don't you think Coca-Cola and Pepsi has the power to drop down the price of cold drink in India? The answer is yes. So it is not a monopolistic market. It has large number of sellers. So we cannot call it, oligopoly. So that's why we call it as partial oligopoly. partial oligopoly. Pizza industry in India, you tell me now. आप लोग in the last 5 years, if you have ordered pizza from where, raise the hand those who have ordered from some other place frequently rather than Domino's and Pizza Hut. Frequently. From where? Urban story. Okay, one, two. That's it. What is the percentage? And urban stories, how many places are there in India? You go to Delhi, you'll find 200, more than 200 Domino's outlet. In Bangalore, 120, 130 ऐसे ही है. Urban story का 120, 130 है. All across India, the answer is no. So it means Domino's का पिज्जा और पिज्जा हट का पिज्जा 80% मार्केट लेके रखा है. 20% में सब आता है. दिल्ली में स्क्वायर पिज्जा भी बोलता है. थिंक स्क्वायर, व्हाई यू हैव टू थिंक राउंड. गुड पिज्जा दे मेक इट. ऑलराइट, बट यू नेवर हर्ड अबाउट स्क्वायर पिज्जा हियर. वो दिल्ली में ही है. Oven story is only the story in some places. That story may end very soon. Nobody knows when. Unless either it will be acquired by Pizza Hut or it will be acquired by Domino's. You cannot, fight against a company which has a presence in 120 countries. Alright, Domino's and Pizza Hut 120 countries globally present है. आप कोई बड़ा कंपनी फेमस होगा, वो बोलेगा चलो ठीक है, ब्राजील का जो प्रॉफिट आ रहा है वो यहाँ पर डंप करो, लॉस में बेचो पिज्जा. आप देखो फिर अवन स्टोरी का क्या होगा. इन्वेस्टर्स विल पुट इन मनी. स्टार्टअप है, एक दिन फिर कंपनी बोलेगा चलो रिट्रेंचमेंट, एम्प्लॉइज को निकालो बाहर, कंपनी लॉस में जा रहा है. राइट, बाइजूफिकेशन हो गया यहाँ पर इन इंडिया. there's a new term coined, बाइजूफिकेशन हो गया स्टार्टअप का. स्टार्टअप हैज क्रिएटेड अ बेंचमार्क. बाइजू हैज क्रिएटेड अ बेंचमार्क फॉर from a $220 billion valuation to a bankruptcy in a period of 3 years. So बाइजूफिकेशन इसको बोलते हैं. So all right, so now there will be barrier to entry. Yes, there will be barrier to entry. There will be. Now remember, if they ask you open oligopoly or competitive oligopoly, no barrier to entry. But if they ask you general characteristic under that, will there be barrier to entry? Yes, there will be barrier to entry, because if there are 5-6 players, they can come together, create a collusion and block the entry together for a new seller to enter. So there can be a stronger barrier to entry than a monopoly, because in a monopoly you have to fight with only one big seller. Here I have to fight with multiple big sellers. So they'll end up making a cartel or a syndicate that we'll see in a while. Clear? But of course, non-price competition होगा. Advertisement cost they will incur very significantly. Cutthroat competition. Pepsi बोलता है, Coke बोलता है. Let's say for example, official drink of the cricket World Cup, Pepsi बोलता है nothing official about it. कभी सोचा है क्या? होता है. Dew belongs to Pepsi. पहले था एडवर्टीजमेंट, चीता भी पीता है, डर के आगे जीत है. They ran and ले जाके देख YouTube पे. They'll show a leopard running and they'll say that leopard, there was a dew bottle that had fallen and the leopard licks into that bottle and starts to run. तो वहां पे बोलता है चीता भी पीता है. And then Sprite belongs to Coca-Cola and they will counter it that it only takes care of your thirst, बाकी सब बकवास. प्यास बुझाए, बाकी सब बकवास. They are targeting each other. Maybe the customer doesn't know, but the thing is, it is at the subconscious level, it is going to work. Alright. So उसके आगे फिर if अगर ये काम नहीं किया, then थम्स अप बिलोंग्स टू कोकोला. अभी ड्यू के लिए बोला डर के आगे जीता है, तो थम्स अप भी लेके आया महेश बाबू को, जंपिंग फ्रॉम वन बिल्डिंग टू अनदर. कुछ तूफानी करते हैं. डोंट डू दैट, because in that case Mahesh Babu is jumping from one desk to another desk behind a green screen. Alright, no rope, no nothing, not stuntman. यहां से वहां जंप कर गया, उसमें भी कुशन नीचे लगाया, गिर गया तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. 2 फीट टेबल से ऊपर जंप किया, ग्रीन स्क्रीन बाहर सब हटा के बिल्डिंग ला दो. बट अ नॉर्मल बगर सीज ऑन द टेलीविजन, हाँ महेश बाबू 20 फ्लोर बिल्डिंग से यहां जंप किया. ट्राई टू जंप, व्हाट विल हैपन? राइट, gravity doesn't know who is Mahesh Babu. Gravity will work on everybody. And in fact, why I'm saying this, because in Telangana, two kids, they died. They tried to jump from one building to another consuming thumbs up. They were graduate students. पागलपन देखो. There are some people, George Bernard Shaw said no long time back, fool should not marry, otherwise the world will be full of bloody fools. The apple doesn't fall too far away from the tree. बाप बेवकूफ है बेटा भी बेवकूफ ही होगा. Higher chance. Higher chance. Alright. So there are people who try to commit suicide because their celebrity got married. होता है ना? Sometimes celebrity gets married and somebody commits suicide. These people should die. Because imagine if they do not die, then they will get married to somebody and their kids will do the same thing in future. Some other celebrity will die, मैं भी suicide करेगा. You have never met that celebrity, but नहीं मैं तो मारेगा. मर जाओ. Alright. The doctor should not save them. They are doing justice to the society. नहीं मरने दो इसको. क्यों हाथ काटा? बोला कि माधुरी दीक्षित गॉट मैरिड. डॉक्टर बोलेगा ठीक है इसको एक दे दो पॉइजन या रेबीज इंजेक्शन दे दो इसको. Now understand, the demand curve under oligopoly will be kinked. Kinked means indeterminateness of the demand curve. We say downward sloping but indeterminate or kinked demand curve. This happens due to what we call it as price rigidity. Now, what is price rigidity? Now, suppose there are 5 sellers for a product, let's say, and if one of the seller increases the price, let's say increases the price by 30%, do you think other sellers will increase the price in the same way? No. Why? Other sellers may not increase the price or they may increase the price by 10%. Why? Because when let's say I am one of the sellers and here 3-4 people are my competitor. When I increase the price, what will happen? My customers will flow to you. Will it not make you happy? Because if I increase the price, you also increase the price, my customer will not come to you. So when I increase the price, you will not follow the price rise in the same manner. And due to this, there will be a big price difference. I increase the price by 20%, you increase by 5%. Some of you will not increase the price also. So there is a price difference. When there is a price difference and good people have substitute available, do you think people will become elastic or inelastic? Yes. Elastic. Consumer will become elastic because of price difference. People will say 20% extra मैं क्यों pay करेगा, wherein I'm getting still 15% discount over there. So a lot of my customers will run to you and the demand will fall sharply. Correct. So it means when I increase the price, you are rigid not to increase the price. Price rigidity. Why you are rigid not to increase the price? Because you are benefited as my customers are flowing to you. And customers become elastic. Why? Because there is a big price difference. So you will take away significant proportion of my customers and your revenue and your profit will increase sharply. But what if I decrease the price? What if I lower the price by 20%? Can you be price rigid now? Because now what will happen? Your customers, पहले तो आप मेरा एक आप 4 के पास गया, अभी आप 4 का मेरे पास अकेले आएगा. So when I decrease the price by 20% and you do not decrease the price, what will happen? You end up losing significant part of your customer. Will you lose that? No. So what you'll do? When I decrease the price, your customer starts to flow to me. The moment you find out, you decrease the price. Customer flow will stop. It means I will gain only some part of your customer till the time there is a price difference. When I decrease and you haven't. But the moment you also decrease the price, customer flow will stop. Think in this way. Today, Airtel said on all my package 30% discount. Let's say, what will happen? Lot of Jio customers, Vodafone customers will start to flow to Airtel. Will they like it? No. Jio will 30% cut reduce kar dega. It means I will gain, Airtel will gain only till the time there is a price difference. But if Airtel increases the price by 30%, Mukesh Ambani hashash ke tali marega. Will he increase the price by 30%? No. Because most of the customers of Airtel will rush to Jio. So Jio will not be rigid, will be rigid not to increase the price. This will make the demand curve kinked. Now you see here, a very unique kind of demand curve you will see. Here is the price, here is the quantity. Usually the demand curve is like this. the demand curve. For purpose of convenience, we draw that like that. This, but here you will find that this will be the demand curve. It will bend. This will be your kink. Now, why it will be like this? Let's figure it out first. K is the kink here. Now, let's say price was over here. All right, P0. And all the sellers, they increase the price from P0. Like, let's say one of the sellers increase the price from P0 to P1. What happens? This, let's say this is the demand curve for seller A. Seller A का ये demand curve है. Seller A increases the price from P0 to P1. Initially, seller A was selling at this quantity, and when seller A increases the price, don't you think there is a big fall in quantity demanded is happening? Relatively bigger fall than the increase in price. Price is increasing by 10%, demand is falling by 30%. So, don't you think in this case, I can say consumers become highly elastic? And that's why I'm losing. Why consumers become highly elastic? Because when I increase the price from P0 to P1, let's say by 20% or 10%, others are increasing the price by only 1 or 2%. There is a big price difference between me and the competitor, and many of my customers will go to the competitor. As a result, I will lose a big chunk of the market. So consumers are elastic. Got it? Clear? Hai? But what if I decrease the price? What if I decrease the price from P0 to P2? What happens then? So initially quantity was this much and I decrease the price thoda sa. Right. If I decrease the price, initially the quantity was Q0 over here, and when I decrease the price, let's say by 10%, what is the increase that the quantity demanded? By a small margin. Why by a small margin? Because the moment I decrease the price, competitors start to lose their customer. By the time they lose a small part of the customer, they also will decrease the price. Customer flow will stop. Correct? So people will again become inelastic. Now the question is, what if I decrease the price and they do not decrease the price, then the demand curve will be like this, and I end up taking all their customers. Clear? Hai? All right. So below the king, demand will be inelastic. Above the king, demand will be elastic. Now different types of oligopoly you will see. First, there is what we call it as pure oligopoly. Now in a pure oligopoly, pure versus differentiated. Now in oligopoly, if they ask you generalized question without mentioning whether it's differentiated or oligopoly, then in an oligopoly you sell differentiated products, similar but non-identical goods. In monopolistic also similar but non-identical goods are substitute, maybe a close substitute but not a perfect substitute. In a pure oligopoly, homogeneous goods are sold. In a differentiated oligopoly, similar but non-identical goods are sold. That is the difference. Then the question comes, what is a partial oligopoly? Partial oligopoly. It means, why don't we call it partial monopolistic? Because cold drink industry, why do we consider it as a partial oligopoly? Because only in terms of the number of companies, it is more than 10. But it has all the characteristics of oligopoly. That's why we prefer to call it partial oligopoly rather than partial monopolistic. All right. So in a partial oligopoly, we say that there is a situation of price leadership or price leadership. यहाँ जो भी word price leadership आया, then you're talking about partial oligopoly. What is price leadership? If suppose I want to sell cold drink in India. Can I dare to price my product above Coca-Cola and Pepsi? Very few people will buy. I'll not be able to make a good entry. If Bindu Jeera drink, when it came, it tried to price its product above Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Who the hell will buy? Maybe out of 1 million customer, 20 customer will buy. I have to motivate the customer so that customer will say, okay, ठीक है, I can get 2 bottles of Bindu Jeera drink for the price of 1 bottle of Coke or Pepsi. Let's go ahead and buy. And then you can slowly increase the price. It means you have to follow the leader in terms of pricing. If leader is selling at this price, you cannot sell at this price. You can only sell at this price if the leader comes to this price. So you will always follow the leader in terms of pricing. आप देखो ना, you open a pizza store and try to sell pizza at a price which is higher than Domino's and Pizza Hut. क्या होगा देखो, स्विगी पे सब देखेगा, डोमिनोज का 500, ये 900 का कौन खरीदेगा? आप 200 का कूपन दो तब भी नहीं खरीदेगा. Alright, even if you're charging the same price as Domino's, then also people will not buy. You have to sell below Domino's. Yes, you can beat Domino's provided you become as popular as Domino's. Alright, can then. So there is a situation of price leadership. Then there is what is known as open oligopoly versus closed oligopoly. ओपन ओलिगोपोली बहुत रेयरली आपको मिलेगा. ओपन ओलिगोपोली इज व्हेन देयर इज नो बैरियर टू एंट्री. नाउ इफ दे आस्क यू अबाउट अ जनरल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ऑफ ओलिगोपोली, बैरियर टू एंट्री. But if they ask you open oligopoly, here no entry barrier. No entry barrier. Here entry barrier will be there. All the firms will come together to block your entry. Then there is one related, that is related to the above, is competitive oligopoly and collusive oligopoly. Now, an oligopoly will be open only when it's competitive. Only when all the dogs are fighting with each other, a new dog can enter the market. If all the dogs will join hand together, then they can beat one dog out of the market by decreasing the price. So competitive oligopoly wherein there is no barrier, where therein there is a competition in the market, and due to this competition, it creates what is known as price war. प्राइस वॉर हो जाता है यहाँ पर. प्राइस वॉर टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में हुआ ना इंडिया में. टुडे जियो इज फाइटिंग कटथ्रोट कंपटीशन बिटवीन जियो, एयरटेल, वोडाफोन एंड आइडिया. एमटीएनएल, बीएसएनएल सोता रहेगा, वो गवर्नमेंट का है, छोड़ दो, बट कटथ्रोट कंपटीशन है. एंड व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन जियो डिक्रीज द प्राइस? प्राइस वॉर हो गया ना. ऑलराइट, सो everybody, this price war also you will see many a times happens in domestic airline sector. The moment one airline decreases the price crash करता है. Bangalore to Delhi का flight, you're getting 7,000, suddenly the price crash 3,500 मिल रहा. All other airline will also do the same. Some will go down to 2,500 as well. In fact, this competition, this cutthroat competition has led to the destruction of two prominent companies in India. Two very big company. देखो, Go Indigo तो ज़्यादा Go Air तो ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं था, but Jet Airways and Kingfisher Airlines were very massive airlines. And this price war led to their demise. Right, very big companies, khatam ho gaya. So it can lead to a price war. So if they ask you where is a price war that can happen, it happens in case of oligopoly. Collusive oligopoly. Collusion means you take care of my interest, I'll take care of yours. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. So what they will do here, they will join hands together. It is not allowed legally. It happens behind closed door illegally. It will lead to what is known as syndicate, oligopoly, or organized oligopoly. Both are very similar, but this is more exploitative, organized. Syndicate oligopoly, 4 or 5 players will come together and say, let's not fight each other. India is a very big country. If we are fighting, new sellers will keep entering and it will take away my market, our market. So let's join hand together and form a syndicate. Syndicate का मतलब क्या होता है? बैंक नहीं है. Syndicate, it means association. So they will come together, and the syndicate will take the decision through voting, democratic process hai. And the owner of the syndicate, I mean the members in the syndicate will be owners of the company. So what they will do, all these companies of the syndicate, they will produce their output and they will pull it to the syndicate, and the syndicate will decide in which market at what price they are going to sell. So it means, and they will divide the resources. So it means, don't you think we are creating kind of a giant monopoly despite there are many firms present? Huh? When all the firms come together and form a syndicate, and the syndicate is the only institution that is selling the goods in all the market, then it is a kind of a monopoly, but even a stronger monopoly. Said organized oligopoly, the same thing happens. They will come together, they will pool their output, but in organized, what they will do, they will artificially decrease their level of output to pump up the price. It means in organized oligopoly, there will be price fixing. In case of syndicate, price fixing doesn't happen. Only thing is, everybody will pool wherever the demand is more, they will supply more syndicate, but सिर्फ syndicate से. Individually, the sellers will not. Syndicate को सब seller बना बना के दे देगा, ले लो syndicate. Syndicate is a different entity where the owners of the businesses are the members of the entity who will take the decision collectively. And the syndicate, demand in Mysore is increasing, supply more in Mysore. Demand is Calcutta is increasing more, supply more over there. But they will not artificially decrease the output to pump up the price. That happens in organized. Organized also, you will create syndicate, everybody will pool their output, but in organized oligopoly, they will artificially decrease the supply. Every company will be given a quota, and the quota will be fixed in a way wherein the supply demand is over here. Everybody will be given a quota in such a way that the supply will be over here, and the price will pump up. They end up forming what is known as a cartel. ओपेक का नाम सुना है? अभी ये ओपेक प्लस हो गया, रशिया ऑल्सो ज्वाइंट. तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ पेट्रोलियम एक्सपोर्टिंग कंट्रीज, दे कंट्रोल, ओपेक प्लस कंट्रोल्स मोर देन 70% ऑफ द ग्लोबल सप्लाई ऑफ ऑयल एंड गैस, and every country is given a quota. If any country produces more than the given quota, there is a penalty, because if you're producing more, global supply of oil will increase and the price will crash down. For your natural resource, you're getting less price. But if a country produces less than the given quota, then there is no penalty. Why? Because if you are supplying less, global price will increase, you will get more price. So artificially, by increasing or decreasing the supply through quota, they control the global price of oil. Understood? Clear? So that ends your chapter 4. Who said that? All right. So just 2-3 minutes of breather. We'll continue. 2-3 minutes. You'll get your break at 3 o'clock. AG infra is coming back to its very close the gap that it created when it went up. 1455 is a critical level. Shall we begin? Got hell lot to cover today. All right, come back. Fifth chapter is very easy. Scoring, it will be over in 20 minutes, 25 minutes flat. So the complexity will begin from chapter 7 onwards, 6 onwards. Hmm. All right. Now, chapter 6 will simply look. I've included this in the quick revision note also. All right, business cycle. Quick revision note has been shared with you people. So, first of all, understand business cycle क्या है. We'll go and read the whatever is given there. Every economy goes through up and down. One thing is true in nature, whether it's with economy or with your life or with anything. What goes up must come down, and what comes down must go up. Alright. कभी ऊपर जाएगा कभी नीचे आएगा. In extreme cases, something can go down and remain down forever. That is an extreme case that happens due to consistent war. It happens in the country, as in case of Afghanistan or Iraq. Alright. Otherwise, after every down, there is an up that happens. So every economy goes through a cycle of up and down. The concept of business cycle works very nicely in an economy which is a free market economy where government is not controlling. And the direction of the economy will be determined according to the allocation of resources that happens according to demand and supply. So it's a natural up and down. Natural up and down, it means without any intervention of the government. It's got nothing to do with nature. Natural up and down that happen in every country. Every economy will go up and come down. Now, why business cycle is relevant? Because for a businessman, if you know when the economy is growing and at the point when it is growing, you start a business, then your business can multiply very quickly. But if you take an indecision to start a business before the downfall begins, then you are gone. Even a good business at the wrong time will is a recipe for disaster. That is a problem. So businessman can take look at the pattern of the business cycle and understand the change in the pattern, increase their probability by predicting what will happen in future and take the decision. For the government also it is important because government also take a lot of policy decision. Long term planning government does, short term planning government does in a country like India. So government also must know what is the reason for the downfall of the economy so corrective measures can be taken. What are the corrective measures we'll see in chapter 7 onwards. And that's why it is important. Now remember, business cycle do not have the uniform characteristic, meaning what? Sometimes the downfall in the economy may happen due to global recession. Sometimes the downfall in the economy can happen due to COVID crisis. Sometimes the downfall in the economy can happen due to global war or natural disaster. When what will be the reason for up and down? It will continuously be different. You cannot say it will be the same reason or it will be the different reason. Okay. Next, business cycle do not have the same longevity. Then you say, sir, if business cycle do not have the same longevity, then how can I predict? You cannot predict. But the thing is, you can take or near about decisions. You see, how many times weather forecasting has gone wrong? Many times. But if we look at the pattern of weather forecasting going wrong, it has decreased. Why? Due to technological advancement. Today we have so many. सब पहले तो बोलता था आज बारिश होगा, वो बारिश नहीं होता था, 2 महीने के बाद बारिश होता था. अभी बोलेगा शाम को बारिश होगा तो नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग बारिश होगा. Sometimes on the, I mean, exact, for example, in Calcutta there was a storm warning, and hour by hour it was absolutely correct. Exact same time when it was predicted, the you know that kind of windy situation happened. So in the same way, if I look at the business cycle and I see there are 4 stages of business cycle that you have to know. That is expansion. Expansion होता है, peak or boom, contraction, and depression or trough. And this business cycle continues to take place. Now, you find out that in the last 50 years, 60 years, wherever expansion happens by 6 years, after expansion, we reach the peak in 6th or 7th year, and then the downfall begins. Sometimes it happens at 6 years period, sometimes it happens in 7 years, sometimes 6.5, sometimes 7.5. You take out the median, mean more median kiya, and you find out that median is 6.5 years. And after 6.5 years median time, the economy comes to go down, begins to go down. And you find out the current situation. Currently, the economy has been going through expansion from last 6.5 years already. 7th year chal raha hai. It means, don't you think there is a very high probability that economy may start to go down now? Will you, as a businessman, to take the decision to increase your capital expenditure to grow your business now? The answer is no. Likewise, you see that whenever contraction happens, ये contraction हो रहा है, alright, contraction goes on for 3 years, sometimes 3.5 years, sometimes 4 years, median nikala 3.5 years. And right now economy is going through contraction still. I mean 4.5 years हो गया contraction का. It means, don't you think recovery can happen anytime? So you will look at the concurrent indicator whether the GDP has begun to rise, employment data देखो बढ़ रहा है कि नहीं, and everything will give you an idea of current situation and give you a hint that expansion may begin anytime and you take the decision to expand right now. That's how it is important for a businessman. But every economy will go through this up and down. Exact prediction is not possible. All right. Uniformity is not there. Sometimes expansion can last for 6 years, sometimes for 6.5 years, sometimes contraction lasts for 3 years, sometimes 3.5 years. You cannot predict the exact time. You can only understand the pattern. Changes in business cycle have serious consequences upon the well-being of the society. Serious consequences. All right. Many people lose their job. Many businesses become bankrupt. When the growth is happening, in the growth also most of the businesses will make profit, but many businesses will be wiped out. Right. Say for example, uh, India has grown significantly. There are businesses which were cash based businesses. Don't you think due to advent of UPI, those cash based businesses are gone? All right. Credit card companies are facing a lot of difficulty क्योंकि क्रेडिट कार्ड मैं क्यों खरीदेगा जब मैं यूपीआई से पे कर सकता हूँ. Not only that, another sector, that is the candy sector, has been affected adversely. पहले why when you go to the shop you buy, sir 99 rupees हुआ है, 1 रुपया का Alpenlibe ले लो, 1 piece center. No, that was a big market. What are you talking about? This market was more than 3,500 crore market. एक एक रुपया का टॉफी बेच के 150 करोड़ है हम लोग. All right. A small retailer is selling 100 or 50 candies every day. How many retailers are there? If everybody for every chutta is giving you one Center Fresh, one Alpenlibe, 1 rupee. So now what has happened? 99 rupees 50 paisa Google Pay. Chutta ka sawal nahi. So it means a big time revenue of this company has come down. So imagine a financial sector has given competition to a condiment sector. कैंडी का कंपनी को बर्बाद करने पे लगा दिया. राइट. एंड they will have to, I'm not saying they are completely gone, but the thing is now when you want to buy you will buy. छुट्टा नहीं है उसके लिए नहीं खरीदेगा आप, क्योंकि most of the people are paying through UPI. In Bangalore, one person posted that मैं तो 5 रुपए का सुपारी भी खरीदता यूपीआई पे करके. Somebody posted from Bihar, हम लोग 1 रुपए का टॉयलेट जाता वो भी यूपीआई पे करके, शौचालय. राइट. Yeah. So UPI is, so you don't know, serious consequences can happen. All right, serious consequences. So, and good thing also can happen. All right, many small restaurants, they were incurring losses. Don't you think Swiggy and Zomato saved them? Because now they have got accessibility. You don't have to have big place to open a restaurant. They are in Bangalore places wherein small 250 square feet पे लिया, अच्छा शेफ को हायर किया, स्विगी पे लिस्ट किया, अच्छा मस्त खाना देता, and they are minting 10, 10, 20 lakh rupees per month as profit. Small shop, small. Imagine. So, of course, nobody could have predicted that this is going to happen. Nobody can predict what will be the reason for up or what will be the reason for down. Now, remember, when expansion or contraction or peak or depression happens, there are some certain things happens in the economy. Abhi, when the economy is expanding, then we say that the GDP growth is happening. So GDP, you'll see increases. When the GDP is increasing, then I can say, don't you think more goods are produced? Don't you think employment will also increase? Correct? Employment is also increasing, GDP is increasing, production is also increasing. When employment is increasing, then household income is also increasing. When more production is happening, why? Household income again increase, or it means demand, aggregate demand is also increasing. When the demand is increasing, it will lead to further increase in production, and to produce further, there will be increase in investment. बोलो होगा कि नहीं? When there is increase in investment, then more and more businesses will want to take loan. And when the demand for loan increases, don't you think interest rate will increase? All right. When people's and household income is increasing, don't you think not only their consumption but their savings will also increase? And when everybody is buying more, consuming more, earning more, investing more, don't you think government revenue from taxes will also increase? Now government is not increasing the tax, but a company was producing 1 million units, now it's producing 1.5 million units. So same rate of GST will give more revenue to the government. So government revenue from taxes are increasing. And when everything is increasing, income increasing, employment increasing, investment increasing, production increasing, government revenue from tax increasing, interest rate increasing, everything, can I say money supply also increases? But what happens here? Don't you think when the demand for investment increases, demand for loan further increases, eventually the bank will increase the interest rate? So because you see, for a company which is making remote, this is the commodity for that company. अगर इसका demand बढ़ता है, company will increase the price. For a bank, the commodity is loan. What is bank selling you? Bank is selling you a commodity which is intangible, but that is loan. If more and more people are demanding for loan, so just like the seller of this remote increase the price, do you think the seller of the loan will increase the price? So as a result, interest rate will eventually later on will increase. Then you'll say it's contradictory. यहाँ पर आ जाता है, sir. Money supply increases, interest rate will decrease. Yes, interest rate when it decreases, then money supply will increase. So imagine what happens. Bank says I want to give you loan. How can the bank can motivate me to take a loan? सर गाड़ी खरीदने का 15% पे लोन मिला था, कार लोन 10%, घर खरीदने का 9% का लोन था, 7.5% आपको देगा, धंधा स्टार्ट करने का 14% का लोन था, 9% पे ले लो. They can motivate me to take loan. I will go and take loan. And if they do this to everybody, more and more people will go to the bank to take loan. Just like a seller is giving discount so that more customer will come. If significant number of customers come, will the seller give you discount? No. So the bank will first induce the consumer to take the loan, businesses to take the loan by reducing the interest. When more and more people will take the loan, they will create demand. To meet that demand, businesses is taking loan. So it means both business and the consumers are taking loan from the bank, and the demand for loan is increasing. Then the interest rate will eventually increase. And when the economy is growing, money supply will increase. But what will happen with the increase in money supply, more and more increase in demand? Don't you think inflation will also increase? Because inflation is what? Rise in general price level. And when the demand for everything is increasing because people have more money in the hand, don't you think the seller will increase the price? Indian economy is growing, but aren't we facing inflationary situation? So remember, wherever there is growth, there will be some amount of inflation. That is the side effect of growth. But if the inflation is rising slower than the growth, GDP is rising by 8%, inflation has increased to 2%, well and fine, no problem. Effective growth is 6%. Problem comes when the GDP is growing at 8% and inflation is 7%. It means real growth is only 1%. And the problem aggravates when the economy goes through hyperinflationary situation wherein GDP growth is 8%, inflation is 14%. It means economy is not growing. Only high inflationary pressure is there. So this way the economy is growing up and up and up. But there is a limit beyond which economy cannot go. So why, sir? In the short run, let's say you have a factory, you can meet the demand. Let's say you are making this thermos. The demand you can produce 1 million unit in 1 lakh unit in 1 week time. Demand is right now 70,000. Economy started to grow. You will increase your supply to production to 80,000. You don't need additional machinery, only variable input you can increase. Demand increases to 90,000. You can again increase. Demand increases to 1 lakh. You can again increase. It means economy is going for a real growth rate because actual production is increasing. Then after that, demand increases to 1,50,000, to 2 lakh, to 3 lakh. can I increase the production of this any further? For that, I have to incur capital expenditure. Can I set Maruti is producing a car? Demand for car in India, let's say for Maruti is 1 lakh units in a year. The demand increases to 1.2 lakh. चलो ओवर टाइम करके ज्यादा पुश करके 1.2 lakh मीट कर दिया. Production increases, growth increases, real growth. Demand increases to 1.8 lakh. Extra 60,000 car can you make? And if you want to make, what you have to do? You'll take 5 more years to set up a new factory to produce car. ऐसा नहीं है ना कि चाय बनाना है, रात को मारुति एक फैक्ट्री लगाएगा, बन गया मॉर्निंग में. It will take 5, 6, 7, 8, sometimes 10 years to set up a factory. Kia started to build his factory from 2012 onwards in India, Anandpur में. 2018 में फैक्ट्री बनकर रेडी हुआ. Then the car came to the market, 1920 से. So, it means if the demand for Maruti car goes on increasing and Maruti knows supply has hit the maximum limit, what the Maruti will do? It will increase the price. Inflation is bad for the economy. Then after the economy reaches peak, what happens at the peak? Peak is the, let me finish off this, then we'll take the break. Peak is the point wherein that is the maximum point to which an economy can grow. Everything becomes expensive. Everything is on a higher threshold. The economy is at the maximum level of employment. There is no more labor force available at this time to meet the demand to produce more. Cost of living increases significantly. Everybody is willing to pay a higher price because their income is also more. Businesses have expanded and they have, work in progress. A lot of factories are there to meet the demand. Now remember, for businesses also they create demand, and businesses also can push up the price of many things. Demand for car increases, demand for camera increases. Car maker and camera maker are also buying a raw material from other companies. So just like customer is creating pressure on the car and the camera maker, the car and the camera maker will create a pressure on the supplier of raw materials. So just like for the consumer, the demand is hard, the car maker is increasing the price, the camera maker is increasing the price. For the camera maker and car maker, the raw material seller will also increase the price. So cost of production increases significantly. Everybody is taking more and more loan. They are willing to pay high interest because they can afford to sell at a higher price, as people are willing to pay a high price. So at the peak, the cost of living will be maximum, interest rate will be highest, money supply will be significant, inflation rate will be higher, government, all good. But याद रखने का, when everywhere there is a good news, it means something bad is going to happen. Market ऊपर जा रहा है. Everybody is buying. When the bear hug will happen, nobody knows. Alright? Nobody knows. जो आके बोलता है YouTube पे, झूठ बोलता है, क्योंकि वो YouTube वीडियो क्यों बनाएगा? वो घर बेच के पुट खरीद के बैठ जाएगा. Alright? Clear? So when the market will crash, he will make significant amount of money. You see, if you would have told you somebody that tomorrow कोरोना पे लॉकडाउन होने के पहले, एक हफ्ते पहले, मार्केट विल फॉल डाउन. Nifty first fell down by 1000, then again next day 1500 point, then again 500 point lower circuit लगता रहा. Even if you would have bought a Nifty put at 10,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, और OTM भी खरीद के रख लेता, but the thing is, provided people knew, then that 10,000 rupees would have given you 30, 40, 45, 50 lakh rupees in a period of just 1 week time. 10,000 rupees. So can you imagine if somebody would have bought for 10 lakh rupees ka put, how many crores you would have made? But the thing is, who knows? मार्केट गिरने के बाद तो एवरीबडी से ये पुट का वैल्यू इतना हो गया, अरे अभी क्यों बोल रहा है, पहले कुछ बताओ तब पता चले. So nobody can say. So it means the market is ready to fall, and then contraction happens. Now, how contraction happens? Remember, the euphoria is created by the customers by creating demand. At some point in time, customers will say, I'll pay more, my income is increasing. मैं 100 रुपया का नहीं 500 का पिज्जा खाएगा, I can afford. मैं I will buy a jeans at 2000 में 5000 का खरीदेगा, I can afford. At some point in time, customer will begin to say, बहुत महंगा है, कभी तो बोलेगा. That is the time when the downfall will begin. So when the customers will begin to say, बहुत महंगा है, they will cut down their demand. The moment they cut down their demand, businesses will have unsold stock. They will panic. When businesses will have unsold stock, they will decrease their production, unemployment further. When people who are losing their job, they will further decrease their consumption. It will hit some other business. When businesses profit was at highest, now businesses profit is coming down and some businesses will start incurring loss. When businesses incur loss, can they pay the loan that they have taken to with the bank? No. Businesses will suffer from the problem of non-performing asset. What is non-performing asset? When you took a loan from a bank, the bank will show you on the debtor side you are an asset for the bank. But if your credibility becomes questionable कि ये पे कर पाएगा कि नहीं, then it becomes a non-performing asset. Means the bank will have to create a provision for doubtful debt for you. That out of the 100 crore remaining loan, you may end up paying only 80 crore, 20 crore can go for back debt. So under conservatism principle, you have to create a provision for doubtful debt for 20 crore rupees. Now, if suppose the bank now thinks that you cannot pay the loan, you have gone bankrupt, bank will take away your asset, sell away the asset, and out of that 100 crore, the bank is able to recover only 60 crore. It means 20 crore का provision तो चला गया, another 20 crore का bad debt the company will have to write off, bank will have to write off. So the bank will suffer from non-performing asset because if the business is not able to make profit, how will they return? When people are losing their job, they will default on the loan that they have taken. So when the banks are going through non-performing asset, the banks, there will be a liquidity problem because the bank has borrowed from the people and lent to others. Can the bank say to the people, मैं आपको FD interest नहीं देगा? No. So you have to meet the obligation of payment to others, but you don't have the money. So liquidity problem आ गया. And when depression is the lowest point, whatever happens in contraction, you exaggerate that thing in depression. Unemployment will be at the highest level. Growth rate will become negative. Negative growth rate in terms of GDP. Business को losses हो रहा था. Now in depression, business shutdown and bankruptcy will happen. Bank were suffering from liquidity problem. Now bank will fail and government will have to bail out the bank. All bad, bad, bad. And then eventually the economy will recover. Clear hai? So let's quickly go through it. Business cycle or trade cycle is natural rise and fall in economic growth. Refers to alternate expansion and contraction. Now why we have taken expansion and contraction only? Because peak and trough happens for a very small period. It is largely 95% of the time the economy is either in the contraction or in the expansion phase. Turning point बोलते हैं इसको peak and trough को. Economic fluctuations occur again and again, but not always at regular intervals, nor they have same length or duration. That is very important point. Economic goes through these economic fluctuation. Business cycle useful for analyzing economy, and study of business cycle helps in business decision making. Already I have explained it. And you see business cycle is given. This is now the trend. What is the trend? Trend will line if see in market we say trend is your friend. So trend is showing what in the long run. Now let's say every time the economy is creating a higher peak, no, it is a growing economy. So you have a trend line that shows. It means if the trend line is going up, it means right now the economy may be contracting, but we know once it start expanding, it will create a higher peak. So that is the sign of a growing economy, and it will show you real GDP, and here is the time. Simple. See, expansion also called boom or upswing, peak or boom or prosperity. Contraction, expansion boom और upswing नहीं बोलते हैं. करेक्ट कर लो इसको. Upswing, peak or boom, prosperity, contraction, downsizing, recession, and depression. All the examples, whatever I explained is already mentioned over here. All right, everything about interest rate and money supply and everything. So everything that I've explained is mentioned over here. Recovery is nothing but a part of expansionary phase. आपको expansion है, contraction, expansion of expansion, peak, contraction, depression, and then again rise. This is the recovery phase. You can call it recovery or re-expansion. Same thing happens during that time. Here the examples are given. You will read it just like that. If you don't want to read it, you can leave it, no problem. Features of business cycle, very important, from where they ask you the question. Occur periodically, though they do not same regularity, they do not show. They have some, some distinct phases such as expansion, peak, contraction, depression, and trough. Business cycles generally originate in a free market economy where government control doesn't happen. It affects every sector of the economy. Every sector will be affected. Monsoon kharab ho gaya. Do you think only primary sector will be affected? No. Every sector will be affected because the raw material you'll get from the primary sector. Farmer has also taken a loan that will not be able to pay, that will affect the banking sector. Right. Business cycle do not have uniform characteristic and causes. Causes can be different, characteristic can be different. They are caused by varying factors. Fluctuation occur not only in production but also simultaneously in other variables. What I try to say, that don't think that business cycle may demand and supply will only affected. Employment, interest rate, money supply, tax revenue of the government, everything will be affected. It's all interlinked. All right. Investment. Yes, hold on. One thing you have to be very careful. It will business cycle will affect the demand for everything, but not in the same manner. Demand for luxury goods and capital goods will be affected more, whereas demand for services and non-durable goods will not be affected more. For example, कोरोना आ गया, आप प्लान कर रहा था फोन खरीदने का, खरीदेगा नहीं खरीदेगा, ज्वेलरी खरीदने का, खरीदेगा नहीं खरीदेगा. बिजनेसमैन थिंकिंग अबाउट स्टार्टिंग अ बिजनेस, दे विल स्टार्ट, दे विल नॉट स्टार्ट. बट will you stop eating? Will you not buy medicine? Will you not go to the doctor when you are feeling sick? So consumption of durable and non-durable goods will decrease, but not in the same proportion. So services and non-durable goods will be not affected much due to the up and down. So again, if the economy is going up, do you think the demand for normal goods will increase more? आप ज्यादा वेजिटेबल खाएगा, आप ज्यादा वेजिटेबल भी खाएगा, ज्यादा सोप भी खरीदेगा, ज्यादा, बट क्या ज्यादा खरीदेगा? लग्जरी गुड्स ज्यादा खरीदेगा ना. ऑफ कोर्स लग्जरी गुड्स विल बाय more, have a higher elasticity of demand. So remember, capital goods and luxury goods will be affected more due to change in the business cycle, whereas non-durable goods and services will be affected less. Investment, consumption, durable goods, consumer goods, and cars, houses, refrigerator are affected most by the cyclical fluctuation. Consumption of non-durable goods, services do not very much different. Causes with business cycle, you all know internal causes that you can, that affects only one country, one economy, and can be controlled. External that will affect the entire world, many economies. Internal में क्या है? Demand can be created even by decreasing the tax of the government. Fluctuation in investment, interest rate, RBI can decrease the repo rate and we'll see investment will increase because interest loan is available at a lower price. Government spending, if the government is spending more money to construct more airports, more flyovers, more power projects, then of course economy will grow. It doesn't depend on US government, it depends upon our government. Macroeconomic policies, employment ka policy, subsidies ka policy and everything. Money supply controlled by RBI in India. Psychological factors, many people are afraid. कल मैं बोल रहा था एक फ्रेंड को, म्यूचुअल फंड, he is keeping crores of rupees in his fixed deposit. बोले पागल है क्या? And I said, you keep some minimum, let's say 25 lakh remaining, you buy mutual funds. He said, no, risky है. बोला क्या risky है? बोला कौन सा बैंक में रखा है? HDFC बैंक. बोला वो भी स्टॉक मार्केट में लिस्टेड है. ऑलराइट, अगर उसका पैसा गया शेयर मार्केट में, कंपनी बैंकरप्ट हुआ तो तेरा एफडी भी गया. ऑलराइट, सो the thing is they don't understand psychological, something bad can happen, bad thing can happen. That is the problem. But if people are optimistic, all right, they have data and everything. You see why I'm optimistic about India? Two things that will decide whether a country will grow in the long run or not. That is also taken as a trend setter for by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. At what rate your steel consumption is increasing in the economy? Because why steel goes into infrastructure. Can you have a hospital, a railway, metro, bullet train, power plant, biscuit making factory, chips making factory, cloth making factory without steel? Big dams and everything. So steel कहाँ जा रहा है भाई? बिस्किट के जैसा खा तो नहीं रहा स्टील. And consumption of steel in India, production of steel in India has increased significantly. And we are not exporting too much of steel. So इसका मतलब कहाँ जा रहा है? यहाँ पर यूज हो रहा है, बन रहा है. Power consumption up and up and up. Huge. Commercial consumption is more than 90%, more than 80%. Household consumption is 20%. So commercial consumption has also increased. So it means this gives us the indication that economy is poised to grow in the next 20, 30 years. This is the best time for you to become CA. All right, all are internal factors. External causes I cannot control, but it will affect every business. War, यूक्रेन रशिया वॉर हुआ, इंडिया को भी इफेक्ट हुआ, प्राइस ऑफ क्रूड इंक्रीज. पोस्ट वॉर रिकंस्ट्रक्शन एंड इट्स अ स्कैम. पहले डिस्ट्रॉय कर दो फिर कंस्ट्रक्ट करो, इकोनॉमी इज ग्रोइंग. टेक्नोलॉजी शॉक, यस एआई आएगा, some business will be wiped out, big businesses will invest in research and development, they will grow. It will affect every country, isn't it? AI has affected every country and every IT firm in the world. Natural factors, yes, COVID आया, सबको बर्बाद किया. And population growth, you cannot control world population. जब होने का है होगा. All right. Then there are three things that you must know. Yes. Lagging, what are indicators? Indicators will tell us either what is going to happen, what has happened, or what is happening. Now, lagging indicator will show you about tell you about those things that has already happened in the past. Only sir, past को देख के मैं क्या future में कर सकता है? Price action है stock market में एक चीज आता है, concept आता है. When I look at the past trend and I can find out, relate it that whenever this happened, that happens, then I can predict what is going to happen in future. Not absolutely with 100% accuracy, but with some certainty. So if I look at the past, that every time economy grows at 10% for 5 years, there is a downfall that happens. And most of the time it happens, sometimes 10%, sometimes 9%, sometimes 5 years, 5.5 years. Then I can figure out that now what is going to happen. All right. So lagging indicator will tell us what has already happened in the past. We'll try to understand the pattern of changes so that we can figure out whether the pattern will be, what will be the change during the current time period. Coincident indicator will tell us what is currently happening, current rate of economic growth, current employment rate, everything, current inflation and everything. And leading indicator will tell us what is going to happen in future. For example, if there is increase in the consumption of steel today, that is a leading indicator for growth in future, because the steel that is used to construct dam, still they are work in progress. So they will be ready after 5, 6, 15, 20 years. Then what will happen? India growth is going to happen. If new orders for plant and machinery has come, the plant and machinery will be ready, not now, later on. That is all a leading indicator. Clear? Hai? So let's take a break here. 15:20. We'll begin at 15:50. 20 है ना, 50 में begin करेगा. Half an hour of break. Everyone, half an hour. ಮೋಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಯಾವುದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅದೇ ಸುಜಿ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ಫುಲ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ That one. It's not like recreation.
Students, am I audible? Can you see clearly? All right. So let's begin. Determination of national income. The class notes is available with you, and this particular uh, thing will help you also understand a lot of garbage. Everything is been removed. What is important that has been covered. So, chapter 6, you have two units: national income accounting and Keynesian theory on national income. A lot of numericals are also there, but we still don't have an idea what kind of questions they're going to ask. So, initially, you'll find after the syllabus change, relatively easier questions are asked. So, you can expect that here. So, first of all, national income, they can ask you who gave the concept of national income. So, it is Simon Kuznets and Richard Stone, for which they also won one Nobel Prize. Now, what is national income? National income, generally, we measure national income and NNP at factor cost. We try to figure out what is the net value of all the goods and services produced within the domestic territory of an economy in 1 year. So, remember, measurement of national income is a short term activity, not a long term, because every year, every quarter, we measure the national income. National income accounts for fundamental aggregate statistics in macroeconomic policy making. So, say for example, my macroeconomic, because national income is the income generated in every sector of the economy, not in one sector of the economy. So, it is fundamental macroeconomic data or aggregate that tells you about the growth of the economy and how much each of this sector contribute to the economy. It means sectoral wise we also measure the national income. It means how much is the value addition that has happened in the primary sector, how much in the tertiary sector, and how much in the secondary sector. It helps government to take a lot of policy decision, because you see government is making plan in a mixed economy. Now government says that India will be a 5 trillion, will try to achieve making India a $5 trillion economy. For India to become a $5 trillion economy, let's say suppose we need to grow at 9%. So if in for the next 10 years, if any of the year the economy grows at 8% or 7%, don't you think in the remaining year it must grow at more than 10% to achieve? So the government will try to, through budgeting, do short-term course correction in order to achieve the a larger goal of $5 trillion economy. And it is in India is measured by Central Statistical. Initially, it was known as organization. Now we call it as office. Its headquarters is located in New Delhi. Now, what is the significance? Significance means importance of national income. What is the significance of national income? A lot of significance is there. When we try to calculate national income according to sector wise, we can know that which sector is growing and which sector is laggard or it is not growing at the rate that it was expected for. And the government can go for a sector specific policy as well. National income aggregate also determines, help us to figure out whether the rate of employment is consistent with the growth. Sometimes it so happens that the level of unemployment is rising. And what is the cause of rise in unemployment? Is it because the national income is falling down? So it helps government make employment policies as well. All right. It helps businesses also to take long-term decision. Tell me why Amazon will come to India? Why any other foreign firm want to invest into India? They will look at the trend of the national income growth in the GDP and the national income the last 30, 40 years. And if the trend is showing that all the time, every time we are achieving a newer peak. So that helps us business to determine whether we should invest into that economy or not. National income data also helps us determine what is the per capita income, because per capita income is calculated by dividing the total national income by total population, and it gives us the standard of living. Higher per capita income is considered to be good for a country. So a country, a developed country, you'll find a higher per capita income is there, whereas a developing and least developing country will have relatively lower per capita income. National income also helps determine our export and import policy, because we see export is a part of the national income. We'll see later on when we look at export. Before export happened, the production takes place within the country. Employment generation happens within the country. So by increasing export also, we can increase our national income, and by decreasing import, we can also plug the leakages and help the national income maintain a stable growth. Many a times a country has to contribute to the global bodies like World Bank, World Health, United Nation. Abhi, how much do you contribute? So every country who is a member of World Bank, World Health Organization, this they have to run their organization. So every country will contribute certain proportion as a certain proportion of their national income to the global body. So that's the relevance of national income. Everything is mentioned over here. All right. Now, different concepts of national income. Remember, there is a body which is known as SNA, that is System of National Account, which is a part of United Nations. We call it United Nation SNA. What does it do? If suppose, what does accounting standard do? It tries to give you the framework of accounting. And if every company is following the same accounting standard, then the data will be comparable. Not only that, if a company changes its method of accounting every year, do you think the data will be reliable to take decision? The answer is no. But if the method of accounting is same year on year, then the data will help you determine where my company is going. In the same way, if every country is measuring different methods, using different methods, and they are frequently changing the method, then the data will not be comparable. Absolutely not comparable. Neither the government nor the businesses will be able to take long-term investment decision. So United Nations System of National Account, it creates a framework, guideline it provides how to measure the national income. What expenditure should you take into consideration, what you should not take into consideration. Different methods it also says. So when every country is following the same method, same framework, then the data will become comparable. And according to United Nations System of National Account, there are three methods of measuring national income. It doesn't matter which method you apply, but provided if you are not making the mistake, then the data will be same. Why? Because these methods are interconnected or interrelated. For example, if I want to measure national income through expenditure method, I am incurring expenditure, material cost, transportation cost, electricity cost, capital cost. So if I add up my all expenditure, then don't you think my expenditure would have become somebody's income? So whether I go there and count how much income they have received, or I compare the expenditure, add up all the expenditure, they should match, provided nobody is lying about it, but everybody lies about it. Expenditure को मैं inflate कर देगा. Why? To reduce my profit. I have incurred, my cost is, let's say transportation cost is 1 lakh, I will show 5 lakh. गया तो 1 lakh, मैं show किया 4 lakh. Why will I do that? My net profit will fall down by 4 lakh. Correct? I have to pay lower taxes. Now, for big companies, it is difficult, but there are many small companies who can continue to do it. Is it difficult for the government to catch them? Yes, very difficult. What is the chances or probability they will be caught? Not even 10%. जो पकड़ा गया. अभी सबको पकड़ने के लिए आपको इनकम टैक्स में इतना लोगों को employ करना पड़ेगा, and the government, when it you perform the cost and benefit analysis, the salary paid to the employees will be greater than the people are showing the wrong entry. So government बोले क्या करेगा, कुछ नहीं कर सकते. All right, and people will show lower income, expenditure will show more income, the other guy will show less. So here you will get a higher national income, there you get a lower national income. All right, and not only that, everybody has a potential to hide their income. Even if you are a doctor, all right, you are looking at 50 patients every day. Some patient will pay Google Pay, no problem, you cannot hide. कोई credit card से pay करेगा नहीं, कोई तो cash pay करेगा. Will you disclose it? And if you do not disclose, can the government catch you? The money doesn't go to the bank. Money यहाँ से आया, household expenditure इससे ही चलेगा. All right, so it becomes very difficult. And then another method is value added method, wherein you try to find out what is the total value addition. What is value addition, we'll see in a while. So these are the three methods that you can employ to estimate national income. Now, gross domestic product. Now, what is gross domestic product? See, gross domestic product is nothing but the total GDP is always measured at market price. Remember, we measure at factor cost as well. But when the government will tell you GDP is growing at this rate, this is the value of GDP, it means government is telling you or giving you the market value. Whereas national income is measured always denoted at factor cost. Now, GDP is nothing but the market value of all final goods and services. Final goods and services means which is not meant for further production. Final goods and services produced in an economy in one accounting year. It means a farmer, let's say a wheat 1 kilogram is wheat is 20, 1 million is sold. So 1 million into 20, that will be added to the national income. You are a CA, you are charging from your client, and total income that you receive from you by you is, let's say, 1 crore rupees in a year. So 1 crore rupees will be the market value of your services rendered. Everything will be added at market price. Now GDP excludes transfer payment, financial transaction, and non-reported output generated through illegal transaction. Yes. So transfer income या transfer payment क्या होता है? When you are working for the government will give you salary that will be added to national income. But after you retire, अभी तो pension नहीं मिलता, बहुत country में मिलता है. So we are going to understand national income not from our India's perspective, from a global perspective. So after that, government will give you pension. Are you giving any services to the government? No. So it is simply a transfer payment. It cannot be added to national income. Otherwise, it will lead to double counting. You earned a salary of 1 lakh rupees. Let's say your parent has earned a salary. It will be added to national income. Your birthday party is there. You ask Papa 10,000 do. Papa de diya 10,000. Can you say it's your income? Maybe your personal income, but it is not your national income. If I add this 10,000, what will happen? The services that was generated was 1 lakh rupees, but what I have added is 1 lakh 10,000. So transfer payment should always be deducted. It should never be added to the national income. So transfer payment, scholarship allowance, anything that you receive without any consideration. Quid pro quo नहीं हुआ. Quid pro quo नहीं हुआ, it means give and take नहीं हुआ. If I borrow capital from the market, I'm paying interest. Interest is the services that cost of services that I am paying for the bank, to the bank, cost of capital added to the national income. But if I give donation to somebody, it will not be added to national income. Why? See, receive kya? Will it create liability? The answer is no, it will not create any liability. If I take a loan, it will create liability. I need to pay back. But donation will not create liability. All these things are not added to national income. Now, illegal income. What is illegal income? Illegal income is from smuggling, black marketing, and this and that. But remember, black money is not created only through illegal income. From legal sources also black money you can create. You are a CA working, legal है ना, illegal तो नहीं है. So if you hide your income, do not pay taxes on it, that becomes a black money. So black money, don't you think that it's only generated from illegal income? Black money can be generated from legal income, also illegal income. All right. Illegal income is also not added to national income because it is not visible. Even if it's visible, government will not add. Right. Remember also, payment of tax is not considered as a consideration whether something will be added to national income or not. They should be give and take. राइट. कौन बनेगा करोड़पति में? आप जीता, आपको टैक्स डिडक्ट करके पैसा मिलेगा. इट विल नॉट बी एडेड बिकॉज व्हाट हैव यू डन? बोला सर मैं खेला. और हैव यू प्रोवाइडेड एनी सर्विसेज? द आंसर इज नो. अमिताभ बच्चन विल ऑल्सो विन. I mean, not win. He will also get the money with after tax deducted, but his income will be added to national income. Windfall gain, gambling, lottery business up here, it will never be added to national income. Sale of second-hand machinery will not be added to national income. Carry forward of stock will never be added to national income. So you must know what should be excluded. All right. The product market, because the value of goods and services is determined by the common measuring unit of money and evaluated at market price. So value of output minus value of intermediate consumption, that is value addition. Now, what is intermediate consumption? Simple logic. You, let's say, uh, are running a transportation company, correct? You bought a car. What is the value of the car? Let's say 10 lakh rupees. All right. Then what you do, you will use this car to generate some income. Now, your purchase of car is your intermediate consumption, correct? Now, the total value of the services that you render in the market, let's say you receive 12 lakh rupees from it, from running that car, giving to Ola and everything. The question is, what is value addition? The value addition at your end is only 2 lakh rupees. Why? Because the intermediate consumption is 10 lakh, final value of output is 12 lakh. Let's say farmer, he has incurred a cost of 1000, raw material, everything, pesticide, सब कुछ खरीदा, and simple figure I'm taking 1000 rupees, or let's say 1 lakh rupees ले लो, and he sells the output to somebody at 1,50,000. Now, what is the value added? What is actual production that is done by the farmer? That is 50,000. So, from the total market value, this is the total value of output, that is the sell value is the output minus intermediate consumption, that is cost 50,000. Now, somebody who must have purchased the raw material, let's say it is cotton, a textile mill owner purchases cotton at 1,50,000. ये इसका intermediate consumption है. He converts that cotton into t-shirts and he sells by adding a profit margin at, let's say, 1,75,000. So it means this is the value of output. OP लिखा मैं. What is value addition? 75,000 is the value addition. Somebody who is a wholesaler who is not producing anything, but he purchases from the manufacturer at 1,75,000. So ये इसका intermediate consumption है, and he sells to the retailer at 2 lakh rupees. That is the value of output. What is the intermediate consumption? That is 25,000. अभी क्या है, wholesaler खरीदा let's say 2 lakh rupees में, and to the retailer खरीदा and retailer sells to the final consumer at 2,10,000 rupees. So here is your intermediate consumption. Here is the value of output. So it is 10,000 rupees. So either you count the total value added or you count the total value of output. It should match. If you count both, then what will happen? Don't you think, if suppose if I say that total value of output is 20,000, 2 lakh, and this is your 1,75,000. If I add this, don't you think double counting is happening? Right or wrong? Double counting is happening. 2 lakh. Double counting is happening. So If I say that the value of cake is 500 rupees, either you take the market price of cake, 10 cakes sold, 500 into 10, or what you can do is add all the components that has gone into the cake and find out what is the total value addition at every stage, right? It should give you the same value. So value addition, if I want to find out, then from the total value of output, we have to do what? Minus intermediate consumption. Minus intermediate consumption. All right. Now let's go back here. Hmm. Sorry, where? 25,000, 25,000, 75,000 नहीं होगा, 25,000 होगा. Wrong. समझ में आ गया ना? कॉन्सेप्ट समझ में है ना? राइट. कॉन्सेप्ट समझने का. राइट. Now, from the total value of output, you have to deduct intermediate consumption, you will get the value. Simple logic है. एक कंपनी स्टील बनाया. Alright. If they ask you, a company has manufactured steel. The market value of steel, total value of output is $1 million. Alright. But to make that steel, carriage inward cost, material cost, electricity also consumed, that is 0.75 million. What is value addition? I have bought resources of 0.75 and my steel value that I'm selling it at 1 million. So value addition kitna hai? Value addition is only 0.25 million. No, value addition is not 1 million. Value addition, that is value of output. Value of output hai. Value addition to 0.25 million hi hai. Right. Important points to be kept in mind. Value added is the difference between value of output and purchase of intermediate good. दोनों को deduct करेगा. Intermediate consumption consists of value of goods and services consumed as input in the process of production. It can be intangible services as well. You are a CA, आपको एक client आके 1 लाख रुपया दिया, but that is 1 lakh rupees is your value of output, not value addition. आपको माइनस करना पड़ेगा रेंटल कॉस्ट, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कॉस्ट एंड एवरीथिंग दैट इंटरमीडिएट गुड्स यू हैव कंज्यूम्ड. Then you can find out what is your total value addition. GDP covers all production activity recognized by SNS production boundary. Production boundary, it means a boundary is created and United Nation SNS says इसके अंदर जो भी आएगा that should be added to national income. Outside it, smuggling, illegal transfer payment, these are things should not be added to national income. Production boundary covers almost all the goods and services defined in the national industrial classification. Not important. Non-economic activities are never accounted for national income. Hobbies, passion, pension, all right, these are not included in the national income. Transfer payment. National income is a flow measure. Means government को बोला था ना आपको flow concept में. Government will tell you GDP growth is 8%. Growth बोला, it means base year और current year का comparison में we have grown by 8%. So flow concepts. Two types of, now remember one thing, in your accounts you take 4 different types of expenditure. क्या क्या लेता आप, कैसे डिफाइन करता है एक्सपेंडिचर को? कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर, रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर, डायरेक्ट एक्सपेंडिचर, इनडायरेक्ट एक्सपेंडिचर. In case of national income, direct and indirect doesn't happen. An expenditure is an expenditure. Direct indirect का concept नहीं है. Alright, the difference is only between capital and current expenditure. That's it. Alright. Now, nominal GDP versus real GDP. Understand one thing. What is a nominal GDP? Nominal GDP is when I try to find out what is the total market value of goods and services produced today. Now, if I buy this pen, does it include the effect of inflation? Of course, yes. Because अगर नहीं होगा तो ये सस्ता में मिलेगा मेरे को. When inflation happens, price of everything increases. So everything currently sold in the market has the value of inflation included into it. That will give us a wrong idea of national income. That data is important to find out inflation. But data with regard to the actual production of GDP is also important. Let's say, for example, you have produced some commodity. All right. Your cost of production was rupees 100, let's say, and your selling price was 150. market price. You are selling 1000 units, correct? What is the total market value? That will be 1,50,000, correct? Now what happens? Your cost of production increases from 100 to rupees 150. In order to earn the same margin of profit, what you'll do? You will increase your selling price. By inflation हुआ तो खर्चा करना पड़ेगा. पेट्रोल का प्राइस बढ़ा तो कंपनी को प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट बढ़ा तो कंपनी will increase the price. So now again you are selling 1000 units. Now what is the total market value? 2 lakh. अभी क्वेश्चन आप मेरे को बताओ, प्रोडक्शन तो तब भी और अब भी 1000 यूनिट्स का ही है. Has the economy produced anything extra? But if suppose I would have measured national income, then would have given me 1.5 lakh valuation. Right now it is showing 2 lakh valuation. Don't you think this 50,000 is nothing but a bubble? Had it been so that the national income has increased because there is increase in production, then no problem. That is the real GDP growth. So it means what I'll have to do is that I have to find out that how much of the growth is due to inflation and how much is the real growth. Because unless you find out the real growth, you will not be able to figure out that employment सही हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है, government policies and everything. So the concept of real and nominal GDP comes. Real GDP is measured at a base year price. Whichever is a stable year and nearest to the current year will take that base year. And we will compare the base year with a 100 value, basis point जिसका 100 रहेगा. We will compare the current year GDP. Right. And then the difference between the two will give us the level of inflation. Real GDP do not include the effect of inflation. Nominal GDP include the effect of inflation. Real GDP will only increase when there is increase in the productivity of the economy. Nominal GDP, as we have seen, can also increase when there is no increase in productivity. The difference between the nominal and the real GDP is due to inflation, and greater the inflation will be the difference between the real and the nominal GDP. Understood? So exactly same thing is mentioned over here. Everything that I've explained is mentioned. You just have to read it. Right? ये handout आपको नहीं मिला ना? I'll share it with you guys. Now you have to calculate GDP deflator. What is GDP deflator? GDP deflator is nothing but the inflation rate. प्राइस लेवल को जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर बोलता है. आप सिंपल लॉजिक लगाओ मेरे को. आप बताओ, समथिंग विच वाज सोल्ड at 100 rupees or 1000 rupees, all right, past में, past, and rate of inflation is 10%, all right. If I ask you, tell me what is the current price of this particular commodity, that will be 1100 होगा. So what I have to do, I'll have to, this is your real GDP, real GDP. So what into what I'll do, 110% करेगा ना. So can I say into 10 by 100, correct or not? So you have, अगर इसको मैं 110% कर दिया, so it means 1000 into 110%, you will get 1100 as the value. Now tell me, if somebody gives you 1100 as the value and tell you that the GDP deflator is 110, उसका मतलब नहीं कि 110% इन्फ्लेशन है, का मतलब 10% इन्फ्लेशन है. Correct? Deflator has a value of 100, it means there is no inflation. Anything above 100 will be your rate of inflation. So here the rate of inflation is not 110%, it is 10%. So if you are given this value and given the value of GDP deflator, can you not find out the real GDP? Easily you can find out. So you don't have to cram the formula. आप देखो यहां पर कहां गया या जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर क्या किया, नॉमिनल जीडीपी बाय रियल जीडीपी इनटू 100. इफ आई वांट टू फाइंड आउट नॉमिनल जीडीपी, इफ आई वांट टू फाइंड आउट एनजीडीपी लिख रहा मैं, देन व्हाट आई हैव टू डू, आई हैव टू डू व्हाट, रियल जीडीपी इनटू जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर बाय 100 करना पड़ेगा. सो रियल जीडीपी बाय जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर इनटू 100. करेक्ट, राइट और रॉन्ग? एग्जैक्टली सेम थिंग तो यहीं पर होगा. आपको क्या करने पड़ेगा, एक दूसरे को डिवाइड करना पड़ेगा. Alright, so it means to find out, when they are trying to find out nominal GDP and GDP deflator is given, you simply multiply it with the percentage. Alright, GDP है 100, let's say 120, rate of GDP deflator is 120, then 120 into 120%. If 1 lakh rupees is the real GDP, GDP deflation is 130, then 1 lakh into 130%. Or what you can do, 30% of 1 lakh add कर दो फिर. It's the same thing, no? Either I find out 30% and add to 1 lakh, or simply multiply it by 110%, 130%. Correct? So real GDP if I have to find out, same रियल जीडीपी फाइंड आउट करने के लिए क्या होगा, जस्ट आप इसको ऑपोजिट कर दो. इफ आई वांट टू फाइंड आउट रियल जीडीपी, देन नॉमिनल जीडीपी इनटू जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर बाय 100 हियर. सो हियर देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम गिवन. अंडरस्टैंड प्रॉब्लम में यहां पे जीडीपी डिफ्लेटर इज 100. यू सी नॉमिनल जीडीपी रियल जीडीपी इज सेम. इट मींस नो इन्फ्लेशन इज हैपनिंग. अंडरस्टैंड नाउ, इजी वे आउट. अभी थिंक, if suppose nominal GDP is more than real GDP, it means inflation high. Correct or not? Otherwise, how can it be more? But if real is more than nominal, then you have a negative inflation. Deflator value lower than 100 आएगा. So, see here, real GDP is 650, nominal GDP is 800. It means deflator value has to be more than 100. More than 100. तो ये क्या करेगा, मैं 800 को 650 से डिवाइड करेगा ना, क्योंकि उल्टा करेगा तो लेस देन 100 आएगा. करेक्ट और नॉट? इनटू 100 कर देगा, आपका ये वैल्यू आ जाएगा. नाउ इफ सपोज आई राइट इट, लेट्स से मैं इसको चेंज कर देता है, लेट्स से नीचे वालों को चेंज कर देता है. लेट्स से नॉमिनल जीडीपी इज 600. लेट्स से ये हटा दो अभी. Real GDP is 800. It means inflation has gone up or come down? Come down. It means deflator value should be more than 100 or less than 100? Less than 100. It means numerator should be lower than denominator. तो अभी क्या करेगा, मैं इसको इससे डिवाइड करेगा ना. So 600 को 800 से डिवाइड करेगा into 100. Tell me how much you're getting? 75. It means inflation has in fact gone down by 25%. Correct or not? So इन ऑल द अदर केसेस, सो इजी वे आउट करके फॉर्मूला को भूल जाओ. ध्यान में रखने का, बी नॉमिनल मोर देन रियल, इट मींस इन्फ्लेशन इज पॉजिटिव. इट मींस यू विल हैव अ हायर डिनोमिनेटर लोअर, हायर न्यूमरेटर लोअर डिनोमिनेटर मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 100. इफ नॉमिनल इज लेस देन रियल, रियल ज्यादा है, देन नेगेटिव इन्फ्लेशन है, देन denominator will be lower than numerator. You will get a lower value than 100. Everywhere, this is how you can calculate. Easy? Yes. Clear? Next, you see, nominal and real GDP respectively of a country is 3000 and 4700. So, NGDP कितना दिया इसमें आपको? That is nominal पहले दिया है. Nominal and real. Nominal is 3000. एंड रियल, आई देखो ये उल्टा है, रियल जीडीपी 4700. रियल इज मोर देन नॉमिनल. इट मींस डिफ्लेटर वैल्यू शुड बी लोअर देन 100. सो अभी मैं क्या करेगा, 3000 को 4700 से डिवाइड करेगा, इंटू 100 कर दो, यू विल गेट योर आंसर व्हाट एवर इट, विच इज 68? 60.8. It means inflation has gone down. All right. So, same logic here. Price index दिया आपको. This price index is nothing but deflator. All right. Find out nominal GDP. Real GDP is 450. Price index is more. It means inflation हो रहा है. So it means क्या करेगा? 450 into 120%. ज्यादा कुछ नहीं करे. फॉर्मूला भाड़ में गया. 450 into 120%. कितना आ गया? 540 आ गया. Correct? All right. So again, very similar problem is given here. Let's talk about gross national product and net factor income from abroad. Understand one thing. When domestic और national के बीच में क्या difference होता है? When we talk about domestic and national, domestic, GDP में domestic word, NDP में domestic word, GNP national word, NNP बीच में national है. What is the difference? Understand, when we say domestic word, it means every economic activity that happens within our country, whether it is done by a foreigner or by an Indian, if it happens on our soil, it will be a part of our GDP. If I say domestic, यहाँ पर ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट और नेट डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट डजंट मैटर, बीच में डोमेस्टिक वर्ड है यहाँ पर. एंड इफ आई से नेशनल, वेयर आई एम से नेट और ग्रॉस नेशनल प्रोडक्ट और नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट, बीच में नेशनल है, यू हैव टू डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन द टू. यहां पर एवरी एक्टिविटी परफॉर्म बाय एनीबॉडी, if it happens in our country, it ours. All right. AT&T, Apple, Tesla comes here and produces here our GDP. Of course, what we are producing, Reliance Industries, Tata Motors, our GDP. You are a CA working in India, your GDP. Some person comes from abroad and works in India, his activities performed here, our GDP. Then what will I not include in the GDP? In the GDP, remember, territory is important. Who does it? Not important. So it means even if our people goes out and our company goes out, then it is a part of their GDP that will not be included. Reliance Industries having another business in South Africa, not added. Their GDP, not our GDP. All right. Maruti Suzuki is producing car in Brazil, their GDP, not our GDP. You are an Indian citizen but working in Dubai, their GDP, not our GDP. But their people coming here, our GDP. So in domestic, whatever happens here, domestic में location है, is ours. Who does it does not matter. मार्स से एलियन भी आके यहां प्रोड्यूस करेगा, वो मेरा है, वो इंडिया में आया. Who does it does not matter. नेशनल में लोकेशन इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट. Who does it, that is important. जो मेरा है, it will be added to India. यहां करो बाहर करो मतलब नहीं. It means our company producing in India, ours. Correct. Our people working in India, ours. Our people working abroad, मेरा तब भी. National बोला अभी. Our company working abroad, ours. Then क्या मेरा नहीं है? जो फॉरेन है और यहां पर हो रहा है. It means Apple producing car in India, not ours. हो रहा है इंडिया में, GDP added. National, avoid it. Correct. Tesla producing here, not added. GDP add, national, avoid. Correct. All right. Some individual foreigner who comes to India and working in India, GDP add, national, avoid. So in GDP, here added, there deducted. In case of national, अपना है कहीं भी ऐड कर लो, अपना नहीं है कहीं भी है हटाओ. Clear? Easy? All right. That's easy. The difference between what foreigners do in India, of course they will work. What foreigners do in India and what foreign companies does in India, and what Indians do abroad and Indian companies do abroad, दोनों का difference को we call it net factor income from abroad. So if our people earn more over there, our company generate more profit over there, then NFIA will be positive compared to their. If their companies and their people earn more than our companies over there, then NFIA will be negative. A positive NFIA will make national greater than domestic. A negative NFIA will make domestic greater than national. So it means if I want to convert domestic to national, then domestic में NFIA add करेगा वो national हो जाएगा. It means to the GDP at market price, if I add NFIA, it becomes GNP at market price. To the NDP at market price, if I add NFIA, it becomes net national product at market price. अब ये देखो दोनों साइड में डिफरेंस क्या है. ग्रॉस ग्रॉस तो सेम है, करेक्ट. मार्केट प्राइस सेम है. डिफरेंस क्या है? डोमेस्टिक एंड नेशनल. और डोमेस्टिक और नेशनल का डिफरेंस हमेशा एनएफआईए होता. हियर आल्सो net is same, no? MP and MP is same, no? What is the difference? Domestic and national. Domestic and national का difference always is NFIA. Clear? All right. Students, online students, getting it? Now, NFIA is the difference between aggregate amount that a country citizen and companies earn abroad and the aggregate amount that a foreign citizens and overseas companies earn in our country. All right. Clear? If net factor income from abroad is positive, then GNP would be greater than GDP and vice versa. National is domestic plus net factor income from abroad. तो देखो डिफरेंस क्या है. ग्रॉस ग्रॉस सेम है. डिफरेंस इज ओनली national and domestic. You are calculating national, add NFIA. But if I am calculating domestic, you have to deduct NFIA. It's a linear equation. All right. Then net domestic product. Again, understand what is that. If suppose there is no direct and indirect differentiation between, what is the difference between trading account and PL account? Direct and indirect, correct? All right. If there is no direct indirect differentiation, only capital and capital expenditure and current expenditure is the differentiation, don't you think then depreciation will become only difference between gross profit and net profit? Correct. So if I want to get the net profit, then from the gross profit I have to deduct depreciation, and if I want to get the gross profit from the net profit, then I have to add depreciation. So simply yaad rakhne ka, if to the gross, from the gross, if I deduct depreciation, what I'll get is the net, and vice versa. It means if I want to get the gross, then to the net, to the net I have to add depreciation. So it means if I want to get, let's say, net domestic product at market price, then from the gross domestic product at market price, we have to deduct depreciation. Right? Clear? So from the gross domestic product at, so difference यहाँ पर आप देखो क्या है. Market price same, domestic same. What is the difference? Difference in gross and net. तो कभी भी gross और net का difference हुआ मतलब depreciation will be at work. That is the only difference between gross and net. Clear? So equation is given there. Just hold on. All right. NDP is GDP minus depreciation. All right. नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट अभी यहाँ पे दोनों एक साथ किया. देखो एनडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस किया डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट है. सो फ्रॉम टू द डोमेस्टिक आई एम डिडक्ट नेट फैक्टर इनकम फ्रॉम अब्रॉड. व्हाट आई डिड डू, देन व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस हियर? यू सी डोमेस्टिक एंड नेशनल का डिफरेंस है. नेट नेट तो सेम ही है. सो एनएफआई इज द डिफरेंस. देन कम्स द क्वेश्चन, क्या हो गया रे? देन कम्स द क्वेश्चन related to market price and factor cost. Understand one thing. Market price is what? What you pay. Correct? What you pay. what you pay cost of production, you pay profit margin, you pay tax. आप यही तो पे करता है. That is the entire consumer burden. That is what you pay. Correct or not? All right. Do you pay subsidy or the government pays subsidy? So it means when the government increases tax, the market price will increase. But when the government increases subsidy, market price will decrease. All right. So what happens here? If I want to, this adjustment between indirect tax and subsidy is known as net indirect tax. All right, is known as net indirect tax. So market price में tax we are paying, then so market price में taxes are added. Subsidies we are not paying, so subsidies are deducted. As simple as that. Simple logic. All right. What I pay will add, that will reflect in the market price. What the government pays on my behalf, why should I add? Because I'm not paying that. Government is paying that. And why you should not add? Because it's a transfer income. Government is giving you subsidy just for like that. Correct? Right. So it means if suppose I want to calculate GDP at market price, then what I have to do to the GDP at factor cost, I have to add net IDT. Now when I say add net IDT, it means to the GDP at factor cost, what I'm paying? IDT, indirect taxes में पे कर ऐड करेगा. What I'm not paying? Subsidies deduct कर देगा. As simple as that. That will give you GDP at market price. So it means if I have to calculate GDP at factor cost, it will be minus net indirect taxes. That is, you have to deduct the taxes and add the subsidy. Is a linear equation. Clear है? Right. Next. अभी देखो प्रोडक्शन टैक्स और प्रोडक्ट टैक्स में क्या होता है. टैक्सेस ऑन प्रोडक्शन बोलते हैं उसको. जीएसटी इज द प्रोडक्ट टैक्स. प्रोडक्ट टैक्स इज एड वैलोरम. एड वैलोरम का मतलब क्या है? इट विल इंक्रीज विद द वैल्यू ऑफ द गुड इवन इफ द प्राइस डू नॉट इंक्रीज. आई वाज लेट्स से selling 100 units. All right, market price was rupees 200. Correct? Now government says GST is 10%. So it means 200 into 100, that is 20,000. Government लेके गया 2000. Correct? If suppose the price remains same 200 per unit, but now I'm producing 200 units rather than 100 unit. Quantity है ये price है. Price तो change नहीं किया मैं. But don't you think market value of my aggregate will increase? So what is the total? 40,000. Do you think government will say only 2,000 tax pay karo? No. Neither the rate increases nor the market price is increasing. But the value of output is increasing. So you have to pay 10% of 40,000, that is 4,000. Again, if suppose now I am producing 100 units only, but now I'm selling at 300 rupees. So here output is not changing, but the market price is changing. So it means what is the total value? 30,000. Will I need to pay 10%? That is 10% of course, but will I need to pay 200,000 rupees? No, it means I have to pay 3,000 rupees. Nare. So it means what we have understood from this, why do we call it ad valorem? It means even when the rate is remaining same, an increase in the value of the aggregate, either due to increase in price or due to increase in the level of output, will give more taxes to the government. All right. So value increase, liability of tax will increase. Value decrease, liability of tax will decrease. Vice versa. All right. Clear. So ad valorem में इसको प्रोडक्ट टैक्स, ये क्या हुआ रे? प्रोडक्ट टैक्स बोलते हैं. You are in a rush. Hero Ama. Now, it means the liability, aggregate liability of tax will increase even when the government is not increasing the taxes. Maruti ज़्यादा गाड़ी बेचेगा तो government को ज़्यादा tax मिलेगा ना रे. Even when the rate of GST is 28% doesn't matter. कम गाड़ी बेचेगा कम मिलेगा. There are certain, so ad valorem, it means it will increase with the value and decrease with the value of tax. I mean, value of the price, aggregate value. Production tax is not ad valorem. The burden is felt by the consumer, but it is not ad valorem. Meaning what? It is not linked to the value of output, it is linked to the activity of production. So whether my production increases or decreases, the liability of tax will not increase. For example, I have a truck. I don't have, let's say I have a truck. Now, every time I buy petrol, I'll have to pay taxes. The more trip I'll make, the more taxes I'll pay. But every year I have to buy a national permit or a state permit. Do you think national permit are given according to the number of trips you make? The answer is no. एक साल के लिए एक permit मिलता है, आप एक trip करो या फिर ट्रक को बंद करके रख दो. The tax is not going to increase. Property tax. Now after 4-5 years, government can increase. But will the government will say more people are living in your property, pay tax? Will the government will come to and say yes as academy, नहीं आप जीएसटी तो पे कर रहा है, जितना स्टूडेंट आएगा जीएसटी ज्यादा मिलेगा, बट इससे ज्यादा स्टूडेंट होगा तो प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स भी ज्यादा पे करो यशस में. नो. सो एक्साइज ड्यूटी, नॉट एक्साइज टैक्स, सॉरी एक्साइज ड्यूटी नहीं, एक्साइज परमिट. दारू बेचने के लिए वैट देता है, जीएसटी एक्साइज भी देता है, जितना दारू बिकेगा उतना ज्यादा टैक्स देना पड़ेगा. बट एवरी ईयर हैव टू बाय अ लाइसेंस टू सेल. एवरी ईयर स्टेट का डिपेंड करता है. दारू जो स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है, हर स्टेट में अलग हिसाब है. अभी तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अरविंद केजरीवाल को बंद किया ना, दारू का पॉलिसी चेंज किया था. सो इट्स स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, नॉट अ यूनियन सब्जेक्ट. राइट. गवर्नमेंट बोला कि नहीं ठीक है, सेंटर से कंट्रोल नहीं करेंगे दारू, आप अपने आप कंट्रोल करो. सो नाउ excise license you have to take, permit charges you have to pay, property tax you have to pay. All these things do not increase, neither they will decrease with the level of output. That is related to the activity of production. Pollution tax as well. All right. So that is the difference between product taxes and taxes on production. Now example दिया, हटा दो, ये मैं आपको ऑलरेडी बोल दिया. Market price is factor cost plus net indirect taxes, that is indirect taxes minus subsidy, and factor cost just उसका opposite. Now here understand, net domestic product at factor cost, that is nothing but total value of output minus intermediate consumption, that is GDP minus indirect tax plus subsidy. Now अब ये क्या लिखा, that is very important, will help you solve the numericals. If I am producing something, I am incurring expenditure. My expenditure is somebody's income. If I produce this pen, broadly how can I take care of all the expenses? Either I have incurred or somebody has earned. Compensation to employees. Without employees, who can make anything? Operating surplus. I must have paid rent, somebody must have earned rent. Then interest, loan taken, interest paid, somebody interest earned. Profit, IPO लिया, share, company profit किया, company dividend दिया. So part of the profit will go to the household eventually. Correct? आप आईटीसी का बहुत सारा शेयर होल्ड करता, सनपीस बिस्किट खाया, सिगरेट पिया, राइट. आपसे कंपनी प्रॉफिट कमाया, कुछ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रॉफिट विल इट नॉट कम टू यू एंड द कंपनी विल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट अ डिविडेंड. करेक्ट. वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट पार्ट. बट द थिंग इज, व्हाट इफ यू आर होल्डिंग 5% ऑफ द कंपनी, देन ह्यूज अमाउंट. करेक्ट और नॉट? मुकेश अंबानी इज होल्डिंग मोर देन 50% ऑफ रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज. डोंट यू थिंक डिविडेंड इनकम में आप कुछ भी करो उसको 1 रुपया जा रहा है? अमेजन में भी वो यॉट खरीदा, कुछ भी खरीदा, इसमें आपका प्राइम का सब्सक्रिप्शन का भी पैसा है, that he has earned. So now, and mixed income of self-employed people, country का पूरा. CA can work in a business. आप KPMG ज्वाइन कर लिया. Now what you will receive is added over here, compensation to employee. But you say मैं काम नहीं करेगा, मैं self-employed है, I will run my own business, मेरे पास client आएगा, मेरा own firm. Then this becomes a mixed income of self-employed. Like a doctor can work in a hospital, compensation मिलेगा उसको, salary from Apollo hospital, but doctor can start his own practice, so self-employed. All right. Of course, lawyers cannot start their own court. But lawyers can also, no, just joking. Lawyers can also work in big firm, law firms में काम कर रहा है, compensation. But lawyers, I can start my own practice. Independent lawyer है, अपना एक जगह लेके आए, and it will take all the cases and everything. So, so that is mixed income. Why we call it mixed income? Because you cannot differentiate between the capital and the labor cost. If I'm producing this pen, I can segregate. This is capital cost, this is labor cost. If I'm a CA, I'm a doctor, I'm engineer, the capital, that is your skill knowledge, all right, and labor, your energy, that what you're doing, is mixed together. Can you differentiate? My CA hai, this 1 crore rupees में कमाया 10 लाख रुपया इधर उधर मूव करके और 90 लाख में कमाया अपना दिमाग यूज करके. So you cannot differentiate between your capital and your labor. So it is considered as mixed. And of course, depreciation we have to add when you are calculating gross. यहां पर क्या है, simply depreciation आप हटा दिया when you are calculating net. Next, per capita income कितना हो रहा है रे, अभी टाइम है. हाँ. Now understand, there is a difference between per capita income is simple, national income divided by total population. Per capita national income बोला. Per capita GDP at market price divided by total population. No problem. But what is the difference between national income and personal income? What is the difference between national income and personal income? यहाँ पे difference क्या आता है? Received and earned का. National income can be calculated on a cash basis and on a realization basis and accrual basis as well. But personal income is only upon realization basis or cash basis. So it means if I am calculating national income, मेरा फोकस रहेगा earned पर and not received per. It means I may have not received, that doesn't matter. Earned is my focus. When I'm talking about personal income, received is my focus, earned is not focus. Whether मैं earn किया नहीं किया, no problem. So national income, if I have to calculate, then I have to say what I have earned. So we'll say income earned and received. भाई earn करने के लिए कुछ करना पड़ेगा, फ्री में नहीं मिलता है. You cannot say I have earned subsidy. क्या किया earned subsidy? You have received subsidy. You ask pocket money from your mom. You have received the money. You have not earned the money. जूता खाएगा बोलेगा earned किया तो. You have received the money. You have not earned the money. Earn के लिए काम करेगा. You become a CA. Then you can say I have earned the money. कुछ किया तब तो earn आएगा. हवा में नहीं आएगा ना. Alright. Have you ever heard somebody saying I have earned the lottery? पागल है क्या? क्या किया? हाँ, 10 रुपए का टिकट खरीद के 27 करोड़ रुपए मिल गया, क्या किया? अर्न किया. बोला हाँ सर अर्न किया, मैं रिस्क लिया. नहीं. So income earned and received, it means you are working, you are receiving salary. You are doing business, you are receiving profit. All these are earned and received. But it will also include income earned but not yet received. आएगा, अभी नहीं आया. Not yet received. ये क्या है? You have, हाँ काम किया अभी पैसा नहीं आया, आएगा. Contribution to PF is a part of your compensation. Alright. You have not yet received, but you have earned it. You will receive it sometime, but it should be added when you have earned it. Correct. You bought the equity share in an IPO. Alright. The company has profit. It has disclosed the dividend, but not yet received it. So when you will receive, no problem. But right now, it will be added to the national income. Because this is also, now remember, when you are buying selling share in the secondary market, that is not added to national income. Because one share can be purchased 20 times in a day. Correct? आपस में बेच रहा खरीद रहा है ना, सब ऐड करेगा नेशनल इनकम में, एक दिन में बीट कर देगा हम यूएस को जीडीपी में. हाँ, एक दिन में रिलायंस का शेयर इतना बार बिकता खरीदता है, दैट विल बी इक्विवेलेंट टू 3 times of Reliance Industries. Correct? So you cannot add, because we are buying and selling with each other. But when the company comes up with an IPO and distribute the share, then you buy it will be added. And whoever is holding the share on the date of the disclosure of the dividend will receive the dividend upon the face value, whatever the dividend is distributed by the company. Still, you have not received it. Retained earning hai. It is income earned but not yet received. क्लियर है? वर्कमैन कॉम्पेंसेशन फंड भी आता है, इनकम अर्नड बट नॉट येट रिसीव्ड. मैं क्या नहीं लेगा, क्या नहीं लेगा, इससे क्या नहीं माइनस करेगा, मैं इनकम क्या करेगा, रिसीव्ड बट नॉट अर्न. क्या है, पेंशन, स्कॉलरशिप, रेलवे दुर्घटना हो गया, मर गया, विल से फैमिली विल से अर्न. क्या, कैसे अर्न किया रे? You have received but you have not earned. Lottery money, everything you have received but not earned. So it should not be added to national income because there is no quid pro quo. All right, income received but not earned. So income earned and received added. Earned यहाँ पे focus है. Income earned but not received, no problem. But income received not earned, we are not taking because focus इसका ये नहीं है यहाँ. But when you talk about personal income, everything that we have received will add. Earn or not doesn't matter. तो यहां पर क्या आ जाएगा, पहले ये फर्स्ट पार्ट तो आ जाएगा, इनकम अर्न्ड एंड रिसीव्ड. ऑलराइट, सो इनकम अर्न्ड एंड रिसीव्ड, सैलरी रिसीव किया, एडेड, प्लस इनकम रिसीव्ड बट नॉट अर्न्ड, पॉकेट मनी, पेंशन, अलाउंस, एवरीथिंग. व्हाट आई विल नॉट टेक, इनकम अर्न बट नॉट येट रिसीव. जो आया नहीं वो नहीं लेगा मैं. ये सिंपल है, जो आया ऐड करो, जो नहीं आया हटाओ. अर्न और रिसीव, अर्न और नॉट डजंट मैटर. इन केस ऑफ नेशनल इनकम, रिसीव्ड और नॉट डजंट मैटर, अर्न किया ऐड करो. इजी वे ये याद रहेगा. सो नेशनल इनकम अर्न वेदर रिसीव्ड और नॉट ऐड करने का. रिसीव किया तो भी ऐड करो, नहीं किया तभी ऐड करो. राइट. इन केस ऑफ पर्सनल इनकम, रिसीव्ड ऐड, अर्न और नॉट डजंट मैटर. कहां से आया कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, यहां से आया सब ऐड करो. जो नहीं आया, आई हैव अर्न नॉट येट, नॉट विल नॉट बी एडेड. क्लियर? सो लेट्स गो बैक. ये यहां पर सब कुछ आपको बता दिया, अब पढ़ लेने का. जो मैं बकबक किया ये सब लिखा है यहां पर. हाँ, इंश्योरेंस तो यार ऐड होगा ना. गवर्नमेंट इज, कंपनी इज प्रोवाइडिंग यू सर्विसेज, राइट और रॉन्ग? भाई धंधा चला रहा है ना वो सर्विस रेंडर किया, पैसा दिया. इंश्योरेंस क्लेम दैट यू आर रिसीविंग. नो, द थिंग इज व्हेन इंश्योरेंस यू हैव टेकन, यू हैव इंश्योरेंस क्लेम रिसीव किया, दैट विल नॉट बी एडेड, नॉट बी एडेड. हम नहीं बोल सकता ना, मैं मर के अर्न किया, मेरा फैमिली पैसा रिसीव किया, नहीं. बट व्हेन आई बॉट द इंश्योरेंस शुड बी एडेड टू द नेशनल इनकम. ऑलराइट, देखो पर्सनल इनकम में नेशनल इनकम प्लस इनकम रिसीव बट नॉट अर्न. देखो रिसीव किया, बिकॉज इन द नेशनल इनकम, इनकम रिसीव्ड बट नॉट अर्न इज नॉट एडेड. तो यहां पर ऐड करेगा. और इनकम बट नॉट रिसीव्ड, अर्न बट नॉट रिसीव्ड इज देयर इन नेशनल इनकम बट इट शुड नॉट बी इन द पर्सनल इनकम. सो आई एम डिडक्टिंग इट हियर. डिस्पोजेबल इनकम, सिंपल, अपना इनकम से टैक्स माइनस करो, डिस्पोजेबल इनकम है. राइट, गवर्नमेंट जो ले गया उससे बचा, दैट इज डिस्पोजेबल. बचा ही क्या. नाउ प्राइवेट इनकम एंड पर्सनल इनकम का थोड़ा डिफरेंस हम लोग देखेंगे अभी. बट अंडरस्टैंड हियर, दिस इज, आई थिंक आई हैव शेयर्ड विद यू गाइस. ऑलराइट, क्वेश्चन नंबर कितना है वो, सॉरी, क्वेश्चन नंबर 5. सो हो रही है क्वेश्चन नंबर 5. ऑलराइट, तो क्वेश्चन नंबर 5 में, या विल गो टू द प्रॉब्लम इन अ व्हाइल. What they have given, calculate NNP at factor cost, NNP at market price, GNP at market price, GDP at market price. देखो, remember one thing in every question. Most of the time, your problem will begin from GDP at market price. If it's given, well and fine. If it's not given, calculate. Then only you can calculate NNP at factor cost. So let's say you have been given GDP at market price and you have to calculate national income. That is NNP at factor cost. अभी देखो डिफरेंस क्या क्या है, पे अटेंशन हियर. डिफरेंस क्या है, मेरे को क्या करने का है, इसको इसमें कन्वर्ट करने का है. करेक्ट. नाउ डिफरेंस, व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस, ग्रॉस को नेट करने का है. मैं क्या करेगा, व्हाट विल आई डू, आई विल डिडक्ट डेप्रिसिएशन, देन डोमेस्टिक को नेशनल करने का है, आई एम कैलकुलेटिंग नेशनल, सो व्हाट आई डू, आई विल ऐड NFIA, देन मार्केट प्राइस को फैक्टर कॉस्ट पे लाने का, उल्टा करने का है, देन व्हाट आई डू, आई विल डिडक्ट net IDT, it means what I'll do, I will deduct IDT plus add subsidy. When I do that, I'll get the value. So first you have to calculate GDP at market price, and GDP at market price क्या था, compensation to employees, सही कहाँ गया, compensation to employees add operating surplus में क्या है, ये देखो कंफ्यूज करने के लिए क्या दिया, ऑपरेटिंग सरप्लस 20,000 2,000 दिया, प्लस रेंट और प्रॉफिट भी दे दिया, डोंट यू थिंक दिस इज इंक्लूडेड हियर, सो यू कैन नॉट टेक दिस, डबल काउंटिंग हो जाएगा, अंडरस्टूड, this 500 and 800 is included in 2,000, so you have to add this plus mixed income of self-employed, correct, all right, so and of course net indirect taxes, when you are calculating market price, first you have to add, then consumption of fixed capital is nothing but depreciation, all right, so if you look at the problem here, you see compensation to employee added, operating surplus added, mixed income added, consumption of fixed capital added, and net indirect taxes added. This is your GDP at market price. चला गया. The problem is down. अभी क्या हुआ? Just hold on dear. ये तो फाइन है, यहाँ पर आ रहा है, उसमें प्रॉब्लम है. Just hold on, I'll call the guy. Hey, can you call somebody from there? There is a person named Surya. Just tell him sir is calling you. Increase or decrease? Switch off. You want this AC? This is running at 24-25 dear. Only fan is working here. Just hold on online students for a moment. The projector is not working here. ये देखो आ रहा जा रहा ही, यही तुम आया आ गया, लाइट फिर चला गया. ये बहुत देर से परेशान कर रहा है.
इनका 5-5 घंटा लेक्चर रिकॉर्ड हो,
हम्म,
5 घंटा रिकॉर्ड हो, एंड ऑफ आवर्स
क्या हुआ?
रिकॉर्डिंग 5 आवर्स, 5 घंटा तो रिकॉर्डिंग हो गया वैसे.
हाँ तो क्या हुआ, नहीं शेयर कर सकते क्या?
नहीं नहीं कर सकते.
हाँ.
नहीं, जब यूट्यूब पे डालते हैं ना, कैसे 12 आवर्स का मैक्स होता है एक वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग पे, तो आपका 3 टिकट हुआ, बस ऐसे हुआ. तो अभी ऑन करिए.
नहीं हुआ। ये आ गया, ब्लिंक कर रहा है। यहाँ से प्रॉब्लम है क्या? तो यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, क्योंकि यहाँ प्रॉब्लम होने से will come not come over there. Just hold on, he'll fix it. You can relax for 5 minutes.
ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಯಾ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಪಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಪಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಇದು ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಹೇಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ ಶೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಓಡ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಶೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಓದ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಬ್ಲಿಂಕ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು ಹೌದಾ पता नहीं सर चेक कर रहा है सोर्स कोड ना ಯಾವ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ರು ವಿಜಯ್ ಎಸ್ಡಿಎಂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಕಂದ ಅದೇ ತಮಸಿ सर्च मारना अपने आप डायरेक्ट कर लेंगे जहाँ पे सिग्नल मिल रहा है HDMI है हाँ सर गेम कैप्चर ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ गेम कैप्चर ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟ ಸರ್ अभी तक से ठीक था ना सर नहीं बहुत देर से हाफ एन आवर से ये अप एंड डाउन हो रहा था लेकिन है जा रहा था आ जा रहा था तो ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ತೆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರು ಯಾರು ತೆಗ್ದೆ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಲೈಟು ಬರ್ಸಲ್ಲ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ನೆಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ವಾಪಸ್ इसमें प्रॉब्लम है गेम कैप्चर ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಗೇಮ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಫ್ರಾಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ HDMI ಕೇಬಲ್ ಇಂದ HDMI ಹಾಕೋದು ಇದು ಹುಡುಕ್ತದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ तो जैसे सेटिंग था वैसे ही करो फिर उसके बाद चेक करो क्योंकि कहीं कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ ಇದೇನ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಯಾ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿದೆ ಇದು ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಬಂತು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರಿ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಹ್ಮ್ ಅದೇ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ HDMI ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ HDMI ಬರ್ತಾಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಗಾಡಿ ಇವಾಗ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರಿ ಇರೋ ನಿಮಿಷ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ HDMI ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು HDMI ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ ಇದಾಕು ಅದು ಹೋಗಿದೆ ನಾನು ಇದೇನಾ ನೀನ್ ತಂದಿರ್ತಾನೆ ಮೀನಿಂದ ಇದು ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಾ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ರೇಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಂತು ಹಾಗೆ ಅದೇ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಇದು ಹಾ ಇದು ಅದೇ ಇದು ಹೋಗಿದೆ चेंज ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು हाँ हाँ कर रहा हूँ सर एक मिनट सर अभी रिकॉर्डिंग को पॉज किया है सर अभी रिकॉर्डिंग पॉज किया मैंने अच्छा अच्छा थैंक यू मधु ये बैटरी लग ये बंद हो गया तो और कौन हाँ ऑलराइट ठीक है थैंक यू ऑलराइट let's come back online students am I audible where is the phone all right yeah I'll end I know end class now sir take 30 minutes tomorrow anyways we have to take extra dear huh what huh re if let's see early tomorrow that would be all right let's see here don't worry we'll be finishing off tomorrow so you got GDP at market price correct you got GDP at market price then you have to convert first here what I'm doing here converting GDP to GNP so what I've done add NFIA now add NFIA negative क्यों दिया why because NFIA here is negative it means foreign firms and individuals are earning more in India than Indian firms and Indian citizens abroad so plus of negative is here 4900 You got GNP at market price. Now, gross national product at market price I have converted into net national. Difference क्या है? Gross और net का depreciation है. So depreciation I have deducted. That is nothing but consumption of fixed capital is your depreciation. And then finally, market price को factor cost में convert किया. So it means I have to deduct net indirect taxes. किधर गया? 450. So I have deducted net indirect taxes. So you have got 4050 as your national income. All right. Next, now understand one more thing here. What is the difference between private income, personal income, and national income? You see, national income will include what? We will include government's income. India is a mixed economy. Many economies are mixed economy. In those economies, there is no government income, no problem. Everything belongs to the private sector. And here, income of the private sector. Now you have to calculate private income. It means from the national income, you have to subtract the government income. What is remaining is income of the private sector. Correct? But you have to add something which is not added in national income. Because you are calculating private income. Private income includes personal income. Personal income include income received but not earned. That is not included in national income. No. So आपको क्या calculate करने का? You have to calculate personal income eventually. Personal income includes income received but not earned. Does national income include? No. So you have to add this back. All right. So मेरे को private sector का personal income निकालने का है. When I deduct government income, what is left is income of the private sector. But I have to add here transfer income. Correct? ये add करेगा. But when I add transfer income, it will give you income of the private sector, not like that. From the income of the private sector, I have to deduct what? नहीं, ये तो हो गया रे. कॉर्पोरेट इनकम टैक्स. नो, कॉर्पोरेट इनकम टैक्स तो आपको डिडक्ट करना पड़ेगा. यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट फाइनली व्हाट इज गोइंग टू द हाउस होल्ड. सो कॉर्पोरेट इनकम टैक्स आप डिडक्ट करेगा. दिस इज नॉट गोइंग टू द हाउस होल्ड. व्हाट एल्स इज नॉट गोइंग टू द हाउस होल्ड? रिटेन्ड अर्निंग. रिटेन्ड अर्निंग इज नॉट गोइंग. तो रिटेन्ड अर्निंग्स आप डिडक्ट करेगा. देन व्हाट इज लेफ्ट is the income of the household, personal income. But personal income, is it completely I can spend that income? No. From that you have to deduct personal income tax. So understand one thing. ये पूरा income है. इसमें private sector income, household income on one side, government income on another side. But इसमें personal income in terms of transfer payment is not included. Only those income is included which is earned and received and earned but not yet received. So from the national income, take out government income. सारा government income निकाल दो. Side हो गया. Transfer income is not added. Add transfer income. That belongs to the private sector and the household. Private sector pays tax. Deduct करो. घर को नहीं जाएगा वो. Private sector do not pay what? They do not pay retained earning. वो भी घर को नहीं जाएगा. So बाकी जो बचा घर को गया. करेक्ट. नाउ घर को जो आया वो घर में नहीं रहेगा. सरकार बोलेगा उसमें से भी दो. So you have to pay taxes and then what is left is your personal income. So यहां पर देखो ये लिख दिया मैं यहां पर. Private income is national income minus government income plus transfer income. Personal income is from the private income minus corporate income tax and undistributed profit. That is nothing but retained income. And then personal disposable income is personal income minus income tax. As simple as that. Now, it means you have to calculate first when you have to here personal income calculate करने के लिए बोला. But we will calculate for private income also. They can ask you to calculate that as well. So it means our beginning is from NNP at factor cost. First you have to get the national income, then you can deduct government income, then add the transfer income, then deduct the corporate income tax, then deduct the retained earning and deduct the income tax. करेक्ट. सो नेशनल इनकम एट मार्केट प्राइस दिया है, नेशनल प्रोडक्ट एट मार्केट प्राइस, सॉरी नेशनल इनकम एट मार्केट प्राइस नहीं होता, नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट एट मार्केट प्राइस. सो इट मीन्स आई हैव टू ब्रिंग दिस टू NNP at factor cost. What I have to do, you tell me? Deduct net indirect taxes. All right. So ये दो चीज हुआ ना. I have to deduct taxes and add subsidy, and then what you'll get is NNP at factor cost. This is exactly what is done here. देखो 75, ये माइनस गलत जगह दिया, माइनस दिया है, ब्रैकेट नहीं रहेगा यहाँ, अदरवाइज एवरीथिंग चेंजेस. -175 plus 30, you got NNP at factor cost. Now from this you deduct all government income. So government income, what is it? First of all, saving of non-departmental enterprise. Now understand, ये नॉन डिपार्टमेंटल इंटरप्राइज का मतलब नहीं कि गवर्नमेंट का नहीं है, नॉन डिपार्टमेंट. गवर्नमेंट हैज टू टाइप्स ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. वन इज डिपार्टमेंटल विच इज लेड बाय अ मिनिस्ट्री लाइक रेलवेज, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एटॉमिक एनर्जी, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकॉम, but there are various activities which is not run by any particular ministry, so that is a non-departmental enterprise. So but it is a government income, so it means I have to minus this one. Interest on national debt, I'll come to that. Transfer from government, I'll come to that. Transfer from the rest of, और कुछ नहीं है क्या गवर्नमेंट इनकम में, तो देखो यही सिर्फ माइनस करना पड़ेगा. Then you have to add, this is your transfer income. This is your transfer income. Why transfer income? What is interest on national debt? What is a national debt? Government borrowed money. Government का debt नहीं है वो, आपका debt है. How do you think government will pay up that debt? There is a concept of इसका टोपी उसके सर. So yes, government बोला, do you want to government buy government bond? Very secured. All right, more secured than FD in a bank. Government cannot default. One should ask me, sir, what if government defaults? Then it is Sri Lanka. Country is gone. तो बैंक में भी government गया तो बैंक भी गया. All right. So government says, bank is offering you 6.5% FD. I'll give you 8% on government bond. You'll say, no problem, sir, take it. Government needs money to work. So every time government cannot increase tax, people will vote the government out of power. Government के पास पैसा नहीं, government lollipop देगा, पैसा ले लो. You got the security. You bought the security. Then the redemption date will come. Government will have to pay interest. How the government will pay interest? Government will issue another bond. All right. Some other people will buy the bond. Maybe you will also buy the bond. If some other people are buying the bond, they are paying you. If you are buying the bond, you are paying yourself. All right. So it means government will sell away. Now purchase the bond, get the money. Correct. आपको वापस repurchase, redeem किया. You have to give, the government will give the money. Where the government will get this money? Government will issue new bond to the public, and the public money लेके यहाँ देगा. It means, is the government redeeming the bond or other people are redeeming the bond? So it means if you take away the government, people are lending and borrowing among themselves. Government's bond which create only credibility. So don't you think it is simply a transfer income? So interest on national debt will be added. Current transfer from government, subsidy, scholarship. Now remember, transfer income from received from wherever, doesn't matter. Moon से भी आया तो वो fund donation है, add हो जाएगा. Alright. So our government gives many times, other governments also give donations, so it all will be added. So 15, 35 and 20 added. So you देखो 15, 35 and 20 we will add. We have deduct what? गवर्नमेंट का प्रॉपर्टी ओनरशिप अकॉर्डिंग टू द गवर्नमेंट. एक और एक्सपेंसेस है, कहाँ गया रे, भूल कैसे गया था, ये भी गवर्नमेंट का, ये इनकम प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ एंटरप्राइज अकॉर्डिंग टू द गवर्नमेंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिपार्टमेंट. सो 45 माइनस किया एंड 10 माइनस किया. सो 45 and 10 deducted, you got this transfer income you have added, you got private income. Now private income, does it go to the household? No. Corporate income tax has to be deducted. How much is the corporate income tax given? Corporate profit tax. ये ऐसे क्या, profit income tax, corporate income tax 25 I have to deduct. So I have deducted here. कहाँ गया? Corporate income tax 25 is deducted. Then what else will be deduct? Retained earning. ये क्या है? Saving of the private corporate sector. That is your retained earning. This is also deducted. 25, 25, 50 deduct किया. It means whatever remaining goes to the household. So that will be your personal income. Tax is not given. If tax would have been given, you will deduct the tax, you will get personal disposable income. Clear hai? Next, calculate aggregate value. Now missing figure question hai. Aggregate value of depreciation when GDP at market price is given. This one. So आपको क्या दिया है? GDP at market price दिया. Net factor income from abroad NFI दिया. Alright. Value of indirect taxes minus subsidy. Net indirect taxes IDT is 150 crore and national income was, it means NNP at factor cost is given 850 crore. So understand here, you have to find out the missing figure. So these are the things that is given to you. Alright. Since NNP at factor cost is given, we need to find out GNP at factor cost. Why GNP at factor cost? Because GNP और NNP का difference क्या है? If I ask you GNP at factor cost and NNP at factor cost, what is the difference? ये गया. Alright. So national gone. Difference is what? Gross and net. So इसका difference ही depreciation होगा. So you have to calculate GNP at factor cost. So GNP at market price, you see, GDP at market price is given. Can you calculate GNP at market price? Yes. How do you calculate? Add NFIA. So NFIA कितना है? 100 है. Add कर दिया. You got GNP at market price. Alright. Now you have to get GNP at factor cost. How do you get GNP at factor cost? Minus net indirect taxes. So you got a value of 1050. Now GNP at factor cost is 1050. Depreciation you don't know. NNP at factor cost is given as 850 already. So the difference between them is the depreciation. 200. Easy. Next. ये छोड़ दो. Now measurement of national income you can ignore. Circular flow of income. Understand what is circular flow of income? Production होता है goods and services का. When the production of goods and services happen, that means factor input flows to the household. Household will earn what? If I've given my place, I'll earn rent. If I've given my money, I will earn interest. If I bought the equity share, I'll earn the share of profit. If I'm working, I'll get the wages and salary. So production of goods and services will lead to flow of income to the household. Now what you'll do with this income? You will consume. So यहाँ पे distribution हुआ. Distribution से आप consume करेगा. You have become a CA. You are working in one company. With the money, what you'll do? You will create a demand for some other company. So it means ultimately, whatever income is earned by the household, eventually it will go to business. Then you'll say, sir, मैं save भी करता बैंक में ना. तो आपका बैंक पैसा क्या करता रहे? बिजनेस को वापस देता ना लोन. सर बिजनेस को नहीं दिया तो किसी को वॉशिंग मशीन खरीदना है, वो लेगा लोन. वो वॉशिंग मशीन खरीदेगा, बिजनेस के पास गया. सो आपका पैसा आपके पास पॉकेट में नहीं है तो वो बिजनेस के पास जाएगा. Either consumer will borrow that money from the bank that you have kept and it will go to the business, or the business will take the loan from the bank. So eventually the equation will equalize. So that is circular flow of income. Everything is mentioned here. Value added method. Now remember, kya time ho raha abhi hai. Under value added method, what do we do? We will not calculate. You see, India is a very big country. You cannot calculate one thing at central location. And even so, it will be divided into various districts, various states, various union territories, and you have to calculate national income at the ground level. Not only that, under value addition method, what you have to do, divide the economy into primary sector, secondary sector, and tertiary sector. And whatever value addition happens in each of these sectors are added up together, that will give you the total value added. And how will I find out the value addition in the primary sector? Total value of output minus intermediate consumption, total value added. Right. Secondary sector, then total value of output minus intermediate consumption. Same way, you'll go to the service sector. So everything is mentioned here. National income by value added method is the sum total of net value added at factor cost all producing units of the economy less intermediate consumption. The method involves following steps. Identify the producing enterprise, classify them into 3 different sectors: primary, secondary, and tertiary. And these sectors are further divided into subsectors. Each subsector is further divided into commodity group or service group. आपको तोड़ के नीचे से वैल्यू एडिशन कहाँ हो रहा है? सब में ऐड करने का. नाउ वैल्यू एडिशन, value of output minus intermediate consumption. Now here you have to understand, value added minus intermediate consumption is the value of output, correct? And why is it written sales plus change in stock minus intermediate consumption? You think trading account करता है, correct? Trading account में here opening stock, correct? I'm not an accountancy student, but बहुत सारा अकाउंट बुक देखा. अकाउंट्स कैसे करता है ये इन्वेस्ट कर करके मार्केट में सीख गया. कैश कन्वर्जन साइकिल, जीपी रेशियो, एसिड टेस्ट रेशियो, पेग रेशियो. पेग रेशियो नहीं जानता? पेग रेशियो 1 का है, लोअर देन 1 इज अंडर वैल्यूड शेयर, अबव 1 ओवर वैल्यूड, यू शुड नॉट इन्वेस्ट इन दैट कंपनी. सो पीईजी रेशियो बोलते हैं, प्राइस टू अर्निंग रेशियो. एनीवेज, ओपनिंग स्टॉक आया, यहां पर क्लोजिंग स्टॉक आया, करेक्ट? ऑलराइट, राजवर्धन सर विल से व्हाट आर यू डूइंग सर? सर, national income accounting. Then here comes sales value, correct? All right. Now, of course, there'll be something that is left as your gross profit. All right. But everything is not gross profit. There is something else that is missing here. Now tell me, if your sale is 1 lakh, your closing stock was 20, opening stock was 20,000, closing stock is 5,000. तो भाई ओपनिंग स्टॉक 20,000 का, क्लोजिंग स्टॉक जो है 5,000 का, 15,000 ही कन्वर्ट हुआ इनटू सेल्स. रिमेनिंग 85,000 हाउ डिड यू मेक? इट मींस समथिंग एल्स इज मिसिंग. व्हाट इज मिसिंग? Purchase. Now what the hell is this purchase? Don't you think this is intermediate consumption? So if from the sales, if I add closing stock minus opening stock minus intermediate consumption, what is left? It means that is the total value addition, correct or not? That is the total value addition. यही तो extra मिला आपको. Alright, so exactly that's what it is done. Sales plus change in stock, it means you have to plus closing stock. When you student ask me, sir, क्यों plus closing stock plus करता है? पापा, closing stock क्यों नहीं plus करेगा? सेल्स के साथ ही है ना, ये माइनस करेगा क्या मैं? No. So change in stock, it means plus closing stock minus opening stock minus intermediate consumption. When you do this is nothing but the value of output. No, that is gross value addition that is done. So remember, profit is a part of value addition, dear. Profit is always a part of value addition. My wholesaler है, मैं 50 में खरीद के आपको 80 में बेचा. I have not done any tangible addition, but I have provided you services. No, otherwise factory से जाके लो. So this 30 rupees is my value addition. All right. So this profit must be added to the GDP. All right. So that will give you the gross value added. Now remember, I can call this GDP at market price or GV at market price, the same thing. All right. अगर उससे depreciation में minus करेगा तो net आ जाएगा. It means from the GDP, if I deduct depreciation, I get net domestic product or net value added. You can call it net value added or net domestic product. Then from this, if I deduct indirect taxes, what you will get is, rather than NVA at market price, will be converted at NVA at factor cost. So that will be NVA at factor cost. गलत जगह mention किया था. All right. And from that, if I add NFIA, what you will get is the national income. Clear? Income method and expenditure method will cover tomorrow. We'll finish off the entire syllabus tomorrow. All right. Yes, this is easy part, factual part है, वो हम नहीं कवर करेगा. कैश बैलेंस अप्रोच, लिक्विडिटी प्रेफरेंस थ्योरी, ये सब में थोड़ा दिमाग लगता है. वो सब मनी सप्लाई में, मनी मल्टीप्लायर, दिस आर द टाइम थिंग्स आई विल स्पेंड मोर टाइम ऑन एंड क्विकली विल कवर. थ्योरेटिकल पार्ट आप पढ़ लेना अपने से. क्लियर? विल मीट अगेन टुमारो 10:30 sir. All right, 10:30.